need one of those.
No.
Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo.
Exactly.
Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo.
I gotta concede. He got
big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want. Read all the manga I want. Wear all the babe that I want. Buy all the J's that I want. Be with any girl that I want. Drive any car that I want. I'm always out of the country. I'm sorry if I ain't home. If the money ain't calling, I never answer my phone. You can see the flow in my chakra. All we smoke is homegrown. You know the boy love ramen. Probably sipping on miso. I know a spot that has shield. I got a spot that has deals. Wait till I get a kimono. I'ma swag it out in my dojo. Some girls are asking for a photo. I guess this happens in Kyoto. When you young and poppin' in Kyoto. I ball with all of my nakamas. I dance with all of my nakamas. I drink with all of my nakamas, yeah.
They have not.
I only listen to Cole. I touch down with peace. Hiro isekai, shinara irekai. You are my enemy. You are no friend of me. You covered in jealousy. We only drink Hennessy. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. When I got money, you know it. When you got money, you blow it. How much you caught me a rollie? I'm living like Zach and Cody. Sweet like from young in the OG. From young we learned to maneuver. I pick up and skirt in a Uber. I grew up with killers and shooters. No tell, but I think I'm cooler. I used to sleep with a deuce. I'm the moon god, got the juice. You switching sides like a man Bruce. Tight circle, cut the loose ends. No, I can go on vacation. You cannot escape from the matrix. I wrote all this shit in the basement. Art is my new occupation. Let's meet up at Kennedy Station. I've been at studio all day. I'd rather just make it the hard way. Sitting back while I'm looking up. Remember backyards cooking up. I just wanna be big. I wanna be big. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want. Read all the manga I want. Wear all the babe that I want. Buy all the J's that I want. Be with any girl that I want. Drive any car that I want. Drive any car that I want.
Oh man. That performance.
I know they got the testicles, but
It helped my transition to becoming a grown man.
Start the foodie tour for trying and failing to deal with the birdie. What you gonna talk about?
That man dropped one meteor and said, "Well, I tried."
Like, if the meteor's not breaking it, I mean. But then again, I feel like maybe I don't know. We'll talk about it, I guess. The cutting power. I don't know what to do with that.
Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want. Read all the manga I want. Wear all the babe that I want. Buy all the J's that I want. Be with any girl that I want. Drive any car that I want. I'm always out of the country. I'm sorry if I ain't home. If the money ain't calling, I never answer my phone. See the flow in my chopper.
I don't know if the bird gets dug into the earth itself,
You know
but
the boy love ramen. Probably sipping.
what's really good? I don't have this. I thought the Sanji gift was there. What the hell? Hey, yo, where my guy at? There he is. He's over there. He twirling. He kicking. You know what I'm saying? Diablo Jamb. Diablo Jamb. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing, chat? You guys
Had
doing
a
it in the
long
call?
week.
Oh, I feel that.
I've had a very long week, and I'm glad that it is my weekend off. Ah,
I just need July. I need like 2 weeks off in July. I haven't really said anything, but I've been beyond burnt out since mid May. But I gotta keep going. I gotta ride the momentum. It is what it is. But what about you, young Allen?
I haven't been getting that much sleep lately.
Yo, see, I feel. See, I can't do that right now. I already
It's
don't
not good.
sleep.
It's not good.
I
Like I
already
be
don't.
wake,
Yeah.
we
Right.
wake up at like 3 in the morning. I feed him, put him back to sleep, and then I'm just up.
Dang. But all right. A good time from work, can't complain. Carter versus the bird. The birdcage wins. We chilling. How I'm living. I'm all right. I'm just burnt out, but I'm all right. Oh boy, y'all trying to scale the birdcage? We're gonna talk about it, but I mean, that will not be the main topic of discussion. We're going to be starting with obviously Punk Hazard, but all right. So hi to YouTube. This will be on YouTube later, and
hello, YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
welcome to ranking the One Piece series. I believe it's part 8. The Dressrosa Saga. This is a series where I'll have to actually get a pen after now. I'm thinking about it. Where we speak about the individual arcs in One Piece as a saga. So, for example, for East Blue, we talk about the first couple of arcs from Orange Town all the way to, I believe it's Log Town was the last one. And then we kind of speak about each arc. We give it a ranking. We give the saga score in total based on the averages. And then after we add up everything, One Piece will get its final score, and I'll reveal all that information later. What's up, Abdo? I'm good. But yeah, we will be starting with Punk Hazard. We did the Fishman Island Saga last one, and what I usually do is I just kind of call upon somebody, and we just start with we could pick a character, a scene, a fight, an ability, whatever you want to, and we'll just pick it up from there. And we starting with you, Pat. Where we starting?
And Punk Hazard.
What we starting with, man?
Um, yeah, there's so many moments that I really like.
You want me to lead off? I'll lead
No,
off.
We'll start when Smoker and whatchamacallit,
Law?
Tashigi
Oh,
pull up
Shiggy, okay.
on Punk Hazard, open the doors, and my man Trafalgar Law come out the doors. I was like, oh shit, look at him. No, you gotta understand, when we see him pre-time skip, and nigga had like fucking long sleeve shirt, but it wasn't really long sleeve. Like his forearms were showing through this shit, wearing jeans and shit, and just chilling. Then we see him post time skip. He got jeans again, but he got the long black trench over that shit. He got a different hat. He swagged out. His title say Shichibu Kai.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, look at this nigga.
Did I ever tell you that I hated this hat originally? I like the old one originally. I actually like this one. I actually think is better with the brim, like the little cap part. But at first, I'm like, no, go back to the old hat. The old hat was moving me, but I still thought it was dope to see him. But I was just like, no, the hat. What happened? So I remember thinking the hat. That was my focus. But no, that was crazy because I never thought he was gonna be that important myself. I guess. And we all know by now that it was really like I always argue that probably kids siphoned some of the kid got some of his screen time and stuff siphoned a bit from Law. It is what it is though, but Law had turned out to be a really dope and cool character, all things considered. So I'm not mad at it. But what were you guys thinking when you first saw him? Were you excited to see his abilities kind of be expanded upon? That was the first thing I was thinking about. His power was something I always thought about. His ability. Hello.
Yeah, cause whatchamacallit, in Shabodi, when he was fighting, I seen him switch people's heads with cannonballs. I was like, how you do that?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here? Well, like, what is that? Like, it was just so strange to me. So then, like, we see him fight with Smoker, and then they were like, they dropped this epithet. That was like, he's the surgeon of death. And everybody in his room.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's not his
Everybody in
operating
his
table.
room is on this operating table. I said, oh. And nigga took their fucking ship, sliced it up, and then turned that shit into a Picasso. I was like, bro. He was like, none of you are gonna be able to leave this island. I said, huh?
Mhm.
Like, why is he spazzing like that? What's going on?
Yo, it was.
And the anime went absolutely stupid with Smoker versus Law. That shit was hard.
Yeah, I agree. They did a good job with that. I have a funny story. I don't know if I ever told this to you guys, but like so back in the BBM era, we had we had a group. I made a group called Anime Manga Clan, and we used to just talk about anime and manga in there, whatever, right? And we had a thing where we used to obviously like this is like me like back in like 2010 to whatever. So like this is when I was in my peak power scaling years, so to speak.
I would
And
like to see that.
no, we don't want to see that. Forget I mentioned it. And then, so I remember I just you guys are gonna laugh because you guys know how egregious this is. We at that point we knew very little about Law's ability. This is like I think right when he was kind of introduced, and my matchup was against one of my boys, and his character I can't remember what the theming was. We used to do theming like swordsman and fist fights only, blah blah, and bruh. It was Law versus the Silver Surfer, and I won that shit. I won that. I'm like, we don't know the extent of what Law can do. There's no basically my ultimate argument was there's no limit. There's no limit. What you know? I said I can't believe I got away with this. To this day, I bring it. I'm like, y'all really let me get away with that bullshit. The Silver Surfer, Power Cosmic, no one in One Piece is beating them. You can team up together. You're losing. What are we doing? Like I couldn't believe it, but yeah, I
Said it with no confidence.
I won that shit. I said that shit like and obviously I knew a little bit more about Silver Surfer, so like I could use that to my advantage a little bit, but still I couldn't believe it. Like to this day I think about it, I'm like, dog, that was egregious. But yeah, shout out to Law, man.
You see the damage that the Fantastic Four movies has done?
Just fucked up perceptions.
Yeah.
Messed up perceptions are.
The Silver Surfer. Now I'm a lost them, but you tweak it. There's no way, yo. Listen, I won. I did it. So, that's all that matters. But yeah, that was actually like I don't know. It's one of the funniest memories I have in that shit. I remember my friends like, I'm energy, I steal, no bed. And I'm like, you don't know, the room could negate energy stealing. I was bullshit bad, but Law's reintroduction was incredible though. I think out of all the supernovas, I think when they were kind of reintroduced in the New World, I liked his and Kid's the most. Kid was kind of cool because he was kind of watching some of the underground stuff, and then you saw him with the poo and stuff. But I thought Law's was the best reintroduction. I would say though, based on anyone that I had no interest in, by the end of their kind of little arc, Capone was the one I'm like, I like him. I really do. Shout out to him. So, did you want to chime in anything with Alan on the Law reintro?
Yeah, that's actually how I was like when Law's upon his first introduction. I didn't really care for him that much. Like he was cool and all, but I was Luffy blinded. You know what I'm saying? So
he was Luffy blinded.
But so I didn't really become that interested in Law until Marineford and him saving Luffy, and then when Luffy was expressing wanting to see Law again and thank him. And then actually seeing Law show back up, and like Pat said, when he fucking takes the ship and just throws that shit to the air, I'm like, bro, hold on. I didn't know he could do all this. I was like, okay,
yeah.
this nigga cold.
Yeah.
Does it bother you guys at all that he's never used that body swapping ability ever again? Or I know that's something people complain about a lot. I just
Why?
I mean I kind of
no need to use it though.
I kind of get it, but I would argue that in retrospect, I guess I think in a lot of ways he probably couldn't do it against certain people because we learned about the Conqueror's hockey kind of not allowing him to displace Big Mom and things. So I don't even think that would have worked for them. But it is something I hear people doing. Like, why need to switch the bodies of these characters and then body them when they're in the wrong body and blah blah. And I'm like, I'll say this, like I get it. I'm not mad at that. I don't really care. I get it though. But the only thing I would say is we do know for some reason, like if you're put into someone's body and you're already really strong, you seem to be able to exert more power than the body is capable of. We saw this with Sanji when he was in Nami's body, and he can do the blue walk underwater, but he didn't want to overdo it because he knew Nami's body couldn't handle it. And there was another one that there's another one I'm not oh, Smoker and Tashigi, where even still Tashigi was kind of strong, and Luffy's like, yo, Kimberly, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, you mid now? Like, like you mid now? Like, what's good with you? Like, what's going on?
That nigga was so disappointed. He was like, I got strong, but not this strong, nigga. What's going on?
Like, we can finally fight evenly, bro. And this is what you showing me?
Yeah. He's like, this is why I got my hockey up for this. So
Hit the showers, man.
oh, okay, but yes, that was very dope. Here's actually an interesting question I want to ask you guys off the bat. Knowing what we know now, with I guess Wano wrapping up, with the additional context of everything going on, does it kind of change the way you see Kinemon and Mononosuke's reintroduction into this arc? Has it kind of recontextualized an old scene for you? Like, do you look at that moment a lot differently now when you think about it? Because like I like personally, like I did a reread of like a bit of stuff with Zoe and whatnot, and I remember like thinking like, it's really hard for me to read this the same way I did before, knowing Kanjuro's a traitor. If you get what I'm saying. But what do you think? If you want, I can go first. Okay, I'll lead us.
Yeah, you go ahead first.
Yeah, I'll lead us off.
Let me gather my thoughts.
Yeah, I think what it does is some of the scenes with him eating the dragon fruit and kind of being like scared of dragons in a weird way, and them like oh, that look and stuff, and like, you know how when they like when Zoro beat that other dragon and everything, and they're being weird about it. When you think about the fact that Kaido was the dragon, like a lot of those scenes to me have additional context, and I probably think they're a little bit elevated more often than not, as a result of me knowing what goes on in Wano and how early the siege were planted by having a lot of the samurai who were sent to the past 20 years, to the future 20 years, to see what they were going to do. I can't look at that moment the same anymore. It's actually a little bit enhanced for me. Like just all of it. Even Kinemon, like obviously faking to be his dad, is like funny to read now because like, nah, I just know like you're just not his dad, but you're like a surrogate father, if you will. But it's dope.
Yeah, so. Actually, to add on to that part specifically, it does, because like I remember in the first time when you reading or watching it, they don't even call each other father or son. They're both like, I'm looking for Momo. I'm looking for my son Momo, and like from that point on, he's always just like Momonosuke, and then. Momo never calls him his father except for like on occasions where he's trying to cover up for himself. And so yeah, like things like that. It's like you notice that like, okay, yeah, that was Oda was kind of holding that one out, like basically letting that one out for free.
And just real quick, I want to touch on what Alpha Invader said. He said the Kinemon being cut in half and being put together, put completely on Punk Hazard being the reason he survived Kaido is still one of the most egregious things I've read in One Piece. That's one of those things that's worse in hindsight. I don't like that. I never liked that moment.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna get over that.
Cause the thing I'll say is just this real quick. What bothers me about it even more so is that, okay, and maybe when the arc ends or something, we get more stuff. Obviously, I guess it's not literally done yet, so I will reserve judgment a little bit. Though I'm pretty confident of what I'm going to say. Though I thought Kinemon survived specifically for him to reunite with Osuru, and they had that dinky little panel from the back with the hands up. Nah, bro, fuck you, kill him then. You're doing that shit? Fuck you. Kill him. Are you fucking kidding me? That was complete garbage. I didn't even get them like, you're lying over all this time. Like, I didn't even get that. Like, are you kidding me? Anyways, go ahead. But go ahead, go ahead, Alan. That was not moving. Or Pat, sorry.
Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it really puts into perspective like how Oda was playing with the themes of like the dragons and stuff like that and slaying one, because you have one on Punk Hazard, like you said, like the first enemy that they run into in the new world is literally a dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have Kinemon attached on its under side, his legs at least. Then after that, fucking when we see Momo turns into a dragon. So like he was playing with the theme of, what they were involved with and what the Straw Hats were gonna get into.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there was one other thing that I was gonna say, but I can't really put my finger on what exactly it was. It's like right there, but I can't get it. It'll come to me.
Okay. Well, another thing I'll say about that, about that is it is kind of cool because I think you made what you I think where you're kind of go. It's like it's kind of interesting that the first enemy they kind of run into is a dragon, and then like Luffy takes down the dragon, which is like obviously Kaido in an interesting way. So I kind of like that. That's one way. It's crazy how we got two scabbards ready to die with Kinemon and Kiku, and Oda said, you guys can survive and kills of Ashura and Isa, who don't kills about weird choices. I agree with that. That's one of the major problems Oda has with and in Wano as well. A lot of panels about stuff people don't care about, and no panels about stuff we want to see, or not as many focus points. A lot of the times, and low points of interest. One example of so many panels is the Fodder, the reaction faces. Has it been stated that Momo's fruit was made after studying Kaido's fruit? It's never explained. I believe it was supposed to be a failed Zoan attempt. But
we still have no idea
yeah.
why it supposedly failed.
Yeah, Ashura Doji dying to dynamite and Pell surviving a nuke would also be funny. I mean, it is what it is. But here's a question that I want to ask you about, because I actually disagree with some people about this. I think while I understand Caesar's weak and he's cowardly and blah blah yada yada, I think for this arc he works as an antagonist really well. I think he's a really good antagonist for the Punk Hazard arc, personally speaking. I understand in the grander scheme of One Piece he's not really I wouldn't call him a small fry. He's still a scientist that's done some cool shit, but he's not that guy, so to speak. But I actually think he works really well for this arc. Do you guys agree with that?
Before you continue with that, I just want to say this. For the longest time, I have told people that Punk Hazard is a really, really, really good arc. It touches on so many things. It has brilliant setup. And I don't feel like there was moments in Punk Hazard that were wasted. I truly don't feel that. So when we finish with Punk Hazard, you guys are going to see that this arc is really one of the most underrated arcs of One Piece. I just wanted to put that out there because people always say, "Oh, it's forgettable, it's skippable." Da, da, da. You guys don't pay attention. This is one of the better arcs in One Piece. Okay, sorry, I had to get that out there.
Yeah, in time skip, I really do, because I don't think the point of the arc is that Caesar is stronger than them. It's just that obviously he's concealing something that they don't know the full extent about. His Logia ability to actually remove oxygen from the air is really dope because it's not poison, which I remember I had to explain this so many times back in the day. It's gas. Yes. Oxygen and other things. That's all get like I don't think they understood. I thought that was really dope that he's able to do that and subdue them in that way. And he's doing pretty immoral experiments. And you know how like Chopper would feel about that as a kind of a doctor, and you know how Nami feels about that because she likes kids and stuff. So like to me, I thought he presented an enemy that made a lot of sense. And I always kind of like when series like this don't do just kind of general generic kind of power creep, like everyone you fight is quote unquote stronger than the last person and blah blah blah. That doesn't happen with One Piece because I can bring up Foxy as well. Foxy was not stronger than Eneru or Crocodile, but the environment, the game, the refs being fucking paid off and rigged amongst all other things made that a challenge for him, right? So I don't think these are things that people actually think about when they're reading the story, and I get it, but yeah. I shout out to Caesar Clown. I like him.
He has top 5 best laughs in One Piece. I swear to God.
Gas to Gastino. Did Luffy? Was it? I think I remember. Didn't Luffy recognize him actually? Like for once, like someone was in disguise, and he like almost got it.
Like, yes, he's And he said, "No, I'm his cousin Gastino." He said, "Oh, okay."
He's like,
and Nami was like, "No, that's literally Caesar."
Yeah. Oh yes, and Caesar. Yeah, his gas code is cool. And remember, he is. I think him and Chopper are the only two people we know who have used medicine and science to modify their devil fruits like that. So give him credit where credit is due. I personally don't like how long it took Luffy to catch Caesar. I feel like Oda was dragging that a bit with Caesar and his tricks avoiding Luffy or stalling before he gets caught. My apologies, but these things have already been talked about. I just tuned in. No, I haven't. I only been going for like 25 minutes. You're good. I mean, I didn't have an issue with it, but fair enough. Griever.
Nah,
What's happening?
it's like Zoro has said before, though. Like, people who are tricky are the ones that give Luffy the most trouble.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been that way.
That's why I always said that I thought Kaido was actually a really good matchup for him in terms of Kaido was just gonna fight him straight up and brawl with him. That's good for him. But if I'm my ability is genjutsu and illusions and I can like distort the world, like I could probably win. I'm not saying I would, but I could do something because he know where his weaknesses lie. So, but welcome Griever. How you doing, brother?
Not bad. How are we all doing today?
Long
Yes,
week.
sir,
I just
doing good, bro.
I just want Friday to be over so I can just plop on this bed and and melt into it. But we'll catch you up on what we've done so far. Right, so we're still on Punkazar talking about obviously the arc. So we'll get to Dressrosa soon because remember we're doing the entire saga. But actually the question, what's the first thing we spoke about, Pat? What did you bring up? Law. How did you feel about Law's reintroduction back in Punkazar? Like, was that moving you? What were you thinking?
I mean, I thought it was pretty good because the one thing that I liked is already because remember we've been in the time skip blah blah blah. Was this the first time we heard about the new warlords? Because all of a sudden we have one of the supernovas and he's now a warlord. It's like holy shit! Like this world, it was one of those reaffirmations, I guess, that the One Piece world moves beyond Luffy.
Okay,
things happen in the world, and it was like so. I liked it. I thought it was cool. And Law became a fan favorite shortly after that, I believe. So, yeah.
No, that's actually a good point because, and I'll use that to make this because I think sometimes people don't think about this. I don't like series where it comes across to me that anytime the main character and or main party pull up, that's the only time where things happen. Like everyone's like an NPC waiting for like the main group to pull up to the next town, like on my 4th badge, and now like some shit's happening, right? When your world's constantly moving and alive and the characters have their own agency and autonomy, that's actually a huge part of world building. I know One Piece has its issues and stuff, but one thing I've always given One Piece a lot of credit for is its world building. It does a very good job of that, and he hasn't really actually lost that yet, I would say. So it's a good point, Griever.
Yeah, because like everyone's so excited. Like I know a lot of people wanted Wano to end, for example, but everyone is so pumped for post Wano because they want to know what happened while the main cast was in Wano. Shit, they know the world's alive, and that's a really key thing that sets One Piece apart, I think.
Yep. Law's reintro was so raw. Warlord working with Caesar and Dofi with some shady stuff, making deals left and right behind the character's back. And I know we didn't know it was called the Rocky Port incident, but we had learned that he sent like 100 hearts to Marine HQ and something like that, or 400 hearts. Can't remember how many it was, but
100.
Okay, yeah, that was crazy. And then we see him use mess scalpel, and I was like, hey yo. Is that man's beating heart in his hand? I'm like, yo, he's dead. Joker, no. No.
Yeah, I have a question. About that actually. And for y'all who read it, because like I haven't read Punkazar. I only saw it in the anime. So like when Law takes out the heart in the manga, is it just an actual heart or is it still covered in?
No, it's in that square cubicle class thing. Yeah. It's in that thing. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if that was like an anime censored or not.
No.
Hey, don't forget, before he took out Smoker, Tashigi little stupid ass tried to charge him, and he dropped her in like 2 minutes and looked at her and said,
the weak don't get to choose. To choose their method of death, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
That was a solid fucking line, though.
That's such a bar.
She's such a bum. She's trash.
It's even crazier when you get the next arc and you see the flashback and you see where he got it from.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but yeah, shout out to
But yeah, she need to stick to playing house with them children.
yeah,
I don't want to
Yeah.
see her pick up a
No,
sword ever again.
I think I take it from this that because I just jumped in, but I take it everybody liked the law being reintroduced in this way. Then.
yeah,
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. It was really good. The next thing we spoke about is I wanted to ask you about with the knowledge that you have from Wano and knowing how like things are wrapping up and ending. Does Punk Hazard, like a lot of the scenes, did they get recontextualized for you, knowing that Momo was the son of like Odin and he's gonna become the new Shogun? Kinema's not his real dad. You know that Konjuro is actually a traitor later on when he comes through and stuff. Like for me, it's cool to read it now because like with the knowledge that I have, it's different. I can't look at it the exact same. Like I look at Konjuro like. First of all, I was like, he was ugly. I'm like, you traitorous motherfucker. Every time I look at him, you traitor ass bitch, just staring at him, motherfuckerly, with my Samuel Jackson look, just looking at him like, you raggedy.
There was a process of elimination on who the traitor was, and it came down to Raizo or Conjo. Those were the only two possible traitors, actually. Someone made that before Wano. And it actually makes sense because there's that thing on Zoe where they knew Raizo was there. The only way they would have gotten that information is with the traitor. The only two at the time that were on there was Conjuro and fucking Raizo. So it was the only, like, there was a 50-50 shot at that. But I wanted actually a chance to reread this before we did this stream, but I never got a chance to. But I would say that I'm looking forward to rereading this, which is surprising because I didn't mind Punk Hazard. I didn't really care for a lot of Dressrosa, but I think knowing, as you said, a lot of the information we know now. Remember when everyone was like, what does Momo mean? He's clearly thinking about Ace when he said, I was on Roger's ship. Like, that's not possible. You must have been thinking of Ace and stuff. Like, things like that, I think I'm going to see.
They're all explained now, and you're gonna have a I like to me like I think sometimes a later entry in a trilogy or series or whatever it is could either enhance old scenes, they might stay the same, or you can worsen them. And I think for the most part, I would say a lot of this stuff is enhanced, except Kinemon getting his body back together and that being the reason he survived in Wano. That's trash.
Yeah, that was a little bad, but the Momo's arc from the time we meet him up until the end of Wano, I think is, I don't want to say it's underrated by the fan base. I think just a lot of Wano haters.
I think it's a solid character arc. I wouldn't go crazy but it's solid. There's nothing wrong with it. I just stopped liking him once he gets big. 28. I don't know. As soon as he dragoned up, I'm like, nah.
With Luffy, at the beginning of Punk Hazard was really good and stuff, and we see it all culminate in the Battle of Wano and stuff, especially when because things he won't do. He won't cry and stuff because Luffy told him not. Luffy said to stand proud. Luffy told him this. So he's been doing a big brother role to Momo this entire time, and it's worked out extremely well. I think he's taken on a lot of Luffy's traits and the whole, like when he was fighting Kaido in Wano and he said, what was it? He goes, "You just bit a fucking Yonko. What could scare you anymore?"
Yep.
You know, like shit like that. It resonates with Momo. It works because remember, he's a kid. Simple logic, like Luffy applies, will work way more than people sitting down Momo and trying to explain things from an adult perspective. Being simplistic as Luffy is, that's going to resonate more and work better. And I just thought it, like, Oda knew what he was fucking doing, especially that line when he meets Momo and Punk Hazard, the fucking, "Oh, I don't know, I'm not a zone." Yeah. Okay. I'm not a zone. Nice, Oda. Very nice.
Shoot. No, that's a good scene too, because it kind of reminds me a little bit of what Kobe did when he swam with the sharks. He's like, if I could swim with the sharks and go underwater, blah blah blah. Like, bro, I'm not gonna feel no fear playing in an NBA playoff game 7 type situation. I'm good. So kind of that's actually what it reminded me of when I was reading it. So
I can see that.
Go
ahead.
And I was just gonna say, adding on to that, one of my favorite moments with Momo was when Conjuro kidnapped him, and so he mustered up the courage to tell everybody not to worry about him and to keep fighting, and he figured out his own way to escape. And I was like, you know what, Momo, that's what I like to see, Momo. I love that.
Big man things.
Yeah, he's trying his best, you know.
And one of the things we do have to remember is he's still just an 8-year-old fucking kid.
Yeah, that's never lost on me. I know I rag on him for being like in a 28-year-old body, but it's like I know that. I know he's still a child, and it's not easy.
I'm not saying you not. I'm just saying I think a lot of people that are not appreciating Momo's arc and stuff like that throughout the story, I think they're forgetting this is an 8-year-old fucking child. I remember stubbing my toe and getting tears in my eyes as an 8-year-old, for fuck's sake. I was a wimpy ass bitch. So, like, I'm just saying, like, he's
I
been
wasn't
through a
wimpy, but I
hell
was
of
a
a lot of
mama's
shit.
boy for sure. For sure, I was a mama's
Shit,
boy.
I still get tears in my eyes when I stub my toe. That shit hurts.
Yeah.
Yo,
mean,
I won't even
so
lie
bad,
to you.
it's
I
just
stepped on
some
I stepped
motherfucker
on
going
some
in your
Lego
mouth.
the other
It's
day, and I
so
was like, bruh. I was like,
Like drop to his knees.
wasted. Slow motion. What?
That shit
The
make
screen
you
went
do the
black and
Peter
white.
Griffin. Ah. Ah.
Yeah. We are a generation of pussies, confirmed.
We're the what do they call us? The participation trophy era generation.
That's right.
Millennials.
Trophies.
Yeah,
That's a little bit before my time. I'm 31. I didn't get participation trophies. I was happy.
we still a millennial. They still hate you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's true. No. I'm Gen Y. I separate myself as Gen Y. Millennials, not Gen Y. That's how I do it.
No. You one of us, bro.
I call.
You do what I do when I call myself the silent generation. Nah. You know what you are deep down.
I try to forget.
I'll be like, yo, I'm a boomer, man. They're like, no, you're not. Stop it. But all right.
You know how many times in my comment section I've been given the okay boomer fucking comment because people don't like my attitude towards shit.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's you know, when the young people, the next generation comes, it is what it is, you know. But what are your thoughts on Caesar as an antagonist for Punk Hazard specifically? Because I think he works very well for the arc. I'm not saying he's amazing, mind blowing. I just think he works. What do you think?
I think it works. I don't hate, like, I know a lot of people hate Caesar. I don't hate Caesar. I don't love Caesar. I think he works, as you said. I think he works for the arc. He's not amazing. I like that. I think it was Zoro. I forget, but somebody basically said that, like, Luffy got cocky.
Oh yeah, don't let your guard down. We're in the new world, and after he did, I'm going on UFO, and he's like, I said, take it serious.
Yeah, exactly. So I like that moment too because Caesar was the one to set up that moment. It's like, Luffy, yeah, you got your hockey. You're strong as fuck now. We all know it. We all are, but this is still the fucking new world. You're not top dog yet. Don't fucking underestimate. And look at what you fucking did. So I like that moment.
I feel
You know. So, and without Caesar having his very specific Logia and stuff like that, that wouldn't have happened. You know, if he had any other devil fruit, Luffy probably would have owned him the first time. Never would have had that moment, you know, to bring him back down. You know.
That's the only time in the New World that Luffy's had to been told to get serious, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was the first arc in the New World though, so.
Yeah, but I mean, like, ever
Fishman
since
Island.
he's been.
Fishman Island is still on the other side. It's still
on
on the other side of the red line. You have to go under it and then blah blah whatever, or
Yeah,
like it's in the middle. But I think he meant like
should say
literally,
it's
not
called
time skip, like literally the New World is what he meant. It's like Shinsekai.
Yeah, because at the idea is that I think we needed that moment because as you said, it's not like he hasn't been told like to get serious yet because he went in after the time skip sort of cocky, and Zoro basically leveled him back out, and he's been humbled by that I think ever since, subtly, because he's been giving it 110 every time since, but he took Caesar Clown too lightly, and he hasn't done that since that fight. So I think Caesar works in that regard.
Yeah, and I like it because I know he's not as strong as they are. That's what I was saying too. Like, it reminds me kind of the Foxy situation. I think is a good thing for a series. I don't think you always have to be like he's bigger, stronger, more destructive, faster than to give it a rest. So, okay, it's up to you now. What's the next thing? What's the next thing you want to touch on the Punk Hazard? Anything you want to talk about? A character, a fight, the arc, a moment? It's up to
Sanji.
you. All right,
Sanji.
let's talk about
It
it.
is
Sanji
time
said a lot of stuff
for
for
me
Wayne.
to sit up in my chair. Go ahead, brother Allen. Speak to the people.
Just the fact of Sanji saving Kanjuro and being the person, like, you know, being the main driving force behind getting Kanjuro's body back together and getting Kanjuro
Kinemon.
reunited with,
Kinemon.
Kinemon, getting Kinemon's body back together and getting Kinemon reunited with Momonosuke, and then Kinemon saying that he owes a great debt to Sanji. It's just that's just one of the parts that really helps set up Wano as a whole. Because if Sanji doesn't do that for Kinemon, we don't like none of this shit happens.
Fair.
Talk
Yeah.
to
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
these niggas. Damn.
I think
I'm so sick and tired of people saying that the only thing Sanji cares about is women. It's been proven time and time again that it's just not true. They don't pay attention.
This is
like
true.
he has a hierarchy of priorities, sure, but but
Yeah, he wants that TNA above all else. Absolutely, but that doesn't mean that's the only shit he cares about.
yeah. I mean, I could point to so many scenes where he's speaking sense into men, like Usopp.
Absolutely.
Usopp, what can't I do that you can do? And Usopp realized he can snipe from the rooftop. I can't do that. You know,
This is all.
and
This is all
even
fine.
Chopper. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, we're probably about to mention the same thing, but it's just when he tells Chopper a woman about a woman.
A real man. I think a
like,
real man forgives a woman's tears, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like people want to call him a simp for that. I'm like, bro, he's talking about women that that you know are lying to protect you, not just any fucking lying woman that you just talking to you.
Yeah.
It's like he's being very specific when he says this. He knows for a fact Robin is lying to protect them.
Yeah.
So he's saying, Chopper, as a real man, you should forgive her for that.
Exactly.
And even
we
in the
talked
same
about this
arc.
before on this stream, or not on this stream, but in a stream, I think Pat and I, you guys were there when I said, when did becoming a simp be an actual negative thing in the first place? Is what I just don't understand. Because if you're not simping for your girl, for your wife, or whatever, you're doing something wrong. Just saying.
Fair.
Yeah, simping for any and every woman, I'm not with that. But for your
Fair
girl,
enough, fair
absolutely.
Yeah.
I simp for no one.
I simp for no one.
I feel it though. I get what you mean though.
Yeah.
I got your point.
But now, even in the same arc, he tells Chopper, like, right after Usopp fought Luffy, he really just went out there as a man, put his pride on the line, challenged his captain, knowing he would lose. And he had to come to terms with that harsh reality right then and there. And you just gonna go in there after the fight and try to tend to his wounds? You're gonna wound his pride even more. Like, bro, you have to respect the boundary as a man.
Yeah. And even if you want to talk about when Aokiji first pulled up and Zoro and Sanji were like, bro, you asked for the ones. What do you want us to do?
Literally. He was like, what the fuck you want?
He asked for the ones. I'm not saying we're not going to go back after we thaw out, but Jesus Christ. So, yeah.
And again, at the end of that arc, when Zoro was telling them about how they shouldn't be running back to Usopp, and Sanji's like, Nami, I don't like this. I mean, I don't want to say it, but he's kind of right.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, he's got a point with
Yeah, that was one of the only times that Sanji actually agreed with Zoro was the Usopp situation and the Water 7 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, straight up just said, I hate to agree with Mosshead, but he's right. You know, and it's like, oh, shit. So even Sanji's feeling this shit.
Yeah. He gets a bad rap.
They know what it is, man. They just trying to hate on my boy for no reason. They know what it is.
But yeah, that also brings it just to another point of ever since the time skip, or I guess I could say since Punk Hazard, there's just been a lot more importance placed on Sanji.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here for this. Yeah, I'm up. I'm up. Post time skip has been the Sanji and Luffy show.
Just one little thing there, Pat, before you get too high up there in the clouds. I'm just going to mention one thing in Punk Hazard that a certain other member of the crew does that we've never seen before or since. He didn't use hockey, and he scared the shit out of a Logia that couldn't use her devil fruit anymore.
Oh, we were
not cutting her.
We were saving that. We were gonna bring that up.
Yeah.
You think we were gonna bring that up? We were gonna bring that up.
Listen, I got my Zoro fanboy in me. I couldn't let you say post time skips all fucking Luffy Sanji. I needed to get some Zoro love in there.
I like that.
No.
Luffy Law Sanji
Zoro's
show. I think
my
I agree
third
with that.
favorite
Law has a
character.
lot of love. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
We were gonna bring that up. We were gonna segue into that.
I mean, yeah, we'll get there. But here's what I'll say.
You can get there. You can still save it. You can
What I'll say with Sanji is this: like, I don't know like why he gets the level of a bad rap that he gets. But one thing that I always will, my eyebrow will raise, is if he goes leg to leg with somebody and it doesn't like turn out favorable for him. I'm just always wary of that. So when he went like to and this is coming from someone who I actually thought he could beat Virgo right then and there. Honestly, I really do. I think it'd have been hard, but I think he could have won. Maybe you don't agree with that. That's fine. I'm not mad at it. I don't think Dofi's officers are actually that crazy in hindsight. I really don't. Not one of them. But Virgo was the best one. I think he could have won, but I did kind of go, oh, when he went like to leg and I saw his like bone crack, I was like, I don't know, man.
No, but
I
remember,
chalk that up to him not being a armament hockey specialist.
no. Remember, before that, Nami was in Sanji's body beforehand, and then they got damaged by Caesar and them. And then when Sanji got back into his body, he was like, "Oh, what the fuck? Like, what happened to me?"
That's true.
So he wasn't at 100% when he fought Virgo, and he
I'll agree
still
with that, yeah.
he still dropped him twice.
That's true. He was giving them kicks. But Virgo. Why do you guys feel about Virgo? Cool, not
I
cool.
hate him.
Does he work?
He was cool. That's fucking where he always ended up with some fucking food on his face. That was funny.
Yeah, I didn't mind that. I like that gag. That was-
I think I don't know. Like I think he's fine. Like I don't have any issue with Virgo. There's one kick he gives Law. I'm like, oh my fuck. Before Law, he puts the room up and he kicks him and catches the heart back. That kick was insane. But and I remember I first saw Virgo. I'm like, yo, he got a crispy ass lineup. Hold on, what's going on? And I saw him in the fucking flashback with a fuck ass like bot. What do you have, like a bowl cut mushroom cut? I'm like, I'm like, ah, ew. That's not moving me. So that's all I got for him, really.
I used to hate when people tried to say that Pika was stronger than him just because Zoro was the one who fought Pika.
No.
I was like, bro, like
Virgo was the
what
number
are you-
two
what are
for
you saying?
Dofi. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he might be.
Surprisingly.
Also, he's the one to show us about the whole idea of full body armament hockey, which in theory is not a bad strategy. It just didn't pan out for him completely.
I don't know. Like I think I mean this is just a theory that I have because anytime someone has used it, they got fucking clapped. It's like it's cool because you give your entire body some defense, but I think that if you concentrate into one area, it's stronger. I noticed this. I think I noticed this in the Doflamingo fight. When Dofi would get hit, he would just hockey up the part where he's getting hit, like in the cheek or something. And sometimes when they would do it preemptively, I feel like they took more damage. Again, it's an intuitive thing. I can't say for sure, but I've always thought that like you have full body protection, but it's like a thinner layer of armor. So
I agree
No,
with that.
all right,
because, like, if you
don't
got-
get offended. Go ahead, Grieve. I'll say this after.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say that it makes total sense because, for example, if you know that you're gonna get like punched in the fucking stomach, you can fucking tighten up your muscles, tighten up your abs, take the hit. But
Bless you.
if you all of a sudden get punched in the shoulder, well, that's not what you tightened up. That's not where you expected the hit. So you're gonna take more damage to your shoulder than you would have if you had tightened that. So I think armament hockey. I think Naya's right. I think armament hockey does work that way. And then it's like you're stretching it out a little too thin. I mean, look at Luffy with the gears, with Gear 4th and stuff. He's spreading it like all over and stuff, but like the concentrated blows always seem to be a lot stronger or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think I agree with that.
What are you gonna say, Alan?
I was just gonna say, like, do you think that any of that subconsciously, besides what Grieve was saying about like just how normally when you're in a fight, if you're about to get hit here, you tense up there. Do you think that any of that subconsciously come from Hunter x Hunter and how they use Nin to defend themselves? Because that was exactly how they explained it in that series.
No. So these series came out relatively at the same time, so I don't think unless there's some type of Japanese.
No, not that like Oda took it from them, but like in your subconscious mind, you think that you're equating them, or I guess I don't know.
No, I don't.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm not sure I agree with it, but it's a
Part of it might be tied to willpower. Like it's harder. Like I know it's non-canon, so don't take this with a grain of salt. But I'm reminded of them being like, how the hell can Douglas Bullet hockey up like that in that big ass thing? Like I would argue the more you have to hockey up a part of your body or something like that, it probably takes more intense willpower and continuous stream of concentration. I don't. Again, this is all my headcanon. I cannot prove this definitively. I could be completely off base, but that's kind of how I saw it.
Well, it's clearly a mana pool of a description.
Yeah, it's a finite pool of energy. It's not infinite.
Right. It can run and look no further also about the subconscious uses of it in Luffy pre-time skip using Conqueror's Haki, of course, and even Zoro not realizing in Wano he doesn't know he's got Conqueror's Haki, but all he's doing is just pouring because Emma wants Haki. Doesn't care if it's observation, ornament, or Conquerors. It's taking Haki out of one pool out of his body, and he's just going, all right, take it all. And that's how he's activating his Conquerors, because he didn't know he had it. But Enma doesn't discriminate with Hakis, doesn't give a shit. So
I got something big to say about Conqueror Haki Zoro when we get to that point, but I'm gonna wait.
All right. The bad rep is that. Hold on. Save your thought. Don't forget what you're saying. The bad rep is Alpha Invader. Oda gets he abuses the gag too much. Him being a simp is cool. A lot of sim characters in anime are cool, like Jiraiya, for example. I'm not a Jiraiya fan like that, but Jiraiya's cool. Oda just makes it overbearing by spamming it almost 24/7. Bowl cuts are hideous. Oda uses Sanji and Luffy to show how strong villains are. I was gullible as a kid, so when Jabra said Robin was his sister, you believed him? I did not believe him. That's funny. That's funny because how young was I? I want to say like 12, 13. I don't know how young I was when I read that. But I was like, bro, why is he lying? Where did that, like, like boy? I literally thought boy who cried wolf type of thing. Like, he's lying over there.
Wait, nigga, Usopp wouldn't even say this.
Yeah. Virgo had to go into his drip. Virgo number 2, not Trebo Diamante Picados to your bumps. Virgo having the meat on his face was, I call it full body armor hockey. Yes, hockey mask lander always. Yeah, I'm not a Pika fan. Tekai or full bottom art. I think Tekai probably would work better for a full body defense like that. I don't know. I wonder if you can stack them though. You probably could stack them. And I think I read somewhere. I'm sorry, Pat. I think it might have been a Viva crowd. I could have been an SBS. I don't remember that. It's actually like training them to use armament or something like that. Like Tekai is like a precursor. I don't know if that's true though. Full body armament is probably a waste of hockey. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna say on the Virgo point. I actually like Virgo a lot.
Okay.
Like, he's one of my favorite characters in the Doflamingo's family, because first of all, like you say, he got the lineup. That shit clean as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
He walk around with shades 24/7.
I like his like marine coat thing he wears too. I think it's kind of squared.
Yeah,
it's cool.
His weapon of choice is a bamboo stick. I'm like, bro, that shit is fucking raw.
I do think his Devil Fruit's mid though.
When he talked to people, he'd be like, "That's Virgo's son to you." The nigga want respect at all times. I feel it.
Nah,
respect is a very serious thing to me.
Earn it. Don't demand it. I'm kidding.
Hey man, he's vice admiral. Not only is he vice admiral,
he's a filthy pirate.
Yeah, Don Quixote family number 2.
Absolutely.
To me, it's always. I'm sorry, I got to give it to my boy Senior Pink.
Oh, as your favorite in his crew? I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at
that. That's my number 2 in his crew. I'm not saying necessarily power wise or anything like that. It's just I think
you like him better.
I like him. I like him the most.
No, nobody will get mad at you for that. Senior Pink is that guy.
Yeah. I probably agree. I actually do like the fighting fish guy though. I don't remember his name. Dillinger, something like that.
Dillinger,
I hate that nigga. I fucking hate Dillinger.
He just sometimes when they just be looking for some chaos, I just be laughing like, oh, he's
I do not like that nigga, bro.
I hate him because of the anime. His voice was driving me up a wall. Oh my god.
I did not watch a lot of Dressrosa anime. I just watched.
I didn't watch any of it, so
I watched the scenes I cared about in the Gear 4 stuff. But that's when I stopped really watching the One Piece anime. It was around Dressrosa. It was killing me.
That was Dressrosa in the anime was the first time I stopped watching One Piece weekly, and I was like, I need a break. I was like, I need a break. Up until then, I would always watch One Piece when a new episode came out. Then
I was there every week, fam.
Yeah, in the middle of like the Coliseum stuff, I was like, "Holy shit! Hold on, I'll come back in a couple of weeks." I don't think I've done that for any art. Well, I mean, I'm lying because now I only watch the anime when that manga's on break.
Mm.
But yeah, like up
Y'all
until
remember
that
the
point,
dude
I
people
was
thought was
just
Sabo? He was cool. The guy in the steampunk hat. I don't remember his name. Damn it. I'll look it up. Like, sorry, keep talking. I remember his name. I don't remember at all.
I'm about to say, Dressrosa was when I finally caught up to one, or at least to the anime. It was
Mm.
right before Gear 4 right before Gear 4 was animated, and I think Zoe was just starting.
Mm.
Like they were finding up Zoe
So you caught
in
up
the
in
manga.
the time skip. So okay.
Mm-hmm.
What, do you remember what year you caught up? Like what? I don't remember what year that would be in real life right now, but
I
should
would
be
like to
2015,
say,
2016.
okay.
yeah, I'm about to say it's either 2015 or like past that. But yeah,
I feel it. What's this guy's name again? Oh, Gladius. Gladius. Yeah, people thought it was Sabo. I don't know why.
They thought Gladius was
They thought the
Sabo.
top hat because the top hat and the I don't know. I don't remember what the I actually don't remember all the talking points. I'll be honest. I don't remember them all. But yeah,
this guy, what the fuck?
I don't know. Garbage carrying
uh,
device animal's reputation. I remember someone thought the tournament participants in Dressrosa was Kaido. That's incorrect. That's what the. Well, you know what though, I'm not surprised by this behavior from this community.
no, so another point I'll give the Dressrosa anime is Pika's voice. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Mm.
And they said Duffy, and I died.
Bro,
I
when Zoro and Luffy just stopped and just looked at this nigga and Luffy busted out laughing, I was like, bro.
All right, let's we'll get there. We'll get there. But okay, so Griever, give us a punk hazard a talking point you want to address, a character, a moment. It could be the Zoro thing. It doesn't matter. What do you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, we got to talk about the Zoro thing eventually, but we can save that if you like.
No, it's up to you, bro.
No, you can start. You can start with that.
Okay. So then that's the moment I'm gonna pick because I mean there's some pretty good moments in Punk Hazard. You know, there was a couple, but this moment was because like holy shit, to this day that's got to be one of the top Zoro moments because it's never been done before or since. It's never been done with even Shanks has not been seen, or Mihawk or Kaido. Nobody has been seen to scare a Logia. He didn't hockey up because he doesn't like cutting women, but he fucking was the personification of a goddamn demon of the sword. It scared a Logia user, and not a weak one. This isn't the East Blue anymore. This is the New World. Scared her so much she couldn't even reform herself. He didn't, and he has hockey. It's not like Zoro was failing to cut. Like back in the East Blue, he was failing and he was attempting to cut and stuff, and just this was his way out. He could have used hockey. He could have cut her for real. Chose not to, and won a fight without actually injuring his opponent. He psychologically damaged her by not hurting her. That is a feat that not Luffy, not Kaido, that no one else in the fucking series, not even our boy Shanks, has fucking pulled off. No one has scared a Logia.
Have you ever seen a wild animal you were sure would never bite? Was a hard ass line.
Because I haven't seen it, but I still remember that whole scene, word for word.
I thought he killed her.
Tashigi over here dicking around, wasting time. Zoro's like, Jesus Christ. He pulls his sword out, gives her a little cut on the cheek.
Little nick.
He's like, he's like, you underestimated me, Snow Woman. When you thought that you had the dub, you should have just hurried up and took care of her and went on with your day. Have you ever seen a wild animal that you were sure would never bite? Because I sure haven't. Monet taking 2 steps back. Next thing you know, she can't move. Nigga Zoro charging her. Itoyu! Daishinkan.
That Conqueror's hockey foreshadow?
It might have been, honestly.
Maybe.
Nah, let's not do that.
I mean, listen, in the same arc, Oda had the whole zone Luffy line. So it's entirely possible he was setting that shit up.
Well, I'll say this. I don't know when Oda decided that the Gomu Gomu no Mi was a Zoan, but I'll tell you, it wasn't always. It was not from inception.
No,
maybe
absolutely.
it was around Punk Hazard, but I actually think he came up with the idea in Wano, personally speaking. But
I think it came up with before Wano.
I can't prove
think he
that.
had Wano
I can't prove
mapped
that
out,
though.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
The glare with the red eyes. Ooh, smoker greater than Kobe stacks for future development. I mean, I would love it. I like Kobe too, though. Don't get twisted. The Marines lost all their clout in Dressrosa because of the vice admiral who got folded by Barto. Garp carrying the vice admiral's reputation. Oh, I read it already. They abusing that crowd. Running. Well, okay. Anyways, the Zoro.
Hey, the nigga that Barto fought wasn't a vice admiral. That was Maynard, right? Maynard's vice admiral? No.
I don't remember. I actually don't even remember who he's talking about specifically. I'll be honest. Let me look at it. Look it up. But the Zoro scene was really cool. It was dope.
Yeah, it is Maynard. Oh wait, he is. What the fuck?
I don't like.
They let anybody become a vice admiral.
Well, I was.
Vice Admiral is not impressive.
Well, no. Well, I think the problem isn't. I don't think that's the problem. I think the issue is ultimately, we still don't understand what the actual criteria is, or how you actually properly rank up in the Marines. I think if we had that knowledge, a lot of this can make more sense, because what if you're not, I do think you have to have a certain level of strength, but what if some of those guys are leveling up because of like seniority and like competency and like doing certain things in the army or whatever?
I always assumed the Marines worked like, well, the fucking Marines. It's an army. It's the Navy. You rank up, as you just said, based on.
Well, there's only one person here. There's only one person here who can fully explain how that works, because I have no military knowledge. None. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't.
I've got a little bit.
when you rank up in a Marine specifically, it's a combination of a lot of things. It's your physical ability, your mental acuity, your marksmanship, and your what else? What's the last criteria? Your Marine Corps martial arts status. So the martial arts status doesn't matter too much, but your physical ability matters a lot. So like we take fitness tests, physical and a combat fitness test twice every year. Based on the scores you get, you fall in the first class, second class, third class. If you're between the ranks of a private and a lance corporal, you're going to rank up over time regardless of what your status is if you don't fail. But then when you become a corporal and beyond, like corporal to sergeant to staff sergeant, the class that your physical and combat fitness test scores fall under will determine whether you have an opportunity to be eligible to rank up or not. So if you keep getting third class, you might just stick at being a lance corporal for real. So it's a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah. It's that's what I'm saying. Like there's more than one thing. It's not just based on power. Like
that's
like,
kind of what I was getting at.
Does matter, and what you're contributed to. I don't know necessarily certain things, but I know back in the British and the Canadian Navy, from what I understand, because my grandfather was in both, he got ranked up as a navigator on the ships by doing more tours with different crews and different ships. And it was solely based, like the moment he moved on after his 15th year onto this, he went from something to a lieutenant or something like that, and it was just okay, cool, like so there's like more criteria than just, I guess, like as I said, power or like incidents you're involved in and stuff like that.
But that's why I said it'll be good to know, because I would argue, because like I don't think it works exactly that way. I think there's probably some similarity and overlap, but I don't think it works exactly the same way, because you got powers and shit, so it works a little differently. But
well, remember,
I would
was offered the position of admiral.
He declined it because he declined it because he didn't want to work directly under the Celestial Dragon and stuff like that. So I get that. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the actual criteria is. And I think part of the problem with that too is it ties into the military draft. We have no idea what that is and how it works. And I kept thinking to myself, like, was Isho and like Aramaki just there this whole time? Just like you had some cold ass monsters in there, like. Did they kind of rise up after a while? Like, Shatan and Momo Usagi, I think, were also some candidates. Like, I think that would put a lot into perspective. But since we don't know that, the vice admiral class, like I always say, is the one that varies the most. I don't.
Yes.
I don't go as far to just call vice admirals garbage, but that's the one where when I see one, I have no idea what to expect. They could be
Yeah.
incredibly competent, or they could be somewhere in the middle, or woefully incompetent, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
You have your competent ones like Garp and Mamonka, Smoker. Then you have your
I know
incompetent
Sudu
ones
was a
like
veteran.
Gil.
She's been there for a while. I don't know if she's like that cold, but she's been there for a while, you know. So I'm sure she's
she
pretty.
was there. She was fighting alongside Sengoku and Garp. So
She'd be washing people, man. She's cold.
Literally.
she like I'm not. I think she stayed in that position. I think she, if it came out that she also refused the position of admiral at some point, I wouldn't be surprised. Because when we see her in that one thing that Oda drew, she was like, she had a sword and shit. Like, she was a fighter at some point, and she was fighting alongside Garp and Sengoku back in the primes. I don't see her being weak, you know.
Yeah, and then again, like I think about like what if it's one of those things too where it's like I know I'm sure maybe you can correct me if it's doesn't work in real life, but I'm sure you can be physically capable of doing a lot and like a great shot and stuff, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're meant to lead.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's why I think like the mental capacity and emotional how you regulate your emotions and be able to stay calm and cool under pressure and things of that nature, I think it all ties into it. So like I don't actually think I don't think Garp would be the worst fleet admiral, but I definitely wouldn't want him to be the fleet admiral because like
No,
he won't do no
perspective,
paperwork.
he'd be
He's gonna eat
terrible.
Senbon crackers, and I'm never gonna know where he's at. He's gonna do whatever the hell he wants, but like he'd still be cold though. So you know what I'm saying? Like I actually'd rather Sengoku be the fleet admiral. I think that makes more sense.
Sengoku made a lot of sense. It's sort of like, and remember, sometimes they don't take the recommendations. Remember, so for example,
Aokiji
Kong,
was oh there we go. Sorry.
he Sengoku, who decided he was the one. They didn't fire him. He just didn't want to be fleet admiral anymore, and he recommended Aokiji for the position. If Akainu had not fought that decision, the recommendation alone, it works no different than politics and government and shit like that. Like recommendations from a superior officer go a lot towards your career.
True.
You know.
Yes, sir.
So Aokiji could have stepped into fleet admiral, basically on Sengoku's recommendation alone, from what we understand.
Okay.
So
Shikawa
at least
said,
that's the way I took it. Like because then Jinbei said Akainu contested the decision, and then they fought.
okay.
So, and then
I thought somebody else contested it and said they would rather have Akainu as the fleet admiral.
I thought it was stated that Akainu himself actually contested the idea of Aokiji becoming fleet admiral, and that's why they fought.
Yeah, I kind of say he wanted the position.
Right.
Oh,
He said,
I
want it."
actually, no, you guys are right, Pat and Griever. I actually remember a very old translation saying what you said, Alan. I actually remember that because I know some of those translations were very wonky. I do remember one translation kind of making it seem like someone else recommended that it should be Akainu, someone recommended it should be Kuzan, and then that's why they had the feud. I remember that actually. I don't think you're correct. Okay, so hold on. Chiguao said, "I know people don't really care about Tashigi, neither do I that much, but she's one of the disappointing things upon Hazard as well for me. Because pre-time skip, we see Smoker telling her that she's too weak for something, and she cries, and her conviction to get stronger. Then upon Hazard, she kind of gets washed. I wish she was the one to win against Snow Woman. Zoro can even help her somehow a bit. I don't care, but let her do most of the work and ultimately win. Here's what I'll say. I think it's fair to be disappointed with Tashigi solely due to the fact that you know that she looks just like Kuina and what kind of past Kuina and Zoro has. So, and with all the Matos or whatever. So, I could see that. I kind of, and maybe this is me rationalizing for Oda. I admit that I still do that from time to time. I just think she's one of those characters where it's like, just because you have a dream and you strive towards it doesn't mean you'll succeed, bro.
Absolutely.
She is not her. She's not the one. You're not getting them Matos. You're not beating nobody in swordsmanship. You are garbage. You are a compliment to Smokers faction in the Marines, and you're just gonna have to be okay with that. Sorry, that's how I see her.
Honestly, after Punk Hazard, I feel like she isn't even gonna be on that dream as hard as she was because it seemed like she found a different role when she got the kids.
There you
Yeah,
go.
playing house.
There
She
you
need to
go.
stick to that.
Yeah.
This pirate life not for her, bro.
This marine life not for you, bro. They're letting everyone but Kobe become a vice admiral. We don't. Well, Kobe's still pretty young. Kobe could only have been in the marine for like what, a little less than 2 years or 2 years. So no, sorry,
Yeah,
it would have been like it would have been like kind of like the, I guess, somewhat around 8 to something months, 10 months, because that's a pre-time skip, and then so like almost like it's like that'd be really quick. I'd argue, but then again,
cause
he
he's a captain, right?
yeah. I think I saw. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'll look at it in a second, but I still boast
Was it
that
a
he has
rear
the highest
captain?
he has the highest growth rate in the series. I mean, I don't think he's a rear admiral yet. I don't remember. I remember when he was reintroduced with the Rocky Port. Someone said it was a translation error. They like I think they effed up. He was supposed to be
Yes,
like a rank.
they was
Yeah,
he
they
was
fucked that
supposed to
up.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kobe needs that Rocky Port cloud to keep him afloat in the sense of him not messing with JB, getting JB mess with career. Vice admirals vary more than warlords. Do I agree with that? Probably.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
that
yeah, 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 yeah,
he's a
yeah,
captain.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Low diff
For
on
the time that
Barto.
he spent in, like knowing the rank structure like I do,
Hmm.
being a captain is ridiculous.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, that.
yeah,
And
Greenville
once
was
again,
definitely
this is
recommended.
a
Sorry,
perfect
hold on
example
one sec. One
of
sec.
what
One
we were
sec.
talking about. How Garp's influence, being trained by Garp and stuff, makes him steadily rise because the hero of the Marines is directly influencing and training him. So that the credibility is there, rather than anybody else.
I feel it. Greenville was definitely recruiting out of Burning Man. Bro called Smoker competent. I am going to put my cape on for Smoker in a second. Apparently Sudu fought Roger and Whitebeard too. She's called a hockey master. There you go. Dofi couldn't
Yeah,
even
that's
beat
true.
an old Sudu. I think Garb can be a great fleet admiral. You just don't want to be. He would rather vibe. Again, I think he would work. It's just not. I just don't think it's the ideal fleet admiral. Like you'd be more efficient having Sengoku run it, and you can
Excuse me.
deploy Garp. That just makes more sense to me. The way I see it, it's just like I would argue, like me and Garp have that in common. I think Garp is probably a good leader. He's just a reluctant one. I'm the same way. Like, if I can be KD and just hoop, and I don't got to do all the galvanizing and fucking lighting a fire under your ass, I don't want to do that shit if I don't have to. Because I think we should all be in the same goddamn mission. Win the soccer game. Why do I have to light a fire under your fucking ass? I hate that shit. Because don't got to do it for me, but sometimes you need someone to do that. That's kind of how I see it, so. We haven't seen Garp and Sengoku together post time skip. Didn't see a lot of senior Marines wanted the Kainu. I remember a translation saying that. I don't know if it. I think it was. I think I remember reading that on like manga stream. And
Yeah,
those are like
that's
not
it.
great translations.
Yeah,
They're
that
just
was
they're just the
definitely
fastest ones, you know. At that time in that era, a little bit before I almost said JJK. Jamini's box came around. Aokiji comes from the Garp tree of doing whatever he wants. I can see why Akainu said no. Most Marines want Aokiji, but Government High wants one Akainu. I'll check in a second. True, but I feel like Oda was putting that groundwork for at least some for development. I'd argue that maybe it's true, but I think in the interest of time and focusing on what matters first, I think he was totally okay with shelving her. But I think the biggest mistake he would probably have to eat on that was making her look just like Kuina. So it would have been one thing to maybe like share her dream. I guess it wouldn't make sense to want to be the best. I don't know. Could I be in the Marines and be the world's greatest swimmer and I beat Mihawk's ass? Do I get the title? Hold on. Do I get the title?
I don't see why not.
So she get the 10th of One Piece, but slightly better. Oof. Kobe still a captain. The real admiral was retconned. Okay, Tashigi goes through the same character arc every time we meet her. Someone calls her fodder. She cries, and she'll get stronger. Repeat. I think that's kind of true because that happened in Alabasta, didn't it? They really recruiting these admiral level characters from the hood. Yo, Sengoku was definitely better. I agree. He didn't want to serve the Celestial Dragon. That's part of the reason why he didn't want to do it. He does not fuck with them. He didn't want to serve with them. So, but yeah, I'm not mad at all those things. Okay, so I'll go next. I want to talk about the downfall of Smoker and Smoker's reputation and perception in his community. I would argue started here because, quote unquote, he lost 3 times in one arc. He lost to Law. He quote unquote lost to Virgo, though he was just trying to get Law's heart back. So he have to owe debt to a pirate. That was I don't know why we don't talk about that. And then he lost to Doflamingo after having I guess after doing all those fights and with Caesar and getting his body swapped and fighting with Law and Virgo, he loses to Doflamingo. And I'm not one of those people who's solely again, I know no one in this call does this like that, but in the One Piece community at large, in the talking spaces that I'm in, it seems that a lot of characters' worth is solely tied to like their win-loss ratio. And I always say this: I don't know when it happened or how it happened, but I actually remember in like the early kind of vestiges of me being on the internet talking about One Piece heavily, people used to hate Crocodile. He lost to pre-gear Luffy. He's trash. I swear to God, that was a
I remember
prevailing
that.
argument you'd hear all the time. Now, for whatever reason, a lot of people saw the light. He's the greatest character in One Piece. That's the GOAT. Shout out to Crocodile. But shout out to Crocodile. But it is a thing that they do where it's like, oh, like he lost a fight. Well, now he's garbage. And I'm like, why doesn't any of the other things about him matter? Personality, character arc, character design still plays a big role. Why sometimes we like or don't like characters. Those are all other facets that make someone interesting and good or bad. And I'll never forget the it might be anime only. So with like the ice cream scene and stuff like that. Like I like Smoker. He's a good character. He's a good guy. He's one of those people who are in the Marines and he's not like corrupt or anything. He wants to do the right thing. He wants to apprehend pirates. And that's why, and like seeing him being kind of conflicted with the Straw Hats because what they did ultimately kind of saved the kingdom and whatnot. He's like, all right, I'm going to still try to catch you, but you get a head start kind of thing. Like his moral compass isn't warped. I like that. That's important because justice is a big theme when it comes to the world government and the Marines. You got absolute, dark, and different other ones, lazy and absolute. And sometimes you find some of the Marines and like, yo, this guy's ethical compass is not fucked up. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Smoker, just regardless of him doing all those things. So, thank you, Monker, for the subscription. I appreciate it. But yeah, what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on Smoker? I guess up to that point and then prior, did it ruin his perception? Was his perception ruined to you? What are you guys thinking?
Just
first.
really quick, I did check up chapter 650 when the Jinbei talked about Akainu, and this is just the Viz, but it said Sengoku endorsed Aokiji, who enjoyed widespread support from his own subordinates and the rest of the Marines, but dignitaries within the government strongly pushed for Akainu.
Okay.
So they both had so the Celestial Dragons wanted Akainu.
Fair enough then. All right, so then
the Marines wanted that.
So I apologize. I misremembered that then because I remember one time reading a translation and I remember when you said that I remember seeing that, but I'm like maybe that was one of those things where like I remember the first time I was reading One Piece and they called the admirals like the supreme something at like Marine.
Navy
and I'm like
officers
something like that,
yeah.
and I'm like so like. Yeah. I remember going through all the errors of different translations from Manga Panda, One Manga, and all those kind of things. So,
yeah. So it was probably just I thought the same thing. So misremembering shit.
So my bad on that. But yeah, Smoker, go ahead.
24 hours.
Smoker.
Okay. So I'll go first. Like you said, I really like Smoker a lot because he's one of those Marines in the series that embodies what Marines should actually be like Garp, Aokiji, Kobe. I guess you could throw Helmeppo in there now, but he wasn't like that at first. But yeah, these are people that like you would want to breathe a sigh of relief and be happy to see when they show up on the scene, when they're ready to apprehend people. Of course, you got like the moment where he's trapped, where Crocodile has all of them trapped in a cage and stuff like that, and then he tells them like, whatchamacallit, the banana gator over there is the one that has the key inside of it, and then like he's helping him out because he could clearly see that Crocodile is the one doing fucked up things and the Straw Hats are the only ones that can stop it. Like you said, the little ice cream scene in the anime where the little girl bumps into him and she looks up, he looks mean as hell, and he's like, oh, my bad. And gives her some money to go buy some more.
And my bad, just keep going. I'm just going to throw this in there real quick. Also, don't forget that Luffy told Zoro to save him when they were underwater in Alabasta. Keep going.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, every time you see Smoker, like, he's never doing anything where he would have to compromise his beliefs in order for something to get done. And I really respect that.
bro hung up on the elders is like, nah, y'all eat shit.
Yep, they was trying to give him a promotion for Crocodile getting defeated. He was like, bro, I did not beat that nigga. And then they're still talking. He's trying to tell him like, bro, you know what? Take that promotion and shove it up your ass. And he hang up the phone. And I was just like, yo,
I was
like
like,
from
nigga,
that moment
fuck
on,
was
I've always
that?
been a Smoker fan.
Yeah.
Me too. I was like, bro, that was nice.
And you
Also,
got Hina telling him you shouldn't have
before
done that, and he's just like, man, fuck them. What were you gonna say, Alan?
I was supposed to, before I get into Smoker, I do want to say, I was one of those people who said that Smoker, that Crocodile was whack for losing the pre Tom or pre Gear Luffy, but that was before I saw him in Marine Ford. So I'd like to apologize because I had him completely fucked up.
It's all good, bro. It is what it is. I'm used to it. I've been here for like 18 years, man.
I see.
He said what? He personally dislikes Smoker because he kind of doesn't matter in his story. He didn't matter in the story. Is taken by Fuji and Kobe, and that comment about not daring to do what Fuji did, even if he was an admiral, was just disgusting. So all I want to know is if you're wrong, are you gonna admit it? I hear what you're saying though. I do, but I don't. I mean, I don't care about that Fuji scene. That line doesn't bother me like that. I don't care about that like that. I think that's something Dritz brought up in one of the videos. I don't really care about that like that.
But I mean, that's a different thing though. Like, it's one thing to like tell your subordinates. I mean, not your subordinates, your superiors that like, hey, man, what you're telling me right now is a load of bullshit. Fuck off. In a private conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's another thing to embarrass your whole organization on like live TV, pretty much in their world, getting on your hands and feet, which in Japanese culture, getting on your hands and feet and bowing your head is like the biggest like thing you could do to like show like what's the word that I want to use?
Humility.
Not really like fealty, I would say. Fealty.
Okay, all right.
That's probably a better word to use. But yeah, like in their culture, like doing something like that is an extremely big deal. And he basically like went out there and said the world government and the Marines as a whole are not shit for what happened in Dressrosa.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with Smoker saying, damn, I don't think I would be able to do something like that.
And I never took it this way. I guess some people took it because I'm like, Smoker doesn't have that level of tact.
Yeah,
he's very forceful.
With the Marines, when he was talking to the superiors, that's just on account of him, what affects him, at like on a personal level. Yeah. That's why he was like indignified because he was like, bro, what are y'all telling me right now? Like it affects his pride. As far as like affecting the whole organization of the Marines and stuff like that, that's a completely different matter.
And Fuji's mission is completely different. He wanted the abolishment of the warlord system, amongst other things, right? Like,
yep.
Again, the idea that a combination of Fuji and maybe Kobe taking some of the spotlight from Smoker, because Smoker's supposed to be, in some people's eyes, Luffy's rival in the Marines or whatever, it's well taken to the most part. Like, I don't agree with it, but I understand the thought process. But there's nothing wrong with Smoker, bro. Only thing you could probably argue is like maybe he's a little too weak right now, but I'm sure next time we'll see him, he'll get the off-screen hand job.
I'll say that actually that I have two problems with Smoker. That's one of them. I wish he was stronger post time skip.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a huge problem because I like Smoker as a character, but actually I'm gonna do a little bit of pushback because we did watch that. Pat is right about, or Nayad, one of you was right about the Driz video.
Mm-hmm.
He brought up that point, and are they different situations? Yes, and I see the argument there, but I'm a little bit on the other side that he basically said, I wish I had the rank to basically say, no, the Straw Hat Pirates are the one who did this. We did not save Alabasta. I wish I could go up to the king and basically say that shit. He basically said that if he had the rank, and then basically said when he saw Fuji do it 2 years later, he basically said, oh man, I never could fucking do that. So I do see the argument on both sides, and that does kind of bother me a little bit because it does seem too similar a situation. Yes, there's differences, but it is similar enough that he said one thing in Alabasta and he's saying something different in Dressrosa. So that did bother me a little bit when it was pointed out to me, though I will say I never noticed it until it was pointed out to me. So that's why I'm not going to fight the point very much because I never really noticed at the time.
Well, here's what I'll say. I think this is one of those situations, and again, everyone's free to think what they want and believe what they want. I don't get into that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But One Piece fans baffle me a lot when they read something or they're analyzing a situation and they get the weirdest takeaways. And you know what example I love to use anytime I talk about this, the introduction of the Revolutionary Army military captains or whatever they're called, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're trash. They're weak. Peachbeard, Pinkbeard is not that strong. They're on the Grand Line. And I'm like, that was your takeaway. Not that every one of these motherfuckers had a skill set and or ability perfectly tailor suited for revolutionary work. You have travel and intel distribution that you can do pretty inconspicuously with Karasu being crows, right? You always need a tech guy, a guy who has technology and things like that with steampunk power. Go shout out to Lindbergh. I think I'll call him Lindbergh, right? Lindbergh. You have Morel, who can actually basically solid snake you into places because he can hide you in. I think it's clay, right? Was it clay? Morel, Morley. Sorry.
Morley.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Morley, I think. Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, and you can hide with that, and then Bella motherfucking Betty. What is the actual point of a revolution? To overthrow your what?
Insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
And her power literally gives the people the power. Like, how did you guys get that fucking dumbass takeaway? They're weak. Oh, Peachbeard. I can't stand this community sometimes. Because you read something and I go, how is that the takeaway you got? You're not thinking.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. Like, I think someone in your chat even mentioned, and I think it sums it up perfectly, is One Piece fans will be like, power scales will be like, but One Piece is not all about the fighting.
And talk about power scaling for 4 hours every week.
And don't get me wrong, I like talking about power scaling. I really do. I enjoy it in a general sense. I don't like it when it gets toxic, and I got no problem doing it. But when they get too crazy, as you said, when One Piece fans go a little too nuts with it, it's like there's more important things than just the fighting, you know?
And there it is. So that's probably why I take issue with the kind of Fuji smoker thing. Like, that's not as egregious. That one I understand a bit more. But my point is just that, like, smoker's personality and Fuji's personality are not the same, right? Sure. It literally reminds me of somebody who would understand. I almost went into the male personality types. Let me not do that. But somebody who can work the actual social hierarchy and politically move a certain type of way because they have a lot of tact. They know how to talk. They know how to move. They know what buttons to push. They know how to move politically. Smoker is more like I want to say literally a raging bull, but all he understands is like, yo, I'm not listening to you. Fuck off. He doesn't have the tact to be like, what's the smart way to move through this marine kind of situation to get like the world? Like, he's not thinking about that's not who he is. You have people for that. Think about Garp and Sengoku even. That's not really Garp's role to be doing that kind of stuff. It's not his role. I'm not saying he can't do it, but it's not for him. It's better suited for Sengoku. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
So, but let's talk about Smiley. The the axolotl. I actually didn't know what an axolotl was until I so Smiley came out way back in the day. I pronounced it wrong the first time I saw that word though. I think I put oxtacockle or something. Like that's not what that says. But what do you guys think about that monster? Did you think it was a good addition to add some tension and suspense when it was like not freezing? I don't know, it's petrifying and turning them to stone or something like that. I think I remember correctly. What do you guys think of Smiley? Yes, no, mid, somewhere in the middle.
For comedic effect.
It was, he was just there, like I don't know. To me, it sort of felt like they were setting up or trying to do another Oars Junior thing or Oars thing with like from Thriller Bark, like we were gonna have. I don't know. It just felt like okay, we got this big pet, and it's doing this thing. I almost felt it a little unnecessary for the arc. I think the arc's fine whether you see those scenes or not, but
It's the like time limit kind of thing, ticking time bomb thing that every arc kind of has, and I never really noticed until the thing kind of pointed it out. So
yeah, I don't that's another thing. I don't like every arc doesn't need to have this whole we have 3 minutes till the bomb explodes. You know, Namek will explode in 5 minutes. Do you know what a minute is? I don't think you do. You know, like 'cause that shit is and it happens in so many series. Like everything, somebody's gonna be killed in 30 minutes. The planet's gonna blow up in 30 minutes. There's always a time limit. Sometimes not so black and white pointed out to us, but that was another one, and I felt like Punk Hazard was fine. It didn't need it, so. I don't know.
okay.
I'm sort of indifferent to it.
I think the thing I liked about it the most was just knowing that like another instance of seeing a inanimate object kind of eat a devil fruit in a sense.
Oh, that is cool.
So you have the model Dachshund, Lasso. We had the elephant Funkfried, and then Smiley. So just kind of keeping that theme going.
Oh, and the cover page, didn't we have the shield that ate the?
Oh shit! That sounds familiar.
Yeah,
Who's that again? The giant, the girth. What her name? Someone else.
It was someone who was raised with Big Mom or something like that. She's got a shield that's got a fucking that ate a devil fruit.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay. But yeah,
it was cover cereal.
I kind of like Smiley. I won't lie to you, but I feel it.
Well, fair enough.
Because I thought the Kiamon, I think the Foxfire. That's crazy. The fire cutting. I thought about Shippo for a second. I thought that was a cool moment for him. Where like we learned that fire makes it blow up. Because remember Luffy had like blitz behind Caesar when he like put it on him, and after we just didn't see the explosion. Like what happened? And Kiamon's like, yo, I cut that shit. I was like, yo, you just cut explosions and fire, nigga? That's kind of crazy. So that's all I got.
Yeah,
that's all I have for
It
Smiley.
was kind of cool.
That's all I
I
have for
fucked with that.
Okay.
Especially because Zoro was like, oh, he cut fire. And then the next time he was like, is he going to cut fire again? Let me see that shit.
Yeah. He learned it. So. So. Anything you think we forgot to mention or speak about in Dressrosa Punk Hazard that's important, or we can give it our rating now.
Yes.
Talk to me.
2 things.
Yeti Cool
First
Brothers.
thing.
It's okay.
Well, no, I'm not gonna mention them niggas. I've had enough of them niggas being mentioned. I hate it. Anytime somebody wants to talk shit about Punk Hazard, they always bring up the Yeti Cool Brothers. Fuck them. The first thing that I want to bring up is that Punk Hazard is fucking funny as shit. Like, there's a lot of funny ass moments in Punk Hazard. I recall when Law was asking to form the alliance with Luffy and them, and Robin was like, pirate alliances are marked by betrayal. He was like, you gonna betray me? And Law was like, no. Nope. And Luffy
turns around, he starts tinkling. He's like, bro, you're so unserious.
Or when fucking they put Chopper on top of Law's head because he couldn't move, and they started laughing at this nigga.
Or Robin constantly being like, Frankie, please stop talking to Choppers, please. You're just ruining his cute. He grimacing. He has his arm folded. He's scowling, and Robin's like, stop talking, please.
Bro, when Luffy picked his nose and put it on Chopper.
Bro,
he was like, what?
When they were fucking when Zoro and Tashigi were fighting Monet and Sanji was running through with the Marines, and he was like, oh, Zoro, and he was like, hey, everybody, make a face at Mom's head as you pass him.
And they fucking listened. That was the funniest part too.
And Zoro started burning up. Nah, the arc is funny as shit. And on a serious note, one thing we want to talk about, when they were going to form the alliance, Law said, join with me and we're going to take down one of the 4 Yonko. And Luffy said, which one? Oh. And then we find out later on it was Kaido. And then he flashes back and he was like, if Kaido's the first one, that's fine. but eventually I'm gonna take down all 4. I don't know why people in the community have this idea that Luffy doesn't want to fight Shanks.
Oh well, I think they. I
They're
think
both pirates.
I think there's certain things about Luffy people misunderstand. Where I say, Luffy is like an ape and he's gullible, but he's not naive because
Naive.
you have to.
Man.
He made this even clear as early as Alabasta when he ran into Ace. Next time we meet on the seas, it'll be as
Pirates.
he understands. He understands what it is, you know. And coming from the kingdom he came from, when Vivi was like, "I'm gonna save the kingdom without anyone dying," and he's like, naive. Nope,
People die.
doesn't work that way. So it's kind of like how I will argue people misunderstand the Zoro Sanji relationship. That's a part of Luffy's character I don't think a lot of the community gets. But I also understand that at this point, I don't think a lot. Like, I'm not talking about anyone here and some of the people in the chat, but a lot of these guys don't think for themselves. They, whatever their favorite One Piece YouTuber tells them is what they think. Because I'm not here to tell you what you think. I always encourage you guys to disagree with me. Just make fucking sense. That's all I ever ask.
Hey, just to add on to that, Pat, I used to tell people that they'd be like, Luffy can't beat all the emperors. Or like, why can't he?
Why can't he?
What's stopping him from doing it?
At the point that Luffy said that shit, we were like, what, 600 chapters into One Piece? 500 chapters? Fuck you mean he can't fight all 4 of them? Yes, he can.
And then not only does he say it then, he doubles down on it in Dressrosa. Like, I don't care if you're a Yonko, an admiral, it don't matter. A warlord, none of that shit matters. I'm gonna whoop all of you.
And he said it again in Wano. He said, I came here to whoop all of you. It's an all-out war, nigga.
Oh no, I can't end this part without talking about me literally screaming in college and walking out the classroom when Dofi was running through the air. I was in the middle of a college class, bro. The teacher was talking and I was reading the chapter and I audibly yelled, like, out loud. I closed my laptop, I put that shit in my bag, and I went back to my to my house. I said, nah, this chapter is too hype. I can't be here. He is running in the air, nigga. What the fuck is going on? I had to go home. I couldn't be there.
Nah, look, I don't think the community understands. Like, me and you, we were reading that shit weekly. When these niggas was having their little fucking post-arc celebration and shit like that, and Doflamingo was on the way, right? I was terrified.
I was like, bro, and then Kuzan pulled up, and what did Virgo say? Dofi hockeyed up his butt so he could sit on Smoker. That's actually fucking funny as shit. That was funny as shit. Good job, Virgo. That shit was funny. But yeah, I've done that though. Anaya, I was like, yo, and I'm like, I'm in fucking class. I gotta leave now. I just left. It's like when my friend BBN'd me, the chapter's out after the 5 weeks of the time skip, and I ran out of math class. I left my book bag and everything in there, and I went to the library to read that shit all fucking afternoon over and over with tears in my eyes. It was really a One Piece over everything, bro. I promise. I even read a One Piece chapter halftime in a game once. One Piece was really life, bro.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That was not in the huddle.
Cole just talk about what we need to do is blah blah. I'm like, hey yo, all right, Luffy, what you do now? Like he just.
Just to add on to your point earlier, not about people thinking that Luffy doesn't like fighting. It also happens in Zao when Usopp's like, oh, we can just sneak into all the we can just sneak in and steal the poneglyphs, and Luffy made that face. He's like, bro, what?
He made such a displeased face. He was like, that's so boring.
He said sneak.
I don't want to be Pirate King that way.
Yep.
These niggas need to know my name. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I want them to know exactly who came here and fucked they shit up.
Yeah. But yeah, that was like a cool and terrifying way for the arc to end. And I also remember that on Baby 5 and what's that nigga's name? What the Dacia? I remember his name. I don't remember his name. What's his name again? With the spinning neck. He came at Baby 5.
Oh, Buffalo.
Yeah. Dacia, whatever the fuck he was doing. I was like, bro, this guy's weird. But I guess I'll the last thing I have to say is just this: does it bother you guys that Sanji used that like a revitalizing attack soup recipe to like help I guess when at the end of Punk Hazard, and he never actually really used any of the recipes? I guess let me know from the Kamabaka Kingdom that he got those 2 years. Is that something that like bothers you guys a lot or not?
Has he had the opportunity to use it?
Uh,
Since then?
I don't.
I'm not even gonna hold.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I'm not
I don't know though. I don't know.
That shit kind of just like fell in the back of my mind. I also like kind of just interpreted that he doesn't like it's not necessarily him going to show off every single recipe. Instead, he just incorporated that into how he makes his food now. If that makes sense. So like whatever, I don't know. If,
like whatever he makes has a component of that in it naturally.
I agree with that.
Okay,
I'm with that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. And you're right, Lost Child. I'm sorry. Lost slicing up the island like that when he beat Virgo was insanely incredible.
I was gonna talk about that. Damn.
But you could lead it up properly. Let me tag you in. Talk about the gears. Talk about the bar he dropped. Talk about the bar.
So I'm reading Punk Hazard. This nigga Virgo's like, bruh, I'm so sick and tired of you, Law. You're a little disrespectful shit. Like, he's whooping his ass. I'm like, damn, he really cold like that? Then fucking Smoker step on the scene. He was like, bro, you fucked up all those subordinates that looked up to you. Why the fuck were you a Marine all this time? That nigga Virgo talking to Smoker. He was like, bro, you don't understand what's really going on. Like, Smoker, it's not the time for you to be confronting me. You can't beat me. Smoker like, oh yeah, we're gonna see about that. They fighting. It's an even fight. I'm not one of those people that say, oh, Smoker got his ass whooped by Virgo. Nah, it was an even fight. He ended up losing, but he lost because, like Naya said earlier, he was getting Law's heart back to him. And then, when Law got his heart back, Doflamingo called. He like, you remember when Virgo disciplined you all those years back? You really think you could step to this nigga when he mad? This nigga Virgo full body armament hockeyed up. This is the first time we've seen this, by the way.
Hockey man.
So I was shook. I was kind of shook. I was like, oh.
So I was too. Like the first time I'm like, oh fuck, what the hell, nigga?
I was like, oh. And then Doflamingo on the phone laughing and shit. Next thing you know, that man Law cut Virgo in half. I'm like, yo. He cut that nigga while he was hockeyed up like that? Then next thing you know, next panel, it's the whole factory. I'm like, yo. He cut that nigga and the factory?
And the mountain.
Then the next panel, yo. He cut the whole entire building? Next panel, yo, the whole ass island? He was like, I broke the gears. There's no turning back. I'm like, oh my god.
Talk to
At
that
time,
nigga.
I was screaming, oh, the goat.
Talk to that nigga. Yeah, that was incredible. And you know me, I'm a law guy now, so I switched Supernova allegiances. All right, give me a score for Punk Hazard. You guys in the chat can chime in too. What would you give Punk Hazard a score out of 10 if you had to rank it? I'm at 8.
8.5.
Okay.
7.5.
So 8, 8.5, 7.5, and for you, Alan?
8.5.
8.5. All right.
Ah.
Bada boom, bada bing. I'll get that thing. I'll calculate it after. So if you guys are 7, I'm a Law fan, so 8.5. A smooth 8 out of 10. Yeah, 8 out of 10 is what I gave it. 9 out of 10. I'm a Lost 10. That's fair. I'm not mad at that. 7
Is that
for you.
Miles?
You opt in?
Hello?
Oh shoot!
Miles.
Hey, Miles.
Ugh,
Hello?
now I gotta speed run you through this.
Wait, what are you,
This
is
is
this Dressrosa?
yeah, we're talking. Well, I'm just about to move to the Dressrosa arc itself. That's what I'm saying. But
Oh, wait, what were you guys just talking about?
Punk Hazard.
Punk Hazard.
But
Oh,
we
no,
were,
you good.
but we've
You
been
good.
here.
I ain't got to say. I got nothing to say.
Nah, I'm gonna ask you the questions, bro. We'll start. We'll start at the beginning. What's the first? I can forget what the first thing we talked about was.
Y'all know how
Law.
y'all know how
Okay.
I feel about this.
I
Art.
don't.
Okay.
I don't. Well, they don't. Let the people know. How did you feel about Law's reintroduction? First of all, you don't have to, if you don't want to go into great detail, you can speed run it if you want.
Okay. I'll be fast with all these questions. Law's reintroduction I thought was actually really, really good. I like that. It seemed that the world was actively moving without the Straw Hats doing shit. So
Look
actually
at him. He
seeing,
might as well have been listening to us. Look
Yeah.
at him.
seeing like supernovas have actual things. I know we didn't get really anything with the Rocky port, but I mean that'll be nice to get at some point. But seeing his bounty go up, seeing him be part of the Shishibukai, coat was drippy. So like, I think there's a lot of good parts, especially for what he has done. I think Law's reintroduction was actually really perfect. I actually didn't expect him to like be to see like him so early. Honestly, that was good.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm with Pat. Miles was listening to us.
He said everything that we said. Isn't that crazy?
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I see him like
Word
a
for
fraud
word,
now.
bar for bar.
Hey, that just means that Miles knows good bars when he hears them. That's all that means.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Second thing. Ooh, cracking up a cold one.
Absolutely.
Second thing was okay. So now that we have the added information about the Scabbards, Wano, Momo being the son of Odin, and the next Shogun, Kinemon not being his real dad and stuff. Does it recontextualize a lot of the scenes that you would if you I don't know if you ever revisited on Punk Hazard since reading
I have
Wano?
not.
Okay, so I have. So like it's a different read now. Like even just I was saying like basically the main example I used was just seeing Conjuro. I'm just like you traitorous motherfucker. Just looking at him motherfuckerly the whole time, like just looking at him in disgust because he's a traitor. Like it's you can't read Zoe the same knowing what he did. So like, but then I also said the one bad thing that really stinks is that Kinemon lived because of the way that Law chopped him up and put him back and how he got put back together. So that was a scene that's actually like more egregious now in hindsight. But what do you think? If you were to reread it, you think it'd be different for you with the added foreknowledge you have?
Well, I can at least say I reread Dressrosa a month ago, so there's a little bit of bleed over. I think.
Okay.
I think his Conjuro's and Momo's placement of being introduced at this specific moment in time was good. I'm kind of like I enjoy like whether or not a character even like is amazing or does amazing things. I'm very much if I can just spend time with you, I'm probably gonna appreciate you more.
Okay.
So I like so Kinemon and Momo just being there for so long. There is a level of connection where like the honorary Straw Hats, whatever you want to call them. I think the placement's good. I actually, I kind of like even like seeing just certain cultural context differences because I think even when we first see Kinemon, he calls devil fruits magic, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, I can do magic myself. I think that was a nice little touch to get to see some cultural differences, which I don't think we see enough of. But I mean,
okay, you're not saying it's not there. You said not enough. That's a different argument.
Yeah.
Because I would say Skypiea, they added a bit of mantra and stuff, but you're right. Fair enough.
No, Skypiea was great. I mean, I'm very huge on Skypiea though. But other than that, I'm trying to think if I resaw. I don't know. I mean, I think the Kinemon having I kind of wish we got more. I guess with Kinemon having this really unique special flame style, but like I don't know, like it just doesn't seem like anything of it. Like he's like the only one that knows it and Wano. It's a specific thing. And Zoro just copies it after one. It's just kind of like that's kind of like whatever to me.
I thought it was cool. I like that. I thought I was saying I like the way that was set up because we know that Smiley or like I guess the poisonous. Well, I don't H25 gas. I don't remember what it's called, but it explodes when you light it on fire. And I remember when they used it and Kinemon and it just didn't see an explosion. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And Kinemon like, oh, I cut that shit. I said, what? That's crazy. What the fuck? So I actually think being able to cut the fire is actually very vital, personally speaking.
No, I think it's. I just no. I think it's important. I just think like I wanted more of like actually like diving into it because I wanted Zoro to deconstruct it and get it for himself. I mean, I wanted Zoro to actually learn from all the scabbards and beat their asses and steal their styles, but that's me.
Yeah, fair enough. The next thing I wanted to, what do you how do you, what are your thoughts about Caesar as an antagonist for Punk Hazard specifically? Because I think he works. I think he works perfectly fine for the arc.
As an antagonist, I think he's great.
Okay.
He's annoying as like he's actually like annoying as fuck, and you actually want to see Luffy beat the brakes off him. And I think that's done finally. I like when I always like when main.
Mm. Did he? Hello? Miles! Come back!
Make mistakes and then get fucked up. So Zoro and Yeti Cool Brothers. So Zoro, Yeti Cool Brothers, Luffy.
And he's gone again.
You're sweet,
So
but just
back.
because you're sweet now doesn't mean you can't. Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally hit the mute button for myself. But just because you're sweet doesn't mean like you can't get caught off guard. And I like that. I like because I think it adds a little bit more nuance to fights. And I like it when it's not so full like just because I have better stats or better whatever, I'm always gonna win. Like I like little toss up. So I like it. And I actually like air. Like wind is one of my favorite elements. So seeing an actual like gas fruit, I thought was sweet. Taking oxygens were all the clappers were all. Yeah, and I actually like Gastone and stuff. So I actually like Caesar.
Okay. That is fair. What else? What else did we talk about? Let me. Oh, did this arc ruin Smoker in your eyes?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's my god.
Look at him.
People
Look at him.
People are Smoker haters. I think this is the weird difference with the anime and manga. Smoker was beating Virgo's ass in the manga. I don't care what people say. He was beating Virgo, and he only started losing when he wanted to get Law's heart back. So, from a combat standpoint, he's fine. And then what? He was already kind of hurt and got rocked by Doflamingo. You know, Dofi rocked everybody, so I really don't care. He still had his weird code of honor with the pirates. I think his post-time skip design is fire. Tashigi's kind of, whatever.
It's
But
okay.
She needs to.
She's a weakling.
like-
she can't choose her method of death.
yeah, I like his. Even though like I think his unit kind of like sucks, but I like that he's controlling these wild cards and the New World and what he's doing. Yeah. So I like it. I like Smoker. I just kind of wish we get to see more of Smoker personally. That's all. Like I just want more of Smoker.
I agree.
I agree.
I just think he's extremely underutilized for what he could be.
And you know what, Alan? I think
I
you're the
think
one. You the one who said this to me, Alan. I remember you telling me this, and I thought it was. And when I thought about it, I think I think I have a kind of personal theory of why Oda is doing it the way he does. But I always thought, like, I think when he said to me, wouldn't it make sense for him to kind of be frustrated with the Marines and become a bounty hunter and kind of go rogue? And I was like, I kind of think that does make a lot of sense for Smoker in a lot of ways. That'd be pretty cool because I think we've always said that it's not like a, oh no, there's no prominent bounty hunters. One Piece is ruined, but we always say it's a kind of a missed opportunity. I think it would be kind of cool if we had more prominent bounty hunters out there. But
I think it would be cool, but I guess my push backward for that would be, I think Smoker's just far too stubborn. That where he has kind of like this ideal now of like we have to do these things for Marines because we're the ones that have to do good.
Mm-hmm.
He has to just be there, like he can't leave.
Okay, that's fair.
He's too much of a driving force. He's one of the few good ones we have on the inside.
Yeah, as I'm saying, I was saying his
We
moral and ethical compass isn't effed up.
Yeah.
So
Also, just to add on to people getting upset about Smoker's combat ability or whatever in Punk Hazard, this man wasn't fighting scrubs. So like, what are we saying?
Yeah, see that's my main pushback. Every time people bring it up, he lost the law. Law is law. Like, come on now, we're not gonna get down on somebody for losing to him. Then he fought Virgo, who is the second in combat in the Don Quixote family, and like Miles said, he lost because he was trying to help Law get his heart back.
He would have beat
Then he
Virgo
lost
otherwise.
and I don't know about that, but
Yeah, I
you
think
know,
so. For sure. Like the way he was actually smacking Virgo down in the manga, I'm sorry. There's just no way I can't see it otherwise. But I mean, this is what I will say. I think Virgo is just such an impressive battle to me because he was using Haki and Rokushiki and doing things which like I kind of wish we just
yeah,
saw.
that's why I say that.
It's also weird because smokers should also know Rokushiki because all rear admirals and above mastered that, and all vice admirals know Haki. So like it, I kind of wish we saw Smoker doing the same thing, but he's a Logie, so I'll give him a little bit of leeway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he lost to Dofi when he was less than 100%, and Dofi was pissed
Losing
off,
to Lawless
and we already know
LeBron.
what Dofi's capable of.
Yeah, and Dopey's Dopey, so like.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna knock him for those losses. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah. Okay. No. I mean, you echoed a couple of things that we've said. I don't remember if there's anything else in specific we went into great detail in. We talked about the Zoro moment with Monet. Thought it was pretty cool.
Daishinkan.
Yeah. He scared her. She scared her, so she never let him perform.
I think it's one of those things where, like, I think at the moment it was cool, but in retrospect, like, it's not a moment I ever actually look back on and I'm like, this is a great Zoro moment. Honestly.
I actually would agree
You
with
don't
that.
think so?
I think I would actually argue what I like the most about that moment is this line about a wild beast not biting you, not necessarily the slash itself. But when I think about Zoro's best moments, if I make like a top 10, I'm sure that'd be there. But I don't know if it'd be top 5. I have to think about it. But it does not immediately come to mind. I think of other things actually. I think of Whiskey Peak. Nothing happened. Obviously, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I agree. There are better moments, but arguably bottom of top 5. It's got to be this because as I've said when we talked about this before, this has not been done before or since by anyone in the series. We didn't even know that was possible to fucking scare a Logia so fucking bad. That's like scaring Luffy into not becoming rubber. We didn't even know that was a thing, and it happened. Like that shit is a feat.
I hear you, but I like this might be crazy. I actually like the Zoro like 3,600 worlds against Pika more. I actually really like that moment more.
I disagree, but okay, still a good moment.
Zoro gives a speech about this: how many things make a world, how many worlds make like a microcosm. That he does the 3 slashes to put him in a specific thing, and then one shots a full body hockey thing like Law did. I think that's insane.
He's kind of moving me. Hold on.
I think here's what I would say. Flip it for me for Pika. I like the attack and how he wins more. I like the bar of the beast more with Monet though. So just flip that for me.
Fair argument.
Because Pika was humongous, and I was like, "Hey, yo."
I like 3,000 worlds.
I love that.
I think it's his strongest attack, but I don't know. It's something about
he put the fear of God into Monet though. I won't lie, that was wrong. It was wrong.
Wait, wouldn't I was gonna say, wouldn't the Dragon Blaze he used against Kaido be stronger?
Oh, the Ashura.
Yeah,
I was thinking about Ashura.
Yeah,
I guess King of Hell mode stuff too, right? So
even Ashura. It's the one that Big Mom told Kaido to dodge when he cut the horn off.
You think so?
Oh well, there's that.
I think the Ashura was probably stronger because didn't that?
Yeah, because Ashura actually scarred Kaido. Zoro was pissed that he didn't put him on his ass.
I'm saying that would be stronger than 3,000 worlds.
You mean Zoro was mad he didn't kill him? I'm joking. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I could help myself
because Pika was gigantic.
And Momo.
I would say Pika was bigger than the horn on Onigashima.
Actually, Alpha Invader, I agree with you. Rashomon, man, that shit went crazy, bro.
Hold on.
That shit went crazy. What are you talking about, bro?
I
I'm with you.
Zoro's best move is Ichi Gorilla, Knee Gorilla. That's crazy ever.
That man
Koi.
up in his arms like his arm day in the gym.
Ichi Gorilla, Knee Gorilla, Sa, Koi, Santoryu. I say, yo, April, let's get it. Shoot. But is there anything about Punk Hazard that you want to touch on, speak on, or like comment on? A character, a moment of fight, scene, whatever.
I think it's funny that when I talk about this, people would probably think Miles likes this. This is still my third least favorite arc in One Piece.
Okay.
Again, it's just I maybe I can admit this. Maybe if I rewatch it, my opinions would change because even when I reread Dressrosa, I'm a lot more positive of it. But I just think there's a lot of dead moments throughout like Punk Hazard where I'm just like very like I don't care at this point. I feel like it was a lot of drag for certain things, like a lot of running around.
I'll just say this.
So much
If there's one thing I didn't care about, shout out to Michael Jordan hitting them free throws. You're not getting no Jordans. Hey, man. I give a fuck about them big ass kids, bro. I did not give a fuck about them big ass kids. I'm sorry. I did not care about them. Not a single one of them. Not one of them moved me. They
all that did
ruining it.
Nami and Chopper's character.
Yeah, like it's good for them, but yeah, I didn't care for them.
Because like we already because it was
he had them twerking for crack, bro. Like I don't know, man.
I think what they were because of like Big Mom's connection, what they could possibly be is important for the story. But again, it's just like it's hard for me because usually like if you have like kids being like hurt or like help with kids, it's an easy way for me to get invested in those stories. But I don't know what it was with this. Maybe it was just the week to week drag and me started to be kind of tired. I was just like, get these kids out my fucking face, bro. Like, it just was. It was just was not moving me. It was just not moving me. Like,
see, I like that the kids were incorporated because it gave Nami a chance to showcase how much motherhood is important to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "I won't abandon these kids." I felt that.
I mean, that's facts. I mean, if I was in her shoes, I would actually probably do the same thing. But again, it's just like I think it's just the way in which it was presented to me. I just didn't enjoy. It's not like I think the idea is fine. The execution for me wasn't it. That's all.
I think we all agree at the end of the day because even Pat, what you were saying, is basically the kids are used as plot devices for us to appreciate both Nami and Chopper's reactions to it rather than the kids themselves.
Yeah,
to help the Straw Hats.
I also think it's used to show how Luffy treats his crew and what they want. Because as soon as Chopper and Nami were like, "Well, this is what we want to do," Luffy's like, "Okay, well, I'm down with it. I'm on board. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's get it."
And my boy Sanji said, "I don't fuck with brats, but when Nami says something so sweet, how can I not come out and help?" I felt that.
I feel it. All right, Miles, give me a score for Punk Hazard. What would you give it? We have 8, 8.5, 7.5, and 8.5. I think we had a couple 7s in the chat. I think I saw 8 a couple times. The highest I think I saw was 9. But he admitted he was a Law fan.
I'd probably say 7. I think that's the lowest anyone. I don't think there's a.
I'm with you. The lowest thing I'll give. That's why I gave Dressrosa 7 ultimately. Okay. All right. Cool. I will.
Yeah, I think Fishman and that and one else was 7 for me.
We will get that popping. All right. The drug lovers weren't moving me. They weren't moving me either. Okay. Now let us move on to Dressrosa. So we are here now. So the island of what do they call it? Love and whatever and blah blah. I'm going to start with actually Miles. I'm starting with you. Start us off, man. Where do you want to begin with? A character, a fight, a moment, Sabol's return? Where are we starting with Dressrosa, man?
This is what I'm just gonna say. I think I said this during when we were watching the Dreads video. Dressrosa has one of the potential best beginnings of like almost any One Piece arc. You have 6 or 7 different organizations moving and playing important roles at a point where we're really getting into the new world. You have Blackbeard sending a commander with being Jesus Burgess, who at that point we didn't know would be as trash as he is.
That's
but,
true.
You know.
You didn't know that?
Like he wasn't moving me like that, but I'm like, okay, hold on, Blackbeard niggas are here. Like, let me take it serious.
It was a 2-year time skip. Blackbeard became young over. Like, he probably got a level up. I mean, he did. His level up was just But it's like we have a Blackbeard commander. We see the first new admiral of the Navy with Fujitora and his blind thing. The gambling shit was fucking lit. Then we have Dofi's entire crew. We're finally getting back to the speed running against the Chichibukai. The last person we fought against was Moria. Like, this is it. And we had the arcs before to lead up to Dofi. We have Luffy's crew, Law's here. We have a Coliseum allowing not big names, but like relatively important people from across the world coming. And then we someone from Garp's generation that fought Garp in his prime. But I mean, Don Chinjiao's trash. That's kind of sad looking back on it. But like with Don
He not
Chinjiao,
trash. He just old.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
sorry.
trash.
I'm sorry. 500 million berries is not shit. That's not moving me.
He wasn't active because his head got fucking bent.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now,
I'm
what are you
sorry.
gonna do? 500 million. Like what?
Bro,
Remind me what Dofi's was when it was frozen. Like,
but the difference is Dofi was sweet enough to get it frozen at that level.
I don't agree with your assessment, but I understand your thought process. I think I don't agree with your assessment though.
I think
because like Luffy's
was
and Kid's bounty were all relative to that, and now it jumped to how many billion, right? So like in my opinion, if his head was still coned up and he could still open and split the ground like that, it might have risen some more. Personally speaking, I don't know. I'm not saying. Well, at the end of the day, I have to give him credit because he's a Conqueror's user too. So
exactly.
Is splitting the ice continent that impressive?
Yes.
Absolutely.
At the time too.
Is it?
Bro, he was splitting a continent.
It was important. It was important enough at the time where Garp went to train. We say he busted 8 mountains, so he can for that. Like again, I'm not here to hype Don Chin Chow to the high heavens. I just don't think he was fucking garbage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no. You brought that up before. You said that people nowadays. You said something along the lines of, "Oh, when we were talking about Smoker and Virgo and stuff, it's like these people are not trash just because we're in the arc now where we're talking billions, not 100 millions. That doesn't make the 100 million people like trash all of a sudden. Like we've been through 21 years of this fucking story, and the first time we got a billion was 17 years later.
Don Chin Chow was Pat Bev. He was tricking the Marines. It's crazy.
I think Oven was more impressive than what I've seen of Don Chin Chow.
No.
Yeah, Oven boiled a sea.
Don Chin Chow doesn't have a Delphoid ability though.
Wait, I just want to say this. I want to just say this. We say he split the ice continent, but that's not true. He split a section of it where his thing was in it. He did not split the entire continent. I want to make that clear.
He was capable of doing that,
but he didn't.
Whitebeard was capable of destroying the world, but he didn't do that. Clearly, I don't still believe those words.
I don't think Whitebeard's planetary.
They also said King Elizabetho is capable of knocking out an emperor, and I highly disagree. I know that's not true.
With his fucking king punch? That's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Statements don't mean anything. I gotta see it. I gotta see it.
I mean, ultimately,
anytime Garp in his prime has to personally come out and fight you, you're not trash.
I agree.
That is kind of my main thing, and he's like, yo, I trained by busting like 8 mountains. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, he was worried to the point he was like, all right, I gotta make sure my fist is at optimal to take on this fucker.
I still think it's hilarious that Garp punched a deformity into his head and Luffy punched that shit back out. That shit is so fucking funny when I think about it.
That's hilarious.
This shit is fucking hilarious.
The dude's almost 80, by the way. 80.
I don't mean on.
All right, fair enough.
And I guess my last thing is just we also had the revolutionaries there. So we're just having so many different organizations. I think there was a lot more parts that could have been played with bigger hands and stuff in the arc, but we were kind of dealt with what we're given. I'm okay though with Fuji's and Sabo's placement.
My man is struggling.
Chug doesn't mean to not have to do a lot. Who, me?
It's okay. I can still hear you. Keep going.
But I think everybody else from Birdie's to everybody else should have done more a little. little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Especially burgers.
All right. I'll go next. So I want to talk about that man on screen with the flames around him because
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a bit of another story history lesson. I
Yeah.
remember reading, like, I know when it came to the story beats that I was reading, I'm like, Sabo's alive, right? But I don't know if you guys remember Oda actually outright stating that nigga was dead. I'm like, well, Oda said it. He's dead. So when I see them, like, what? I was like, what? I was actually like tweaking. Like I was the only like I literally out of anyone that I really like talked to like that, they were. It wasn't that they weren't surprised that Sabo was back. They were like, oh shoot, that's crazy. But I was the only one who was genuinely like, bro, I really thought he was dead when Oda said that. And they're like, why? Everyone was like, why did you believe that? Like, that was capped the whole time. You just said that so you guys will stop fucking asking him. So I just think it's funny, but I think Sabo's reintroduction is the best part of one of the best parts of Dressrosa, at least for me personally, because Ace is one of those characters. It's hard for me to truly wrap my head around how I feel about him, but I just don't think he was him at the moment. I think he would have, but he had the potential to be, and he would have become that. But that Ace light novel it did so much. It did so much to make me look at him kind of shaky in the sunlight. But I like Sabo more. I really do. It was when he came back, was reintroduced and stuff. I just took a really quick liking to him. Like at that time, if he had asked me, I would have had him in my like top 5 or like 5. But I think Sabo was really cool because I unfortunately at the time I thought with that we'd get more insight into Robin and more insight into the revolutionaries and stuff. And we're getting tidbits trickled Ivy dripped to us slowly throughout the course of the story, but at the time I thought we was really gonna get some crazy in-depth stuff, so I was like doubly hyped. And the fact that he was coming, like, it literally kind of actually reminded me of like Inherited Will, like the Will of Fire, where it's like, bro, Ace is gonna pass his ability onto his other bro, which is Sabo. And I thought it was just kind of poetic, and it came full circle in a way that I really like, because I'm a big fan of the ASL flashback. I actually like it a lot. It helped me understand Luffy's kind of feelings toward his brother, kind of him being his pillar of support in a way. So seeing him break down that way in Marineford, it just gave that the perfect context they needed. So I just really like that moment. But yeah, like Sabo's, that's probably the high point for me. Like, I loved him coming back. I love him. I do have to say this though. And I think it's so funny because I think we talked about it when we were watching the Dritz video or something. And because I've always thought this in my head. He really put the real fruit in that motherfucking attached to that goddamn fighting bullfish. He put the real. If you had asked me back then when it was happening, there wasn't a doubt in my mind that Dofi put some poison fruit in that bitch or something, bro. Like, it was not the real fruit. And Sabo beat like one, and he ate it. I'm like, that was the actual bear Dofi. I'm like, it's either like you had that much faith in Diamante winning, despite Luffy being a part of the tournament, quote unquote, or like it just like it wasn't a good move. It wasn't crocodile like. What did Crocodile do with the key? Like, bro, why the fuck would the key's here, bro? Why would I give him that shit? And he walked off laughing. I'm just saying. I'll talk about those two and the dumbass comparisons they get all the time with Alabasta in a second. But yeah, shout out to Sabo, man. That's my guy.
I have a question.
Go ahead before
I was just gonna say. I mean, this kind of goes for all of you. Are you happy with the placement of the flashback? Are you glad it happened after his death, or do you think it should have been before?
Oh, it's Sabo.
It happened after.
Yeah.
I think I understand what you're saying, because I think I remember some people thinking Sabo was a kind of shoehorn character.
I don't care.
was kind of
Whether he was or not, I don't care.
Was kind of a shoehorn character. I don't know if that's the route you're going, Miles. I think it made sense after. I liked it after the fact because one of the things I like about being able to do this is kind of being able to put into context how like certain things were back then. Back then, when these things happened, and Shonen especially, you were accustomed to a power up or some inner power awakening, and Luffy just had a mental breakdown. You just shut off. I wasn't used to that. I thought he was gonna go like mind you, this is way back in the day, Conqueror's hockey mode or some shit. I was like, oh fuck, here it comes. and he just went wide eyes, opened his mouth, and he was done, sad. I'm like, oh shit. And then that made sense to me because as much I don't know, maybe I gave Luffy a little more credit from the mental standpoint, and where like I was shocked that it affected him like that, and it was the first time I saw his will break. He's like, I'm too weak. Become king of the pirates. Like, what am I talking about? And I was like, oh man, he's having that moment. He's doubting himself. And then when you kind of get that stuff, I'm like, okay, I understand it because of how he didn't want Ace to die. Ace was his big bro. That was kind of his pillar of support for a while. And Ace always believed in Luffy too. So it was just a hard thing for him to let go and have to move on from. But eventually he did. So go ahead.
He already lost Sabo once before. That's another thing. So he did not want to experience something like that again. And Ace told him
he wouldn't die.
That he would never die because of that.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, Lucci and Sabo just fighting all the time to decide who has the better top hat. Honestly, as far as top hats go, I actually give it to Lucci. I'm a Lucci guy. I'll give him the top hat, but I don't know. I kind of like the steampunk gimmick they kind of have going on with the Revolutionary Army kind of like whole setup, and I like the goggles, but I feel it. So, but yeah, shout out to Sabo.
He looks more like a Digimon tamer because all the goggles. Digimon. Oh, he's the main character. Digimon gotta have goggles. So I was like, all right. So we got a Digimon tamer as Ace and Luffy's brother. That's cool.
There you go. I like his design too.
Yeah, I know that like the more recent remakes, like episode of East Blue and those type of things, like they actually mention, like when Luffy's starting his adventure, they actually mention Sabo's name. Like when he's like, Sabo was first, Ace was next, and then now it's my turn. But I don't remember that wasn't in like the original first chapter, right? Or like when we first saw Luffy leaving.
No.
Oda hadn't come up with Sabo back
right?
in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I actually I don't even know if I remember him screaming out Ace. I think I remember him just being excited to go on the journey. Basically just like, watch me. I'm going to become king of the pirates. I don't remember him specifying any.
Remember when Oda started One Piece, it was going to be
5 years. Yeah.
So he didn't plan a lot of shit.
Oda and I are very similar of being terrible at understanding our work speed. So I'm like, oh, like what time do you think it'll be done? Yeah, I'll be done like 5. 5 hours later, I'm still like, it's like 10 o'clock. I'm still working. I'm bad at that though, so I'm sympathetic to that. But man, like, how you off by this many years? He's off. So shout out to Oda. But all right, Pat, what's the next talking point, brother?
Well, before we go to the next talking point, I wanted to talk about Sabo a little bit more.
Go ahead, man.
It's story time for the chat. So those of y'all who have been here for multiple streams, y'all know how I feel about sibling relationships and stuff like that. So back then, I remember it was my freshman year of college. I've told Naya this story like a million times. I'm sitting in the lobby. I'm on my laptop reading a brand new chapter of One Piece. It's Friday. I'm reading that shit. Sabo comes up to Luffy. We don't know it's Sabo yet, but he comes up to Luffy and he tells him, you can't do it. I'll do it. And Luffy's like, who the hell are you? And then he makes that face. And I'm like, why did he make that face? And then later on, like, we completely go to a different panel. It made me think that I skipped the page or something. And he was like, I can't believe it. All this time I thought he was dead. And I was like, why is he crying? And Zoro's like, who? Who are you talking about? And I'm like, yeah, who are you talking about? And he was like, back then, I thought he died. And then, like, it took me a while. I don't know. I guess I was, like, burnt out from, like, the school day or whatever. But, like, I'm reading the last page. And then I'm like, 3 cups. Died back then. 3 cups. And then it's like, after, like, 45 seconds, it was like a light bulb just exploded in my head. I was like, oh my fucking god, it's Sabo! Like, I'm not lying to any of you guys. I stood up in a fucking lobby where everybody was on their laptop doing homework or whatever the fuck, and I'm like, it's Sabo!
You see, it's not just me, bro. The outburst happened, dog. It's not just me, bro. I just be screaming shit. I'm like, yo, Dolphy's in the fucking air? What the fuck? And I'm like, in class. Like, what am I doing?
But I was like, bro, it's Sabo. Like, bro, I was so moved. Like, I'm not even lying to you guys. I was almost moved to the point of tears. I was like, bro, it's Sabo. Like, this nigga here, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god. the last page, it was like, watch me ace. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
oh
that
my
was
God.
That
That
was
shit.
that was.
it was.
That shit hit like no other, boy. Oh my God. Whew.
Mine was
Get to
blown.
see the scene.
Wait, Kayla said it was Lucci? Oh my lord. Sorry. Wow.
But nah, to start us off, I still remember very vividly to this day. This was around the time where everybody in the big three, for whatever reason, they just decided let's rain meteors down
Meteors?
on them. They all did this within a 2-year span, bro.
I honestly
We
thought it
had
was. I
Madara,
swear it
we
happened
had
all in the
Grammy,
Grammy.
and we
Yeah,
had Fuji.
I swear it was all the same year, but maybe like a year and some change. But you're right. It was. I remember being like, so we just the meteor season, huh? But keep going.
Yeah,
I
so
would not
like
be surprised if Oda and Kishimoto both plan to do that together.
I would not, because they are friends. I would not be surprised.
Kubo was like, let me
But
join in on it.
I remember reading this shit. There was like, it was Doflamingo, Fujitora, and Law. They having a good old fashioned standoff. I love me a motherfucking standoff because that means shit about to pop off.
Mhm.
Fujitora talk about are the Straw Hats your subordinates? If they are, then we'll look over this little alliance or whatever it is that y'all talking about. If they're not, you're gonna have to face some retribution. And Law was like, oh, okay, so that's y'all angle. Well, I hate to break it to y'all, but we are 110% equal alliance. And at the time, I was like, no, yo, he's an admiral. Chill. Like, why?
Lie your
why
ass
did you just
off.
lie to him?
Been like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? My number one henchman, Luffy, shout out. Oh,
But
shit.
then Fujitora was like, all right, don't say I didn't warn you. He'd take his sword out. And I remember back then the community still hadn't figured out what his ability was.
Mhm.
Like we were still trying to grasp what he can actually do because he left that big ass crater when he was in the little shop. So he takes his sword out, does a cut, and sheaths his sword again. I was like, fuck, is he a Yai user? Is that what it is? And next thing you know, all you hear is Doflamingo, oi, oi. And then Law's like, Usodaro. And you look up in the sky, it's a gigantic fucking meteor.
That's 3.
I was like, yo. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That shit blew my mind. I was so shook.
It was an amazing scene, and seeing them all on their little, like, you know, their little like Goku and Frieza platform after like a energy blast explosion was sick. Their little dinky little platform, I loved it. It was an amazing moment. I love that moment. It's so good. Room, Dolphy uses his strings, and the thing just blocks with his own ability. I'm like, wow. Well, there was also this moment where I'm like, why did you just summon 2 for them? why did you bring 3 now? Did you want to show you could stop a meteor too? You just wanted to flex.
He just wanted to show the fuck off.
That moment is fucking incredible. I love it. It was insane. I mean, I feel like this is a good segue into Fujitora and Fujitora's introduction and whatnot. What were we thinking about Fujitora's introduction, and I guess the role he played throughout Dressrosa, and your general thoughts on him? How you guys feel about Isho?
My guy. That's my
I
guy.
love him. I love him.
Might be my fourth favorite Marine, maybe. Third, fourth.
I like him. Like, I mean, the blind thing that he was doing, the gambling scene is so good. The Luffy scene is so good. Like, there's just too many scenes. Like when he was saying, and Luffy was throwing punches and telling him where he was gonna punch. It's like, what are you? Like, I feel you're blind. Like, this ain't cool. Like, you know. And I was like, that's so Luffy. Fuji is just like, I took my sight, blah, blah, blah. And it all comes around because he's the nice guy who, you know, because he was being taken at the poker table and shit. And fucking Luffy goes up, no, don't fucking lie to the old blind guy. Fuckers. You know, and I was like, oh, that's sweet. And then he said, while he was punching, he goes, "You might be an admiral and stuff, but I don't think you're a bad guy," because Luffy can tell that about people. He's always had that ability. And then at the end of the fucking arc with Fuji, we had that moment where he's like, "You know what? I wish I hadn't have blinded myself for this. Is the first time I've regretted it because I want to see what you look like." Sort of idea. It's like, damn, fucking, like, we have new admirals. Like, I love the original 3 admirals, but this was our introduction to the first new admiral, and I was like, coming out of the gate, we're hitting pretty strong. We're batting a 10 out of 10 right now.
I feel that. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite moments, just from Luffy himself, was when when him and Fujitora have that little.
I think I don't think Fuji has a single bad moment. I really, really like when he bows his head to King Riku, and also when he screams at Akainu, he's like, fuck, what does he say? Or he's like, we won't no longer have face to give anyway, or something. I just like him. I think there's the thing with Dritz where it's like, has he taken a little bit from Smoker? That may be the case, but I still like what he presents for the Marines and being like a moving piece for like a new world order.
Okay.
And eating ramen while throwing meters as well.
Who didn't speak on him yet? Alan, right? Was he there?
On Fuji?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was my son. But yeah, no, I like Fuji. He's a good character. Like you said, he coming out of the gate back to 10 out of 10. I'm sorry, like Glenn said.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm scatterbrained right now. But yeah, I like the moment with him and Luffy. Like I said, that's one of my favorite Luffy moments. I liked him and Sabo when they were just, they're having their little moment where they're just feeling each other out, but they're not really trying to actually take each other out because they both know, like, well, we both pretty much want the same thing, but we both have our roles that we have to play too. So
also, Sabo was getting accustomed to being a Logi. I was like, well, I'm fire, but I'm not. What's going on?
This shit gets me every time, bro.
Because you're like, wait, what? And I'm like, honestly, even I'd be like, wait, huh? Like, I'm ice, but I'm not cold? Like, so, I felt it. As for me, I like Isho. Isho's a really good character. I won't lie to you though. Like I like the energy Aramaki was kind of coming with, but he's obviously gonna have to earn that. But as far as like the new Marines are introduced, well, I said new Marines like there were not many, but I like Isho. He's a great. I think what the thing about him is I think his character is really good. He's a really good character. And I am a bit of a gravity merchant. I'm a big fan of gravity abilities.
I am too. I'm a huge gravity merchant.
Yeah, so,
that shit raw.
Yep.
Like, I've seldomly seen someone squander it. I like. Nah, I don't want to say that about Enma, but it's kind of But I tend to really, really, really like that. So, all right, Alan, give us the next talking point. Well, actually, you said he was doing stuff. He was scatterbrained or whatever. Beaver, you go.
Actually, to go into what Miles was saying, I did find the page. What Fuji, the line you were looking for. Fuji says, "If your face is all that you care about, keep it tucked away where it won't get hurt. If admitting fault means your trust is gone, you didn't have none of it in the first place."
Go check.
That's
a bar.
That is a bar. I just
He be low key. He low key be cooking Sakazuki. He's like, well, I told you not to come back to our Marine base until you had the straw hats. This was not a Marine base. And the nigga just went up on to stay. I said, that's crazy. I gotta fling a magma fist at you or something. You're not talking to me like that. Like, I don't run this shit, bro.
To come up with a point, honestly, I think you guys will cover all the good moments and points regardless of what I say, so I'm gonna go a little controversial here. I don't know if it's controversial. That depends on what you boys think. Dressrosa is too fucking long.
That's not controversial at
That's
all.
not controversial. That's not
Okay,
controversial
okay.
at all.
That is
I don't know.
you
You know how big
consensus
the One
opinion
Piece
amongst us.
community is. You know how many people say different shit. So, that the thing I'm just gonna. That's what I wanted to talk about. That's what I want to hear from you guys about, anyways. Because I felt like people wank off Dofi a little too hard. Yes, he's
100%.
a good written character and stuff, but I don't think he's the best thing since fucking sliced bread, like a lot of the fan base does. And even so, even if he is, let's argue that he's the best villain or whatever, and he's the best written and stuff, it doesn't excuse the fact that both Wano and Dressrosa are too fucking long, and Dressrosa started that shit because it just it's too long. There's too much shit going on, and realistically, like even when we were watching Drizz's video couple of weeks ago or whenever we were watching it, like he makes a point that I argue against, but at the same time, for an arc this long, how the fuck is there so little character moments for all the Straw Hats? Yes, is it a big cast and everything, but you have at the time the longest arc in One Piece and the least amount of development for the amount of characters in it. It makes a little amount of sense to me. There's not any big Robin moments. There's not a lot of big, Brook moments. There's not a lot of big Chopper moments. Like there's a lot missing for an arc that's so fucking long. I'm like, because when I'm trying to remember, I'm like, this arc is so long. What happened? What really happened?
Now,
So yes, I mean, like for Law and stuff in his story, absolutely. But for me, I just felt it was, yeah. So
here's my pushback to Drizz's argument.
okay,
I feel like Dressrosa was the first arc in One Piece where Oda decided to focus more on the characters within the setting more than the Straw Hats. And I think it worked really well because of that.
fair
Because
point.
I don't know what Oda was on, but his backstory back was fucking incredible. I feel like this was a gift and a curse because now the One Piece community has turned into backstory merchants and they don't think a character is good unless their backstory is good. But this shit that he did in Dressrosa was absolutely phenomenal. You can't point to a single character that had a backstory and you weren't impressed when you saw it. Senor Pink, fucking Law,
Yeah.
Doflamingo, shit, even Baby 5, my nigga. That shit was like 20 seconds long and it was fucking captivating. I'm like, bro, she's called Baby 5 because she was the fifth baby? Nigga.
Hop on the beat and then I slide. My
I
little
was
bitch,
like,
she
bro,
bad
are
and
you
she strapped like baby
serious?
5. Yeah.
Ah, right. He went absolutely stupid. I don't know why. Rebecca, like, come on, man. Kiros.
Yeah,
Ah!
Kiros. Yeah,
Oh my goodness. He was just going crazy for no reason. I don't know why.
but now, like as you said, though, Pat, you opened it up with it is a bit of a catch-22 because now the One Piece community fan base has
Yes.
changed and now expects that instead of what One Piece was every other arc.
Yes.
is
I acknowledge the
So,
double-edged sword. Yes.
yeah,
He set the bar too high, and now that's what they expect all the time.
yeah. Which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I'm not against having great backstories and stuff. But as you said before, there are some simplistic backstories that aren't really relevant to great character writing in the present timeline. So
Mm.
like, and I don't know. Just overall, I just don't think like some things. Like I really didn't care for the Tontada shit.
I didn't either. I won't lie to you.
Well,
I am the Tontata defender. Because as much as I don't, this is my least favorite arc, or whatever. I really like those little niggas, man. I really don't. They don't bother me.
No, it's. I'll
I like them. I don't like
not-
Leo.
Yeah. No, I actually like
I listen
them.
to Peso Pete. I like Peso Pete.
Yeah,
I like WDFA Golden Age. I listen to their music. Sorry.
There you go. But the Tontadas. It's not that I dislike the Tontadas as a whole and their inclusion in the story. That's okay. The problem is it felt like we don't have Usopp or Robin fucking doing anything this arc. Let's shoehorn these guys into it so that Straw Hats are doing different things.
I'll say this: Usopp was slightly in his bag. Oh, I got to give Usopp.
Yeah,
Usopp was important.
he did his thing in the
Everybody else though, yeah, they got shafted. But
I'll say this about the Tontadas before you
5-star
continue,
man.
Miles.
Usopp was important because
I don't know if you read Kingdom
so
or not,
fucking
but
ugly.
I
He
thought the
scared
coolest
fucking
one was the
sugar.
perfect
hey
100
man, you do what
arc.
you gotta do. It works, man. Hey, that's
Nah,
smart.
but look. I'll say this about the Tontadas. I like that this was another thing that tied back to Skypiea, where Nolan, when he spoke to the people, when he was like, I went to a kingdom where there was nothing but little people, and then we come back and then we see that he was talking about the Tontadas and Dressrosa, and they have a statue of this nigga. I was like, okay, yeah, that was
That's what
moving
I'm
me
saying. I
tremendously.
had no problem with the inclusion of the Tontadas, and I don't mind the Tontadas. I just felt like when I was reading those chapters, I was like, yeah, initially it's like, yeah, that's cool. But every time we jumped away from Law or Dofi or something like that, and this shit was going on, it was feeling like, okay, I don't
I
really
agree.
care that the Tontadas have Robin strapped up like the giant woman. I don't care about this. Like,
Wait, I have a question. I think you guys can correct me. Wasn't Dressrosa originally supposed to be split into 2 arcs with Green Bit and then the Passion place with Dofi?
Yes. I think a lot of arcs he started combining 2 portions of them, the 2 islands together, something like that, if I remember correctly.
I think
maybe it was something to do with that, or maybe. Sorry,
Mr. 3. That was. Oh, I was just saying one of the arc with Mr. 3. I think that was another one.
Little
I think
Guardian.
I think Punk Hazard was supposed to be Fire and Ice, 2 separate arcs too.
Yeah, like that. And also remember, this is coming from the man, so maybe this was part of the situation that I didn't like, and it happened in 102. I'm not just shitting on Dressrosa for this, but the fact of the matter is that Oda tries to cram 30 pages worth of content into the 18 he's given, and sometimes that feels
clunky.
Like, it feels clunky. It feels slow yet fast at the same time.
That's the weird part.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. Especially when you're reading and shit weekly, you're just like, I got a lot, but I also didn't get anything.
Right,
and then you read it all
that's
at
what I'm
once,
saying.
it's like,
what
damn, that
actually
shit was a
happened
lot.
this week?
So, hold on. Let me just read a couple. Let me read a couple of the chapters. Sorry, chapters. That's crazy. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. I don't know if you read Kingdom or not. I thought the Coalition arc was a perfect 100 chapters arc. However, Dressrosa is an arc that shows what you shouldn't do for the chapters. It overstayed its welcome. I've always called Dressrosa Oda's most disorganized arc. The best way for me to describe it is actually when I think about the theatrical version of Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice. It was a fucking editing nightmare. It was choppy, it was jumping, it was jarring, we were all over the place, and we never got any real focus on anything for any extended period of time. It's kind of the best example I have, like, off rip, and I think that's a big problem. I think this is where he lost control of the reins of being able to handle a multitude of characters with the same level of tact he used to earlier on in the series. I think this is when he starts to show those fissures and slip a bit, and it bleeds into other arcs. So that's what I think. The new gen rap with Matt and Shofu was pretty good. It was alright. It wasn't my favorite. I thought it would be a little better. I actually liked the Kid and Killer song on was it Shiny World? I like that song a little better as far as One Piece songs go. But yeah. Sorry, you guys can continue. My fault.
Yeah. No.
Damn. What?
I think Miles, you were saying about the because I mentioned that the whole he's kind of slow and fast at the same time. Like, and Pat said the same thing. You're reading so much, and it's like, holy shit, all this information. But what happened again?
I think the beginning is actually really well, like the first 30 chapters, I think, is probably really, really well paced. Like, the beginning is actually going on. It's like, okay, we're here. These are the things we got to do. These are the plans. This is where we're good. The first 4 blocks for the Coliseum actually went by relatively fast. We got what we needed to out of the characters that were introduced. It's once you move into block 5, where the Rebecca part's kind of happening, and then you have like 6 different groups doing things at separate times, but everybody just keeps moving and no one's really staying in one place. It gets like from 40 to 60. it gets really dragged out. And then the long Corazon flashback I think is well placed. And then even the Luffy and Dofi thing is fine, but I think we all agree that it should have ended in the first
Yeah,
your
because
fourth form. But
that's
yeah,
when he starts slapping the backstories in there, and it happens. The Rebecca one happens concurrently with what's happening right now, so it's like, damn, okay, we see why she's in the Coliseum and why she's doing this and stuff like that. And then we get the whole Doflamingo taking over the Dressrosa kingdom bit, and then after that we go even further back with his backstory because it ties into law and stuff like that, and then it's a whole lot of shit going on with sugar and people being turned into toys and them trying to find Doflamingo, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
and like Zoro's actually running around majority of the arc. Like I think that's another issue.
Literally, he does not stop moving for 100 chapters.
Like, and that's I think another one of my big concerns is the Sanji and Dofi thing. I'm like, to me it's just
Speak on it.
There was no reason for Oda to embarrass Sanji. Like there was no.
Wait, hold on. He wasn't embarrassed.
What Dofi did to Sanji?
That wasn't embarrassing. Doflamingo said he was tough.
You can't say someone is tough and then proceed to put them in Parasite where they can't move and like almost kill them in one shot.
But he didn't though.
And then he also overpowered Sanji in legs, which Sanji is known for.
It's Doflamingo.
So if Zoro was there, wait. If Zoro was originally supposed to go, but Sanji took his place. If Zoro went there, it's not a matter of if he would have based off their power, but if Oda let Zoro continue to go, would Oda let Zoro be look as badly as he made Sanji?
He wouldn't have. Because I know it's a Pat. I'm gonna say right now, I know it's a hard pill to swallow, my guy. I know it's a hard pill to swallow. But Zoro's number 2. It's not Sanji, my man. Sorry.
I know that.
All right. I'm just saying.
River, I'm not delusional. I know Sanji is probably number 3.
Pat and one of my boys in real life are the only 2 normal Sanji fans that I know.
Wait, I'm a Sanji fan.
You like Sanji. You're not a Sanji guy.
Yeah.
You're like me. Me and you like Sanji a lot. That's their favorite One Piece character. It's different.
Yeah,
That's
like
fair.
I like Sanji.
He's my second. He's my second to this.
But here's what I personally don't think is like I didn't really agree with Dritz's point on that. Like just because I'm like, what did you want him to do? He went there, he protected them, and he got strung up. You think he didn't fucking know what his fucking ability was? What do you want him to do? What the hell do you want him to do?
Literally, that's my stance on it.
I don't know. Like, I think sometimes we downplay like somebody having to rush into something and they can't fully analyze the situation because it's like, I argue that a lot of people would lose to Law if they run to him the first time if they have no idea what he can do. He's just gonna beat you. His ability is very hard to figure out if you have like no foreknowledge of it. And Doflamingo has those like kind of hard to see strings and like he can do dumbass shit like make a clone of himself with it. Like I actually disagree. I probably agree with you that like if he had tied up like Zoro something. I still think Zoro would have looked worse, but he might have broken out the strings maybe with pure force or something. But Zoro can't fly or fight in the air like that. What was he gonna do? He was helpless in the air. It made more sense for Sanji. I just don't think that we're considering all the variables. I understand the leg to leg part thing though, but
I will say one thing in that defense is that Dofi's cocky enough that he wouldn't be that whole ha I can fly, you can't, so I guess he would have basically, if he was going to fight Zoro, he'd come down to the ground sort of, you know what I'm saying? I know that at the time, like we're talking total hypothetical, but Dofi's such an arrogant, prideful motherfucker. He wouldn't do the whole, oh, I'm winning because you don't have wings. He'd be coming down to the ground and showing Zoro, I can beat your ass on your playing field.
I would actually partially agree with that because he really wasn't flying around his fighting Luffy in base like that. But what I will say is I don't know how much I would give. Like Law is such a unique case of if you don't know what I got, I'm one-shotting you. I don't think Dofi's kit is that outside of Parasite.
We
which I'll
saw
give.
him control
but
Diamond Jozu, bro.
but here's the issue.
What are we talking about?
But here's my issue. I don't care that it's invisible or whatever strings when Sanji is supposed to be the observation hockey specialist.
No, he's not.
His
It's
whole
Luffy.
point-
Why do you guys lie like this?
Yeah,
Luffy
Luffy
is the-
better at it.
Luffy's the best at
wait.
all 3 hockey on the crew.
Wait, I'm not.
That's debatable.
No, it's
I'm
not.
not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you, Naya, but that doesn't mean Sanji's still not an observational hockey specialist.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
He
Fair enough,
absolutely
fair,
is.
fair enough, fair enough.
Like
His natural affinities for
times-
this.
But
yeah,
so is Dofi.
like
So,
is Dofi?
Dofi's good.
I
at all
wouldn't
three
say he's
types
a.
of hockey. He's like
Yeah,
a
but I
Luffy.
wouldn't say he's a specialist in any of them. He's
Has-
just.
No,
has
he's like a
Dofi-
Luffy.
He's proficient,
He's-
yeah.
But I mean, has Dofi shown any? I mean, I think he's shown more impressive armament hockey feats and observation.
He's shown the feats, but we know he's got it. It's no different from everybody else. We know that certain people.
Yeah, he's
have
got it.
observation.
But my point is, at least from what we were given, it was never presented that he was some. Even if he was, it doesn't matter. The whole point is Sanji is a observational hockey person. That's his point. So the portion of like having an ability kind of being like sprung on you shouldn't matter if your observation's that good to begin with. It's supposed to circumvent circumstances like that in the first place.
But then we have situations like we talked about before. Luffy getting cocky against Caesar Clown and losing to Caesar Clown.
Yeah, but the
Clown
difference is,
superior in
but the
every way.
different, but the difference is Sanji oftentimes doesn't ever fuck around when it comes to fighting. Luffy does.
I'm not saying he fucked around. I'm saying that like a different ability. He maybe wasn't. Miles, I think you were the one who said it. Is that he was in a situation, or maybe Naya said it. He was thrown into that situation. That wasn't a battle he chose. That was
He had
forced
to
upon
rush in.
him. And remember,
Yeah.
you need to remain extremely
But-
calm to use hockey. You need
but-
to be able to-
I mean,
We
I
have to
really don't.
remember- we have to
I
remember-
don't want to harp on this for too long because I really don't think it's that big a deal. So like, let's wrap this part up. But keep going.
But just to finish it up, what I'm saying is, but Sanji is not only an observation, but he's an intelligence. So even though you're right, he was sprung on this, I would find it hard to believe that Sanji wasn't racking through what he needs to do when he gets there. Like, he knows Dofi's strong. He's not dumb. He understands this is Shibukai. We have fought people like Crocodile, like Moria. He knows this is a dangerous situation. He's going to be on high alert. He should have his observation rolling. So getting kind of caught up, I mean, we still really don't even know the full scope of Parasite and all that. But I'm just saying, I still don't think the way in which he was treated was fair for his character. That's all. I have no problem with Dofi being stronger and beating him. I just think the showcasing was pretty piss poor in Sanji's favor. I think he could have done a little bit better. That's all.
Look, chat. Fuck everything Miles just said. All I know is when I was reading it weekly, and them niggas, Doflamingo was terrorizing the Straw Hats, said, "Watch as I kill your friends, Law." And Law was like, "Hey, stop." And Sanji popped in there and said, "Oi!" And he was like, "Who's over here trying to threaten my friends?" And he kicked that nigga, and the chapter ended like that. I was like, yo.
Who saved
That shit
Sanji's
was
life?
raw. That shit was raw.
And on the point of him calling him strong, by the way, like this is another point I think everyone's overthinking. It's very simple, actually. I really like, you have to think about it at an overall scale, right? Like, I'm sure there's certain people those who look at it, you're like, you're not even worth him like flicking you. He'll just knock you with hockey or something like that, right? Sanji's strong enough that he's gonna take him seriously and deal with him properly. He can't just like lackadaisical like take him on because he can get caught off guard by something. That's kind of how I took that. Not that like, ooh, a strong one has appeared. Let me go into my ultimate awakening. Like, that's not what I was thinking. It was just literally just like, bro, like this is not like a fucking chief petty officer marine with his fucking gun coming to me who's absolutely laughable in the face of me. This is somebody competent enough. I gotta actually deal with them properly. That's how I took it.
He respected Sanji's ability at the time. That's all it was.
That's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm low defending you, you're not strong. That's all I gotta say.
Nah, see again,
But
and again, you have to go from perspective. Like, I remember, I'll use the example I used last time. Speed. I could acknowledge if somebody runs a certain, you're a certain age, but you run a certain speed, you're fast. I am pretty abnormally fast. So to me, I'm like, yeah, you're slow. I'll fucking cook you. But that doesn't mean that I don't understand on a macro level. Your actual like running time is comparable to like being fast. I'm just faster than you. That's exactly how I took it. Cause I look at somebody and be like, you're slow as hell, but I can run 100 meters in 11 seconds. That's slow to me. Okay, you're not cracking. You're not in the tens. Slow as fuck.
I'm a deny on this because that's basically if Wayne Gretzky says somebody's good at hockey, doesn't fucking mean that they're Wayne Gretzky. It just means that they're actually good for the average NHL player. It means they're good at hockey. Doesn't make them Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah. But Sanji, best hockey observation show when he draws Carter Curry's jelly bean. That's pretty good.
But once again, Ray Lee already fixed this. Ray Lee already said fucking hockey blooms during fights. It's basically Zenkai boost is what Oda's explained. So Sanji has gone through arcs, went through this Dressrosa arc since then. His observation hockey was probably better at the time of the wedding.
Oh, I agree with that. Okay, so since we've been talking about Dolphy for a while, so let's just get into Doflamingo because he is in my opinion, from what I see, this is just anecdotal, seems to be the general consensus best antagonist in One Piece, best villain in One Piece. When he kind of acts the general community, I obviously don't agree with that, but I don't think he's a bad antagonist in any capacity. But what are our thoughts on him and whatnot? Like what do you guys?
There's only one villain named that. There's only one villain named after an animal that's number one, and it's not Dofi. That's all I gotta say.
That's a fact.
It's named after a reptile.
Yeah, Dofi's great. I think he's good. Yeah, I've said this thing. I like the conventionalness of him in an unconventional world such as One Piece. And I actually like his entire dynamic with his family. One, I'm a big mafia guy, which I really like. I love the old time skip, like the red suit that he wears. Great suit. I like how he actually thinks of his executives as close ones. I like how they raised him. I think the entire dynamic is good, and Corazon's flashback is my second favorite flashback in the entirety of the show, and I like their relationship. I think he just works. I think he's good.
That boy Dofi got the most drip in the series.
I don't agree with that.
False, but I hear you.
Hey, man.
I think Ace looks cool with it, actually. I actually think Ace looks cool with it.
I don't see nobody else rocking the Cameron pink sweater. The pink fur?
I don't know, man. Crocodile was dripped out in a hot-ass desert. That's all I gotta say. My man was ready.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna say this. Miles touched on a few points. I like in a world of One Piece where you have these villains that are not your stereotypical villains and they do some off-the-wall wacky shit. Oda gave us a villain that is a stereotypical villain. It's so, like, the contrast for the way One Piece is kind of jarring when you see Doflamingo. You're like, wait, he's just evil? He has a regular laugh? like it's just so many little small things about Doflamingo. When I was getting into him, I was like, he's like a regular villain, but like in One Piece,
and done at a very high level. Yeah,
it makes it weird. So I was just like, bro, everything he did was just so enthralling to me. Because keep in mind, we have been getting built up for Doflamingo since Jaya. Doflamingo pulled up and whooped Bellamy's ass for getting his ass beat, which is wild. The nigga got his ass beat already, so you beat his ass for getting his ass beat. But anyway,
You said, no, we can't fly my flag.
you said you flying my flag and you getting mixed? Oh no. You
Take
go.
my shit down.
but like he was like one of the first, if not the he was one of the first, not the first. He was one of the first warlords we were introduced to, but we didn't know anything about him or what he was capable of. And then like you see him in Jaya, then we see him again in Shabodi when he's talking on the Dennemushi, where he's talking about it's the age of smiles. And then Marineford, where he's having the time of his life, he has that speech. And he always took an interest in Luffy. And then now we finally get to see him at the forefront. Like, all right, let's see what you about. Arc starts off He resigns from the Shichibukai. Then the next day they reprint it and say, nah, he actually was just kidding. I'm like, bro, how can you do something like
Tee
that?
hee, JK.
I was so confused, bro. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean? We just reprinted, oh, nah, he wasn't serious. Huh? How do you have that kind of pull? And then fucking when he's on a bridge and he tells it was on a bridge where he told him that he was a celestial dragon, right? When he talking to Law.
I think so. I think when he was
Yeah.
when the fighting bulls were like kind of yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think he alludes
Yeah.
to it. I don't know if he
I
says
think
it.
it might have.
I don't think he says it till later. I think it's alluded to.
I don't
I could be
remember
wrong.
actually. I don't remember.
I
But
just read it. I don't remember. I believe it is.
off when Vader said it was. I believe you. I believe.
Isn't that
Okay.
just when he says that he knows their secret, or Mary Joy's secret, or is that he said that at a later time?
I think he said that later.
The
He
treasure
talks like
is
Law
there.
4 separate different times. It's like
Yeah, and like
Well,
when he first sees him, and then they kind of go around and the meteor and throughout the fucking jungle and back out to the bridge, back out to where to the Coliseum where you got fucking popped like 50 Cent like 9 times, and then
Nigga was-
yeah, so
50 Cent.
He was barring Law up.
many men.
that's what I will
Wish
say about
death upon
Luffy
me.
too. I like the way in which he actually like kind of
They trying to hate on my
fights these
piracy.
people. Like shooting Law with lead bullets is such a crazy
Knowing-
way to get back out.
Knowing what Law went through when he was a child, bro, he shot him with lead bullets on purpose. I'm like, bro, he's sick. Like, he's fucking deranged. And then when you get his backstory, it's fucking phenomenal. He was a celestial dragon. His dumbass father decided to have their family live amongst the common people and tell these people outright that they were former celestial dragons. Why would you do that?
That was very naive on his part.
That was dumb.
That was so stupid. Then his mother dies from getting sick. And then after that, like, they're getting crucified by the people, and he tells each and every one of those citizens that he's going to kill them all. I'm like, bro, he's deranged. And then after that, when they get down, he fucking kills his dad, takes his dad's head to Marijois. I'm just like, bro, like, he's literally insane. Like, everything that he did was just crazy to me. Like, the lengths that he would go to extenuate his existence and prove that he belonged at the top of the world was just phenomenal. When he fucking
Don't be
Kill
dad is
Corso.
a rich white man and want to live in the hood is fucking hilarious. All right, keep going.
But when he killed Coruscant, he was like, "Why am I being betrayed by another family member?" And it just shows you how his mind works. Like, in his head, he's not doing anything wrong. He's taking what the world owes him. And the fact that his own flesh and blood was coming between that meant that his own flesh and blood had to go. I was just like, wow. The fact that his mind is this warped is just crazy to me. And I love the distinction that he has with the people who he considers family and the people who he considers his enemies, and how he can just flip the switch just like that. Where he's like, I don't get on my subordinates for failure, but I absolutely cannot pardon betrayal. You either with me or you against me. I fuck with that. I fuck with that heavy.
Fair.
I'm
Before you
gonna
go,
go on a little bit of a different take, which is
just don't forget it though. Don't forget it. Let me just ask a question real quick. Do you guys think Law, Corazon's, Dofi's flashback is the best in One Piece, if not top one? Do you think it's at least top
I
three?
do.
Alpha and Vader
I
wants to
do.
know what you guys think.
I'd say top three.
top three. Yeah.
It's the best one for me.
Top three up there with Robin.
None of these are. I think if you ask me to be quote unquote impartial and objective and remove all of my feelings, I'd probably put Law's and Dofi's up there. The one with Corazon and Law together, unless you mean the one where they're all into it together like that. Unless you meant their individual backstory, like the white lead one, the one with Law and Roshinante, and then Roshinante a little bit with Dofi. Dofi's flashback is really good, though I think it's very
I think
It's
Corazon-
streamlined.
The law
It's
of
streamlined.
is better.
It's streamlined.
I
I
agree.
think Law's flashback in general is just actually it hit me more emotionally. I cared more. That's what I'll say. Corazon and Roshinante to me is Oda flexing his ability to introduce a character and make you care about them like that, lickety split,
Yep.
quick, and then they die and
That's what I'm saying,
you're like no, like he's really good at that. So I'll give him credit there. But my favorite flashbacks are the one from Skypiea with Nolan the Liar and
Yeah.
Kagura.
Yeah.
Then
That's my
then it's Robin. Robin is my second favorite one. Yeah,
He's shooting.
Nah, but-
it gets me every time. I'll think about it, but I wouldn't be mad at putting like Law maybe third. Then I'm thinking about it. Maybe that won't be third, but I'll think about it because I'm probably forgetting one that I like a lot. But yeah, Reaver, go ahead. My bad.
That's a fair point. I just really wanted to quickly give a shout out to Brooks' backstory. That shit still makes me cry.
I like it. I like his too. His is good.
Yeah, his is really good.
I actually
and
really like
actually-
Choppers though. I actually like Choppers a lot. I won't
Yeah,
lie to you.
Choppers is good too, but also the Nolan flashback. Only reason to read Skypiea. Just saying.
That's not
Whoa.
true. It's not
I
true,
don't
but
like Skypiea.
it's not
I
true,
really
but
don't.
it's okay to be wrong.
That's fair. That's fair. So,
What was Vince's tweet about opinions?
nah, listen, man. I really don't like. Nah.
You know me. I fucking love Skypiea. It's my third favorite arc. Second,
Yeah, no,
third.
see, I don't care for Skypiea, so, but I do love that flashback. My favorite part. But all right, so all I was gonna say was when we're talking Dofi, is that at the end of the day, is he a well-written character? Absolutely. Is his backstory good? Absolutely. Great antagonist. Yada yada yada. I got two little issues with this. Number one, at the end of the day, you could boil him down to one word and it would fit: elitist. He's the ultimate elitist. And that sums up about 90% of his fucking character. Doesn't mean
I
he's not
agree.
well written or something, but and I'll admit this is a fault of mine. The second problem I got is, and this is my problem, is that the One Piece community has been wanking this guy off for so fucking long, and I unfortunately am on the internet, and that has made me fucking. Like, I like him less and less the more dopey fucking wankers I hear. It bothers me. They wank him off like he's the greatest written piece of literature of all fucking time, and that actually makes me dislike Dofi because there's too many people who haven't read anything other than fucking One Piece clearly to understand there's more out there. So, and I know that's on me. I know the One Piece, the opinions of other people should not affect me. Blah blah blah.
Nah,
But-
man, fuck all that, bro.
I used to feel that
I
way.
understand that. I understand that
That's his name.
completely. We're all human, bro. At the end of the day, if you keep seeing all this dumbassery and shit like that, it's gonna affect you. You could shove it to the side and be like,
I
you're
mean, think,
just stupid.
think
but
about us with certain I mean, I actually don't remember your exact take, but like I don't have any heat with LeBron as a basketball player. I don't like some of the shit LeBron does, like as a person, but LeBron fans are what make me fucking not want to root for LeBron ever for any reason. I can't stand them.
Yeah.
They're so fucking
Yeah.
obnoxious and stupid and
agree.
fucking disingenuous is the key word, but keep going.
Yeah, that was actually, yeah, when you and I were talking last night, that was part of the reason that I don't care for LeBron too much is because once again, everyone like people wanking off these fucking it's not just Dofi. Like this happens in other manga, this happens in other shit, right? It happens in sports as we just said, but that actually does affect my opinion overall of when I'm hearing about something, because I liked Dofi when I read it and blah blah blah, but when people started, and what I hated at the time, because I'm in Naya's camp, I love Crocodile. Crocodile's my guy, and the problem is that when you got Croc as your guy and everyone was making stupid fucking comparisons to fucking Dofi versus Croc, and everyone was saying that Crocodile was like Dofi's the better Croc, that shit just made, when I was reading Dressrosa week to week, I saw too many comments like that. It bothered me. It just bothered me. So
I
The
understand that
only
completely.
parallel between them, and I don't even know if you can even call it a parallel, was just, or at least the only one that I actually liked was when they talk about how Luffy punched Crocodile through the ground, but he punches Dofi to the ground. I don't know if
Yes,
that's
I
it's
think
it's a
part of it.
contrast. He punches Crocodile up to the sky, exposing him for the corrupt piece of shit that he was at Alabasta, and then he punches Doflamingo down to the ground,
Right.
pushing him away from the ideal that he stands above everything
Yeah.
and that the
Because
world
I
owes
love
him.
that. Like,
I
in
think the
that sense,
comparison
that's
people
wrong.
were making, they're both mafia bosses. You know, they run their shit like a mafia, and
Yeah.
everyone makes the comparison of the current arcs are like Alabasta, Dressrosa's Alabasta 2.0, that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
absolutely. You're
I'm
absolutely right.
glad you said that, Griever, because I wanted to segue into that point.
Can
okay,
I? Can I?
I
Alright.
hate. Oh no, no, go ahead. Actually, you can go ahead, Naya,
No, it's
since
okay.
Crocodile's your guy.
You can do the Alabasta dress roll thing. I'll take it when you're done. I'll take the crocodile and Dolphy thing. That's how,
Okay.
cause that's how
Yeah.
that's all I was gonna say in the first place. I wasn't really gonna talk about Doflamingo because I was sure you guys were talking all the talking points already.
Yeah. I hate when people say that Dressrosa is Alabasta redone or Alabasta 2.0.
thank
No, the
you.
fuck it isn't. I don't know what
They're
kind of
completely
story
different
that these
arcs.
people read, but they are not the same in any facet at all. The only thing that is similar is that pirates came to ruin a country. That's it.
Yep.
Because Alabasta was a nation that was in the middle of a rebellion and the kingdom was about to fall. It hadn't fallen yet. The Nefertari family were still in charge. They were still running the country for the most part, but it was falling apart. And Vivi went to go get help. Alabasta was in the midst of being conquered, but it didn't get conquered yet.
Mm-hmm.
Dressrosa was fully conquered. These people had their will stripped from them and turned into toys, and their families were broken apart. And the entire history and what happened in the country was wiped from people's minds.
Yep.
They were living under a false pretense of happiness. And not only that, the royal family's name was besmirched, and fucking Doflamingo was made to be painted as the hero and somebody that saved the fucking country when the king went berserk. They
I
are
mean,
not the same.
really, when I read it, that's the only similarity I could gather. Is both of these warlords attempted to take over a country. One succeeded, one almost succeeded, and they were both viewed as heroes. That's about the largest parallel I could see. Other than that, I didn't see much. Like, I'm with you, Pat. Like, I don't like the idea. Everyone, it's not just Dressrosa Alabasta. You've heard the other ones, right? Like, people compare
Rose
everyone.
Tapia.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just
Yeah,
like I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, this is an adventure story. Eventually, some shit is going to appear similar when people are traveling. And I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've been on some road trips, and guess what I do when I hit a city? I wonder. I go to a restaurant that I've never been to. I might eat at that restaurant. I might go to a hotel. Oh my god. But when I go to the next city, I can't believe I also went to a restaurant and got to a hotel. I can't believe it. I might as well not even fucking go on the road trip. I might as well not even travel. Save the gas money.
That actually reminds me. Like I remember, I forgot who it was, but like on Twitter, somebody said that like they're trying to criticize One Piece, and they're like every arc is just Straw Hats show up to an island. They Luffy befriends person. Straw Hats save island. Straw Hats leave island. I'm like, bro, this is a fucking pirate series. Like, nigga, they're gonna go to islands. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's every moment you could break down any fucking story and do that shit. As I said, I like that one, and as I said, I think my road trip one works fucking insane. That's like acting like going across country is the exact same situation every fucking city just because you eat, sleep, and shit. Like, fuck off, man. Like, I don't like it. I don't understand it. And the sad thing is, it comes out of supposed One Piece fans.
it's that's oversimplification to tear down a story when it's getting too much praise.
Yeah, you're
All right,
Pat. You hit it.
let me tag in.
Okay, nice.
Ah,
There are
He done warmed up.
there are similarities though. I think what people are trying to say that Dressrosa is Alabasta if Crocodile succeeded. No, still wrong. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do first. Is I'm gonna open up my Twitch, and for everyone watching, I'm gonna drop a link to a video. You could watch it after. You could watch it tomorrow, if you want. But I'm gonna drop a link to a video. That is me. That is me talking about why Doflamingo and Crocodile are not the same character in any capacity. You guys kind of spoke.
I am opening this fucking thing in a new tab, and I'm saving
You-
this shit.
You guys spoke already about how Alabasta and Dressrosa may have some overlaps and some generalities, but they're not the same arc. And just like Thing just said, surface level analysis out. I want to make something clear. A lot of times when people say certain things and make certain comparisons on a very surface level, I always get it. I understand. There's a princess, a Shichibukai, or that, right? I get it. But my problem always is I think it's lazy. You didn't peel back any of the layers of the onions. You like looked at it and like, yeah, and you didn't peel anything. And my issue is this. Dolphy is 2.0 of Crocodile, blah blah, this and that and the third. I'm just like, what story are we reading? And I really mean that. Like, I don't think Crocodile and Doflamingo have that much overlap. They do have some. And again, I get it. Because of the role they played in these arcs. But I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Because Doflamingo, like you said, elitist. He's got I guess you could say the most prestigious blood as a celestial dragon. And yes, he's fallen from grace in a sense because of the decision that his father made. But he's got connections and things that he can do with his political and military might that no one else can do. Like you said, Pat, he runs Dressrosa. He is the king there. He's not there sneakily trying to do whatever. He is the fucking king. He came, he conquered, he took over, he runs shit. He's got that power, that military might. Crocodile is seeking that out. Crocodile is playing his cards right, hiding things from the world government and Marines and whatnot, so he can amass that kind of power. Crocodile is not from a prestigious bloodline in any capacity. Crocodile's a nobody. As a matter of fact, Crocodile's a self-admitted loser, silver medalist. My issue with Crocodile will always be that because Doflamingo's story was streamlined in a way that is very palatable to a general audience, because it's very conventional. Not to say that's bad. It's just like, okay, we're focused on the villain. We get the villain's motivations with a really good backstory when you kind of understand what makes them tick and why they are the way they are. Crocodile's own wasn't that simple, and as a matter of fact, it was spread out between two arcs. The arc you first see him in is where he's mostly large and in charge, and he's the head honcho. Right? He's running things. He's got the operation moving a certain type of way. And then later on, you see him in a position of not being in control, not being in power, just being one of the ants in the whirlwind of the summit war of the best. Crocodile's story is told to you in a way that's way more implicit. Because when he says something like, I'm a silver medalist, but I'll go back out there to try to take white beard chair type of thing. You're not listening. You're not listening. That moment immediately makes me go back to when he tells Luffy, bro, you're just a loudmouth rookie. You don't know shit about the sea. He was talking about himself. He got too arrogant. Ran to the new world. I'm a warlord. I'm the shit. Got his ass smacked and ran back to paradise to try to scheme. Try to scheme and find a way to get the Pluton to create yourself a military land and try to become Pirate King that way. Not to do it the way Kid and Luffy are. Head on. If I die, I die. But I'm gonna die trying. And it's just like they're not seeing it. They're not the same fucking character in any capacity. I'm tired of it. As far as I'm concerned, Crocodile is better and more interesting. That's personal. I don't care if you like Doflamingo more. I'm not mad at that. So, I go into much better detail in that video, but I'm just tired of it. It's lazy analysis. It's surface level. You're not trying. You're doing the thing that I hate when people go like, okay, this is the main character. He has a rival that's kind of a dick or evil-ish, or you can put him in the neutral part, and he's pretty strong. He's the Vegeta of the manga. I'll kill you. Stop! Stop! This shit is mind-numbing. It is dumb. Bakugo is the Vegeta of my hero. I'm like, oh my god. Blinken, stop. 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 All right, I'm
It's
done.
it's not. I think we needed. I think we needed that. Not gonna lie, because I mean it's absolutely true. Like, look, at the end of the day, Dofi doesn't have this fucking pillar. Dofi is appropriately named the Joker who wants to see the world burn, sort of Dark Knight level shit.
Yep.
Croc, and here's a moment that people always ignore or forget. He has to be devastated right now because Whitebeard's dead. Remember, Whitebeard was the pillar he couldn't beat. And now that pillar's gone. He doesn't know, I would argue, he doesn't know who to test his mettle against anymore because remember, he said, you weren't that weak when you defeated me. He was always looking at his opportunity to once again fight against Whitebeard. That was part of the Alabasta thing. I think subconsciously he wanted to go back with guns blazing and he wanted to take down Whitebeard. And part of the problem is Whitebeard's dead now. So what does he do? I'm not saying that Croc's in the fetal position right now. He's clearly not. But that's something that wouldn't happen to Dofi. They are not the same character. Dofi doesn't think of Shanks or Whitebeard or Roger being above him. He doesn't think like that. So it's a non-comparable issue. And the fact that just because they both got a little bit of drip, people say they're the same fucking character is absolutely ridiculous.
And one of the core principles of their characters are completely different. You can say that Doflamingo doesn't trust randoms and strangers on the street, but his family, especially his elite officers and the people that trained him, he trusts them. Like you said,
Yes.
I don't stand for betrayal. But however, I just don't want you to fail, but he'll forgive it if he, as long as it makes sense. Crocodile, what
Yeah.
did he say to Robin? I haven't
I
trusted
never
anyone
trusted anyone.
from the start. Crocodile's actual biggest weakness is the fact that he's pragmatic to a fault. He doesn't trust anybody. What did Mihawk say Luffy's greatest strength was?
His
His
ability to
ability
rally
to make
allies to his
everyone
cause.
trust him.
The
Which
biggest
Buggy also has.
the big yo, shout out to Boogie. The Yonko. Yeah, so that's a big difference in their character that are fundamental to their core. I think Crocodile would have been more successful if, at the very least, he had a sliver of trust with somebody. I think he somewhat learned that with Das Bones. We'll see what that plays into it. But prior to that, it doesn't matter. Oh, why do you tell me with the keys there? Why the fuck would I do that? I have the key there. Oh, why do you have 85 backup plans? Because I think you niggas are incompetent. You might fuck the shit up. That's why the time bomb. He doesn't trust anybody. How are these the same character?
Anybody who he was either. The
Exactly.
ambiguous Mr. Zero.
Mr. Zero was his code name when he was the president of Baroque's work.
That's right. Because he didn't trust anybody at that point. Like, it's a totally different setup. Yeah, they're both like mafia type families, but they're set up completely different.
Yeah. It always really hits me when I rewatch the scene when he's yelling at Luffy for what he does. I'm like, bro, that's projection. He's just talking to himself, his younger self. So
He sees in Luffy the same thing. Remember, basically the same thing happened to Ace. Ace got his ass kicked by Whitebeard for getting too big for his britches. And then Ace tried to kill him multiple times. But the difference is Whitebeard took Ace on his crew. Crocodile lost and didn't go on the crew. So it's actually, if you want to argue a parallel between two characters, it's fairer to say that Ace and Crocodile have more in fucking common.
What about Moria?
Or Moria, another great example. Another pirate who fucking... Yeah. And the difference is, Moria is, you could argue, the lazy Crocodile. Because after he got his ass kicked, he got complacent. Crocodile went, nah, I gotta try another avenue to get what I want. Moria said, nah, fuck it, I can't make it in the new world. But they both, it's the same, like, we have multiple characters that the same thing happened to them, and we get to see the different outcomes. None of that happened to Dofi. So, like, he's not even in the conversation of the same thing. Ace, Moria, fucking Croc, fucking Luffy, and as Naya, you've been saying, fucking Luffy, Croc is yelling at all hotshots who think they're fucking Maverick in Top Gun 1986. You're not. You just got into Top Gun. You might be a hot shot right now, but fuck off. You're not the greatest yet. Like,
Yeah, and
you
you're speaking
don't
from
know
experience.
what the world holds.
You've never been to the New World. You haven't seen what they can do over there.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And Croc is, and I believe you now. Croc is yelling as much at Luffy as he's yelling at himself.
It's just so funny to me because I actually didn't know that people thought Doflamingo and Crocodile were the same until just very recently when Naya told me this. And I guess it's because I can read, but I'm just like, how do y'all go through One Piece, see Crocodile, see how meticulous he is, how he makes countermeasures for every possible scenario, and then think he's the same as Doflamingo, who's a fucking agent of chaos? Dofi rarely ever plans shit.
Yep. Pat, I got one question for you though. You've been reading One Piece is not play anyways.
Naya's been reading it a little bit longer than I have, but I caught up to One Piece in 2010.
Okay, fair enough. So I was reading a little longer than you, but I don't understand. Did you not read a single comment section when Dressrosa was dropping? Because that's all I fucking saw. That's what made me dislike Dressrosa from the beginning.
For me, it was the Twitter. It was the tweets. It was Twitter.
lot.
It was Twitter, for the most part.
I guess I just didn't see them.
Manga stream and that
Yeah,
comment
yeah,
section,
he's
man.
right. He's right though. There were even like meme pictures like.
Yep.
Do you remember those like no why you know like me those like round face with like the big eye?
Yeah.
I can't like there was a lot of that with like with Crocodile having the hook and it's like I'm you but better kind of shit. Like they did a lot of that. There was that was there. I remember.
So much of it. It was getting. It was. You had to basically just read the chapter and then fucking go do something else. You could not read a fucking comment or anything. You couldn't.
That's pretty much just what I did. Not normally. Like I never read comments.
Yeah, I didn't read the comments on Manga Stream, but I did talk about it on Twitter back then. But I wasn't
I would sometimes though I don't even see them on purpose. It's just because like I'm scrolling down to see if there's more shit, and I might just catch like 3 because I read pretty quickly, so I register information pretty fast, and I'll just see like 3 of the top ones. Like I'll give you an example. In Wano once, I was when we learned about it being a mythical fish zone. The first thing I saw was Koido. It was a Magikarp because Gyarados form. Like I didn't mean to see that. I was just scrolling down. I didn't mean to see that, but I laughed. I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. So, not to derail the conversation, but which of the two has the lowest lows, Dressrosa or Wano?
The lowest, as in like the lowest.
Like I guess yeah.
Dressrosa doesn't have anything as egregious as Kiku and Kinemon surviving.
Yeah, that's fair.
Take care, Alpha. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, I think I'd go with Wano personally. I think I'm at the point where I think I like Dressrosa more than I like Wano, but I do want to do a one last proper reread of Wano and just kind of get my thoughts completely in order. So I'm just waiting for it to actually be wrapped up like completely, and then I'll do that. So.
I'm glad you're going to do that now because a lot of people are not liking Wano for a number of reasons, but some of them I think are a little undeserved. It's no different than, and I know you remember this, when Whole Cake was going on, it felt like when we were reading week to week, that fucking Sanji bakes a cake and Big Mom chases the Straw Hats seemed like it went on for 6 fucking months. It was like, this is boring as shit. But when you read it all in one go, oh, that only felt like 5 minutes.
It's also exacerbated by the breaks a little bit because every 3 chapters or so, he's gonna take a break, so it just feels longer in the real time. But I do always say that creative teams and authors and artists need to remember that we still have to experience things in real time. You know my biggest criticism of Uro-chan for Unordinary. I respect the journey that John went on because he didn't just have one flashback and go 180. I'm a better person. It took a while, but I'm like, bro, I have to read this shit every week. Don't forget. I'm suffering. Please wrap it up. So,
No, that's the problem. You have to cater to both parties. You got to cater to the party that's going to read this series and catch up, like a lot of people did. Even people in this call caught up. I mean, I was reading before the time skip because I'm fucking old, but there's also people that are going to be reading week to week, and when you get caught up, you still reading week to week. So now the pacing's going to change. I know so many people that say that Whole Cake is one of their favorite fucking arcs, and I'm like, when did you get catch up to One Piece? Oh, chapter 9. I'm like, that explains it.
There's definitely a
I got
contrast with new readers and old
caught up.
readers. So
I got caught up in Dressrosa, or like when I started the manga in Zal. But yeah, Whole Cake Island, that's my shit. And that's when Sanji became my second favorite character.
I was reading weekly and Thriller Bark. I'm fucking old.
for me, it was Enies Lobby.
Was that before or after?
That's before Thriller Bark. That's the that's
right
the
too.
Water 7 saga. It's Long Ring Long arc. It's Water 7, Enies Lobby, post Enies Lobby. With like when they had, I think it's a couple chapters after the Rocket Man train. And Luffy just runs in and starts feeding Marines. Oh man!
When I first caught up, I got the Garp reveals the Yonko shit. That's when I got caught up. So I started technically in post Enies Lobby.
Okay, yeah, I got you. When the Sunny was being built and whatnot, Usopp was gonna come back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little before you. I'm definitely like Luffy on his way to fight Blue Note type of thing. Like a little before.
Oh yeah, no.
No, I'm lying. I'm sorry. It's post Gear Second. But before they ride the Rocket Man across the gap. I'm sorry. That's what it was. When what's her name again? The Kokoro? The mermaid. She
Kokoro.
She I think her and I'm hostage, don't hurt me. I think it's like right before they jumped. I think it was around there. That's where I caught up.
Okay, so you were reading weekly before I was.
Yeah, that's why I always tell people I've been reading One Piece for more than half my life.
Yeah, people don't believe me when I said I was reading before Marineford. People think like I'm not old enough to have done that. And I'm like,
I've been a manga reader,
31.
an internet person for a long time. So I tell people like a lot of this shit don't hurt my feelings because I was on the internet when it was the Wild Wild West.
Yep. I remember dial-up, man.
AOL dial-up? My mom wants the phone?
dial-up.
No more internet, bro.
Oh, and God forbid someone picked up the phone.
Oh yeah, or even like I just remember like not having a cell phone. Like I'm on the cordless payphone. My mom picked up the phone. I need to use it. Mom, get out the phone. Talking to girls at like 3 a.m. And
dude, I love it. Yeah. I love that you had to give your house number to like your friends, and they would call. Like people, and back then, if you'll remember, Naya, before caller ID and shit, people picked up the phone. Yeah. And people raced to pick up the phone.
And you had to be polite, right? You couldn't like me calling Pat, and I was like, "Yo, if I call Pat, I'll be like, "Excuse me," I'm like, "Good evening, good afternoon, how are you doing? It's Pat home." Like I have to be hella polite, yo. That's where I came.
I still remember. I couldn't tell you my wife's fucking cell phone number, but I can tell you my 3 best friends from 3rd grade. I can rattle off their home numbers right fucking now.
That's crazy.
No fucking problem. Because
I still remember mine too.
Or even when I think about, like, I actually don't know what the current state of, like, online gaming would be right now, but I remember, like, throwing on any game, like, yo, it was crazy. Yo, you're black? Yo, your name's Jamal? Like, oh, Jamal in the yo, it was just, I have dragon scales because, again, what do you guys be complaining about? You're a bigot. Yeah, I'm like, bro, do you know what I had to fight against? Like, bro,
Xbox lobbies?
Yo,
dude, don't you remember?
Xbox lobbies?
Trust me.
Don't you remember? Well, I don't know if you remember, Naya. I don't know if you played, but fucking RuneScape. I remember a lot of slurs were not fucking like they used to have that profanity filter for like fuck and ass and shit and whatever, but they never had the fucking slurs for fucking like Chinese people and shit like that. So I mean, people were running around fucking yelling slurs at each other.
I mean, I used to be able to put my name, like my like usernames and stuff like that with the N word for a while. So until they're like, okay, no, I have to resort to using niggler. so but anyways,
that sounds dirty.
The Dougler. That's where I got it from. The Dougler. I'm like, the Niggler. That's where I got it from. All right. Well, my fault. Tangent. But yeah. Okay, so what? Oh, we got to talk about Gear 4th. I told the story of the dream of Luffy waking me up like at 4 a.m. Don't you want to see my new form? I'm like, yeah, I do. And I woke up. There's yam pee in my eye. I didn't even wipe it. The screen bright. I'm looking. I'm like, yo, it's sick. I love it. I like Gear 4 from the absolute start, from the moment I saw it, before I even saw it in action, because I thought it was a very Luffy form, right? I know people have gotten used to it now, and most people like the design of like a Snake Man and I guess Gear 5th more. But when you guys initially saw Gear 4, were you like, it's not moving me from like an aesthetic standpoint? What were your thoughts? I know one prevailing thought point I heard was I didn't like it until he punched Dofi into the goddamn town square. I'm like, never mind, I'm sorry. What were y'all thinking though?
When I first saw it, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Character design is not the end all be all for me, especially in One Piece. Like, I know what it is, but I was looking forward to seeing some sort of raw new form.
What a hockey man!
And then I saw him. Well, not that hockey man shit, but something like Snake Man. And that's what I thought Gear 4 was gonna look like. I thought it was gonna look like Snake Man at first. So when I saw Bound Man, I was like, huh? He's a bouncing giant ball? Like, stubby little legs. I was like, oh, okay. But then when he punched
little legs,
fucking, I was like, bruh, wait, hold on. Fuck what it looks like. Jesus Christ. That punch moved me tremendously. I was like, whoa. He gets up. They're like, it's Doflamingo. Why is he in the middle of the plaza? I thought he was at the fucking villa. He over here like, I want to know that myself.
Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Yeah, so it's funny you say that because go ahead.
No, you got it. I'll say it after.
No. I'll just after the chat. Go ahead. I can do it after. It's the comments there. I won't forget.
All right. I was just for me, like, I had high expectations for it because Ahmad spoiled it. He spoiled it for me on Twitter. So I don't even remember where I was in One Piece at the time, but I just saw him tweeting about Gear 4. So I was like, oh shit, Luffy's about to get a new gear. And so I was just imagining what it could be because like I didn't see what it was. I just knew that he was gonna have it. So when I actually saw it, I was like, wait, I think it's just a fucking ball? And then he started bouncing and shit. I was like, okay, hold on, this shit's kind of funny. And then he started whooping Dofi's ass, and I was like, okay, yeah, I fuck with this. This is raw. This is it.
Nah, Alan, is crazy because when Doflamingo saw it, he started busting out laughing, bro. It was like, I thought you was gonna be serious. And Luffy was like, I am serious.
That's why I like to me it like I think it's like if you kind of like a big One Piece fan, you kind of get the genius and behind it. Maybe I go that far, call it genius, but the consistency behind it because shit for everybody went crocodile, no flamingo, like they had like adverse reactions to Luffy pulling out a form that looked silly and aesthetically. Mizu Luffy, and he's like, bro, you're not taking this shit seriously, you brat. He's like, yo, I'm always serious. Spat the water on him. He's like, Shimata. I was like, fuck. Same thing with Doflamingo. He started laughing. He's like, bro, this is what you're doing? Okay, like Gear 4. Ooh. Then he's like, why am I in the town square? Like, so like that to me is like a pretty common thing with Luffy where you don't take him seriously because what he does looks kind of goofy, but he's not kidding around. He's here to whoop your ass. So that's why I thought the form was kind of brilliant.
The same thing carries over into Wano right now with Gear 5. But that's a conversation for another day.
I think personally I'm with Pat pretty much. Like I did, like when I first saw Gear 4th, I think I didn't hate it. I was disappointed. Like, I mean, at the time, I don't remember when that shit came out, but I was younger, you know. I was
almost 10 years ago now.
Bullshit, but I wanted something badass. I wanted a Super Saiyan transformation. I wanted something looking cool, and it didn't look cool to me at the time. and I was just like, really? This is what we're getting from Gear? Gear Third was cool. What's this? Like, what's with all the fucking tribal tattoos? What's going on?
Oh, by the way, it also happened with Blue Note. He's like, all right, take your time and shoot. Get the pistol, though. He's like, nigga, didn't even wait for the smoke to disappear. He said, what the fuck just happened?
Yep.
And with Gear Third, Luffy's like, you're not intimidating me, bro, Tekai. And he got fucking rocked. It happens every time. It's actually very consistent.
Yeah.
No, but hold on. You didn't add the funny part when he picks Luffy up when he's chibi and holds him up against the wall, and he's talking trash to that nigga, and Luffy throws the
little mini punch.
and Luffy got pissed off. Bro.
Then he put him in the wall. He came with the Madara on, and his legs went weak. He's like, felt that shit, didn't you, bitch ass nigga?
No, that was some good shit. But yeah, no. At the end of the day, I'm sort of a pet. Like, it grew on me over time. I wanted more of a Snake Man look at the time. I was just disappointed. I wanted it to look cooler. But it's grown on me. It's fine. But at the time, I do agree. We're like, Gear Force, holy shit! Finally gonna see the power up. And yeah, being a big balloon was not what it's very Luffy, but it's not what I don't know.
I don't actually remember the Nightmare Luffy reaction. I think they were more confused, like they weren't sure it was Luffy immediately. I don't think they like downplayed like, oh, this guy's weak. I don't recall that, but I'll check in a second. But I don't recall that. And with Afro Luffy, I don't know. That's a little different, but yeah. But anyways,
Afro Luffy just built different. Though.
Yeah. I never get that one translation, the power of the blacks. That shit was so funny to me. There's that one translation talking about the soul of the black people in the Afro. I'm like, dog, what's going on? But I'm here for it. Shit. So it was cold. Okay, so how do you feel about some of the supporting cast characters that became a part of the Grand Fleet? We talked a little bit about Don Chin Chow. You can go into him if you want, but what about like Idio, the boxer, or like what's my guy? Sai. I like Bart, fanboy. I really like him. Actually, I really like him.
Fucking hilarious.
I don't dislike Cavendish. I'm kind of a Hakuba stan. Trying to see Hakuba.
Bartolomeo is the person. If you're gonna be a fucking Yonko, if you are gonna lead a fleet, he is the greatest hype man I've ever fucking seen. This man is platonically in love with Luffy, and no matter what happens, he is going to be there crying his eyes out no matter. Luffy went to jail. Absolutely fantastic. Luffy's executed.
Luffy, level 6. You'll go crazy. You'll go crazy.
It doesn't matter what this man does. Luffy ate spaghetti and meatballs. He is the greatest sire we've ever seen. This man, that we would all want a Bartolomeo.
He fanboys over all of them. I love it. I love him too. I like Gats too because Gats I always said he could be the announcer for my fighting game. The way he was going, oh Nani, oh Lucy. Every time he's like he's gonna come back. He's gonna defeat Dolph Mega with one hit. I'm like, this guy is going crazy on the mic right now. Yo, pay him his check, bro. He's on the mic running the shit, bro. As that announcer, bro. He reminds me of that one guy. I don't know his name. He's been there for how many long, but I can hear his voice to know it's him. In the red corner, weighing 265 pounds. Like you remind me of that, so I like Gats too. He's funny.
We need. Actually, there's one thing that a lot of people theorized, and I actually sort of wish it had happened, that the Pirate Grand Fleet was going to show up in Wano.
I wanted to come later, personally, because Wano's so isolated and stuff. I like the idea that the people mostly involved were the ones who were like had some type of actual stake in it. So I hear you though. I hear you.
I heard the theory, and I like the idea. They need an army. Wouldn't it be cool? Because Luffy fucking has an army that he didn't even want. So it's like, that'd be kind of cool. But
Luffy was not trying to share Saga cups with them niggas.
Yeah, he was like, no. He goes, you guys just do what you want. Like, we're just having a party. But I love that they accept that that's Luffy. Like, See, what I like about the Pirate Grand Fleet, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet knows pretty much. I mean, they're 80% there, but they know how Luffy is. They know he's not piratey like Kid or somebody like that. So they sort of just roll with it. You know, they're like, oh, we're
Yeah,
not sharing
because
such
Kid got the
well.
higher bounty for civilian damage and stuff and civilian attacks, I believe. So.
Yeah, exactly. He's more what a pirate is supposed to be. Like pirates are not great people. I mean, the
They're
world
not.
government sucks in this world, so it's a little different. But yeah,
Is our government any better?
Hey.
No, I hear you though.
yeah, fair point. Good.
Life imitates art. Damn.
All right, so we're officially all becoming pirates. We're gonna be the Nia D. Hemming pirates.
I'm already a Marine, so it's too late for me. But y'all have fun. I won't apprehend y'all though.
No, you'll be our Kobe man. Pat, you're a Kobe.
Nah, he's Kuzan. He's like, I'm on vacation. I am not on the clock.
All right, Pat, I got one thing to say to you. You are smoking way too much shit. All right, you need to calm down.
Oh man, yeah. Yeah. What I'm gonna? Okay. Do you want to talk about the most unstoppable move now or not?
Most unstoppable move.
Birdcage.
Oh, I mean, I was gonna kind of. Nah, I was gonna kind of like lead into that with the Luffy versus Doffy fight.
That's fine. We could do that. But I'm trying to think of anything else that's important that I didn't really mention. We talked about Sabo.
We talked about the backstories.
I do want to say that I don't dislike Rebecca.
Can we talk about how much of a bitch ass nigga Diamante is?
Of course.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's cook him.
That nigga Diamante.
All my homies hate Diamante. Fuck Diamante. All my homies hate Diamante.
I swear, if I was a character in One Piece, I would pull up on Diamante and slap the shit out of that Steven Tyler looking motherfucker.
I'll drown him.
I can't fucking stand that bitch.
Pat, you know what I do to him? You remember how Frieza was standing on Goku's head when he was drowning him in Namek? That's what I want to do to Diamante, bro.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I want you guys to salt, pepper, garlic, and fucking roast this motherfucker. But the fact that he looks, as you just said, that he's got that Steven Tyler look is insulting to Steven Tyler. I love Steven Tyler, and that pisses me the fuck off.
Oh shit.
Like, Oda, if you were going to base a motherfucking character off of a goddamn rock star, make him a goddamn rock star. Make him
He's the rock star of the Coliseum, though. I'm talking shit.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Fuck Jesus. Like, what's next? Oda's going to make some bitchy ass bitch based off Bon Jovi, and I'm just going to want to murder the entire community. Like, I'm just going to be mad. Like, don't do that to me, Oda. Don't do it.
But it's just I couldn't believe after we get the Dressrosa backstory and shit like that and see like Kyros and Scarlet and then like how the nation got taken over. I'm like, all right, that's the end of it, right? Like, Doflamingo took over the kingdom, that's that. Then we see that Scarlet and Rebecca were living together because Kyros got turned into a toy, so they had no recollection of that nigga. And they had to, like, fucking extradite themselves to be safe. She go out to pick up food, and this nigga Diamante killed her for no reason. She wasn't a threat to nobody. I don't know. That shit just, like, it invoked a different type of anger in me, bro. I cannot forget that nigga to this day for that shit. I was so heated when I saw that.
He was evil for the sake of being fucking evil.
When Kyros was holding Scarlet in his arms and went to Rebecca and apologized for not being able to save her, that shit crushed me. Oh my god, I was so angry and sad at the same time. I seen that shit, I was like, bruh, if Diamante don't die by the end of this fucking arc, I'm gonna have a problem. Actually, I don't even know if he's dead. Is he dead? I think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
Kyros rocked this shit pretty hard.
I will say they used Sugar's power, the whole toy creating thing, to make devastating backstories, like you were just saying, Pat. Like absolutely, like yeah, can't be denied. It's like, oh fuck, this sucks. But I will say one problem I have with it. I don't fucking. It took me out of the world. I know this is a world where we have the jacket. Know me. I get it. But all right, your power is to turn people into toys, fully autonomous toys. Why the fuck does that affect the memory of every living being that you've never come into contact with? That took me out of it. I'm just saying.
I don't understand that either. Why does it take
Yeah. Like,
them
this
out
is
of
not
people's
the
memories?
hypnosis, know me. It's not the memory fruit. This is a fucking create people into toys. And the moment you turn them into a toy, so technically, sugar can affect Roger, like and Rayleigh and Shanks, like these super like.
Well,
this seems
not
super dope.
really, since we know what we know now. But I mean, I guess if you're talking about like for their subordinates,
Yeah, like what I mean is, she turns, I don't know, doesn't matter, into a toy. Like, she turns Luffy into a toy. Let's just say.
Garp.
Okay?
oh,
And
okay,
and
yeah,
Garp
And Rayleigh
and
would forget.
Sabo
Okay.
and
I
fucking
got
Shanks, they're all gonna forget who Luffy is. Like that. Like, that's what would happen, but I don't buy it. That's like that's a two-stage devil fruit, and I didn't like it. It took me out of the story. It made for some great, as you pointed it out, made for some great backstory shit. Made for some, let's hate on these characters. We want the Dofi pirates to fucking die, but
What's up, Ashley?
I didn't like the devil fruit. It seemed OP and out of place, and I don't get the whole toys make you lose your memory shit.
I agree with that actually. The devil fruit is too strong.
Yeah.
But I mean, knowing what we know now, it wouldn't directly affect the strongest top tiers of the One Piece verse because their hockey would be able to block it. But your point is still taken. Like, it would affect their memory still if somebody they knew was turned into a toy.
Like if I'm just on the sea chilling and I send like, I don't know, I send Frankie to do something and get turned into, I just forget Frankie exists, which is pretty powerful. So that's fair. It's a fair point.
Yeah,
that's
way too powerful.
I guess when you explain it that way, I get it. It doesn't bother me. It's one of those things, I guess, where some abilities have like just have this like secondary like draw ability attached to the original one. So, but fair point. I think the point is fair.
Yeah, and
it's
and
very
Pat,
powerful.
Yeah, and Pat, to go off of your point, my one problem with that is it's a good explanation, but that's, from what I understand, the hockey thing would only affect if they got rid of, like, let's say Sugar did it to Makino. Shanks is going to forget Makino because Sugar's not using it against Shanks. She's using it against Makino. Mm-hmm. So
no, I hear you, but all we're saying is like there was a point where we didn't know, like we just thought devil fruits could like that would just work on anybody. So we're like, yo, people would say shit like, yo, Sugar could walk up to Kaido and turn him into a toy, but we're saying that won't work. Not knowing what we know because Law couldn't. Yeah, okay, that's all.
I don't like the fact that Shanks can be off on fucking halfway across the world and he can forget like anybody due to Sugar's fruit, like his own memory gets affected. That's a global level power. That's broken. And the fact that it's this C tier member of the Dofi family, and it's still, once again, I don't think it makes sense. I don't get the relation to turning someone into a toy makes you forget everyone you ever met.
Well, they forget them. The toy doesn't forget them.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. But every single person that ever came in contact with you. So the devil fruit affects people on a global, let's say people, NL. If she did it to fucking, NL's on the fucking moon and her devil fruit is going to affect his memory banks on another planet.
We're down here on planet Earth not remembering our
God
God and Lord and Savior?
Yeah, no. See, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I know I've been going on about this. I'm sorry, but
I always understand. Sometimes you just have a personal gripe or a nitpick. I'm not mad at that because I'll be like that. Sometimes it's like I know maybe not a big deal, whatever, but it's bothering me, man.
Yeah, that shit bothers me.
All right, let's talk about this. Actually, could I roast Bellamy a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got one punched again. You got one tapped again, bro. You got one tap twice? That's tragic, bro. And then you quit to make flags? You are the biggest bum in One Piece, bro. I don't rate you. I'm telling you. Give me a gun. I'm taking Bellamy out. No Spring's not moving me. I beat him.
Spring?
Springs? you not beating me. I'm mixing that nigga, bro.
He got punched on the left jaw both times, right? He didn't even turn to hit his head the other way. Like, come on, my nigga.
Oh shoot.
Put your hands up.
Bellamy sucks. I'm sorry. That nigga sucks.
I didn't even care for that moment. Remember him saying, "I went to Sky Island. What did you do to them?" I didn't like that, bro. You didn't do nothing, man. Just shut the fuck up. Like just shut up. Just don't like Bellamy, bro. You came back. Now you want to be 8'8". Like, bro, just move from me, man. You're unserious. You're over there still slurping Dofi. Like, I don't understand. I think it would have been better if it's a area of effect to the island. So if you're off the island, you forget about them, but you remember them if you leave. You know what? I don't remember how the SBS works. I'm gonna send the SBS question about Sugar's ability. I'm about to create some new canon for this ability, bro. Watch me.
We need that. We need that because once again, I am not buying that fucking Sugar has the ability to affect NL's memory when he's on the goddamn fucking moon. It's a toy fruit. It's a fucking toy fruit.
That's so crazy to me. I feel it. But yeah, I just wanted to make fun of Bellamy. Anything else you think we need to get to or talk about? Anything we need to talk about before we get to the climactic battle with You want to talk about Sabo versus Fujitora at all?
Nah, we didn't talk about it, but we can.
Yeah, I thought it was a good skirmish. What I like about it the most. Obviously, I said this I think a couple times. Is I think a lot of people saw that fight and just took it as Fuji's like way better. I'm not saying he isn't, but I do believe that the second the Revolutionary Army is probably formidable enough to contend with Admiral. My takeaway from that fight was that Isho was still playing tickle butt a bit, and Gravity is hard to fight against, but also Sabo was just trying to acclimate himself with the fact that he was a Logia. He was like very confused about certain shit. And he got sliced, and he's like, "I'm fire, but I'm not hot." Like he just had so many questions. Like he was trying to figure it out. So that's how I interpreted that little skirmish. But I liked it though.
This shit makes me laugh every time.
Yeah,
I like that. Like right before that, Sabo comes fresh off of like the shit that he did in the Coliseum, and then Bastille and the rest of them niggas pull up on Sabo, and Sabo's like, "Bro, get the fuck out of my face!" Like,
I will crack your skull with these dragon fangs, baby.
He grabbed that nigga by the face. It was like, "You see these claws? They can crush anything." And then he's like squeezing that shit. I'm like, "Yo, he kind of sadistic a little bit. I'm liking this." And then like Fujitora pops up and he's just like, "Yo, you can't be doing that to my subordinates." They start fighting, and then like he gets on fire. It's like, "Whoa, I'm on fire, but I'm not hot." Then they start fighting, and then like Fujitora hits him with like the gravity sword, and then he was just like, "Oh shit!" Like he kind of surprised him a little bit. But I like that Sabo was like able to contend with the Admiral, and he was like, "No matter where I am in this world, if my brother needs me, I'll come running."
Go.
My boy. Pat, I'm surprised you didn't mention anything about Sanji winning over Viola.
Well, I was gonna talk about Sanji a little bit later on, but yeah, we can do that now.
No, go ahead.
Sanji and Dressrosa. I know Miles talked about the fucking Doflamingo thing. I mean, I thought it was cool. I didn't read too much more into it than that. I like that Oda continuously shows that Sanji has a really big heart, not just for women, but like for women in particular. He can always see through their intentions. Like he could tell that Viola was under distress the entire time, but there was something that she was holding back. She just couldn't reveal it. And he really had to test her mettle by letting himself like get captured and like abused to the point where Viola was like, nah, I can't like let this nigga get beat up like this. Like he's a genuine person. I like that shit. And I also liked when after, he recovers from his skirmish with Doflamingo and shit, the Big Mom Pirates came to Dressrosa. That shit was fucking crazy, my nigga. Like, we're in the middle of dealing with Doflamingo and all this other shit. Law just got fucking shot. And then all of a sudden, Sanji's on a fucking transponder now. He's like, yo, Big Mom Pirates here. I'm like, nigga, what?
I'm about to
We
shoot
got a
back
problem.
though.
Yeah,
I'm
he was
shooting
like,
back.
I got one question. I need permission to fire back at them niggas. I said, yo, hold on. Sanji, cojones.
Bro, I can't let them niggas pull up on us like we just some bitches.
And I want this for people that say, oh, Zoro is the vice captain of the Straw Hats. No, the Straw Hats do not have a vice captain. It is a role that can be filled by anybody who is competent enough to take charge at the time. And most times, those people are Zoro, Sanji, or Nami. Those are the three people that normally step up and fill that role when they need to.
I actually always like if you put a gun to my head. I agree with you. It's a kind of rotation, but I actually always give it to Nami, personally speaking. Am I doing a separate one for Zoe? Am I gonna combine that with Whole Cake? Zoe, Whole Cake, and Wano and stuff are part of the Four Emperor saga. They'll all be done together. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go out and disagree. Zoro is the first mate, always will be. Doesn't need
First
a
mate,
separate direction.
first mate and vice captain are the same thing to me.
Captain.
First mate is
here's another
literally
way.
well.
Zoro is the Rayleigh, the Ben Beckman, the Katakuri, whatever you want to call him.
We're not disputing that, but we're saying there's not a clear defined role. Zoro is on the Straw Hats. Everybody knows that Zoro is the first mate. He's the right hand man. All that stuff. But as far as like a position, the vice captain role, it's open. Anybody can step up and fill that role.
100%. Nami's the most in charge. Nami's more in charge than Luffy.
Oh, Miles, I thought you were asleep, bro.
I've been around. I'm actually about to pass out. Does it matter?
Oh no, it's one of those things because like sometimes you'll talk to somebody, you'll just tell you very matter of factly like, obviously Zoro, you're a fucking dumbass. And I'm like, again, one of those things. I get what you're saying, like first mate, second strongest, he's the Rayleigh to him, whatever, Ben Beckwood to him, blah blah. But as far as like the role of vice captain, I don't necessarily give that to Zoro. Again, like if you told me to choose somebody, I'd give it to Nami personally. But you know,
I would give it to Nami.
But I don't disagree with like depending on what's happening in the role, different people kind of fulfill that for the time being. It could be a Sanji, it could be a Nami. So yeah.
Honestly, with Jinbei now the helmsman,
Jinbei can fill that role too.
Yeah, I mean they're
Jinbei can speak reason to
they
Luffy.
take units and they do what they need to.
Yeah.
I'm saying this because
wait, Miles, before you leave, you have to give me your score for Dressrosa.
7.58. And I'll just say one closing fact. I think we touched what? What was so funny?
Did you say 7.58 or did you say 7.52 like an 8?
7.5 to like an 8.
Okay. I was like 7.58. That's funny as shit.
7.58.
Yeah, that's what you said too. Yeah, all right. I'm putting 8 though.
And then I just want to say one closing statement. I think you kind of touched upon it. I think when you were talking about the Dofi and crocodile difference but like I always think it was an interesting thing that was added was that like Dofi actually had birthright to Dressrosa because the Don Quixote family were the original rulers before the Riku family. I just kind of wish Dressrosa touched on that more of like what it means to be the proper ruler and like the proper placement of like you guys were here before, we're the ones that took care of it, and like who should be the rulers based off of that. But that was never really touched upon, and I kind of think that was a missed opportunity. Is that
Fair.
like my last thoughts?
All right, brother. Get
Peace.
yourself a nice sleep.
Nice to see you, Miles.
Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sanji did his thing, man. When he said, "Yo, I need a person to fire back," he's like, I'm shooting back, bro. I said, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
That was raw.
I love that he took charge and
I
he
love.
protected the Straw Hats.
I'm with Pat on that one. I like Sanji up until the Wano arc. I she was Sanji.
I feel it. All right, Luffy versus Doflamingo. This is actually one of my least favorite Luffy fights. All things considered, in terms of like literal, I guess maybe choreography, execution. I don't mind the beginning, cause I actually had rewatched it and reread it. So
I was gonna say it started off great. You even have the moment I wanted to talk about
go ahead.
in your fucking. That's the main page. Boom! He stops him with his own foot, and he goes, "Yeah, fuck you."
He's
Oh,
like,
we're
bro.
not gonna start with the Law and Luffy tag team first.
The meme of the monkey and the flamingo doing that shit.
It actually reminds me of back in Marine 4 when Doffy and Crocodile clashed, and they put pictures of like a flamingo and a crocodile fighting.
And I remember that conversation too. Dovey's like, "Hey, do you want to do what I'm doing?" And basically gave him the finger. Said,
Crocodile's like,
"Fuck
bro, you're
you."
beneath me, nigga. But all right.
Yeah, you fuck.
No,
you.
this moment is really great, and just kind of highlights the sadistic nature of Doflamingo. Cause he was real life angry that Luffy stopped him from doing what, like, bro, I'm trying to crush his head, and Luffy's like, I don't want you to do that. I didn't say that, but he stopped him like,
matter of fact,
like this, and did it, and Luffy's like, bro, move that foot from him, bro. Like, yo, he's a sick man. Yo, don't be
He
sick
asked
of
the
it.
question like it was a normal thing. He was
Right?
like, "Why did you stop me from crushing Law's head?"
I just want to do this.
Bro, what?
like, don't you
And
say
that
that shit so
Conqueror's
matter of
Hawk.
factly to be like it was normal, bro? What is it good with you? You're not doing that to my friend. Fuck off.
Yep.
And then after the Conquerors clash, which was really cool. So
Yeah, and then I was like, "No, you're not." Yes, I am.
But I'm surprised we didn't start with the Law and Luffy tag team first.
oh yeah, Gamma Knife and stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit. My bad.
Dre Ball getting packed up.
Ah,
Law
That
losing his
nigga.
hand and flinging it around.
I actually don't mind Trouble a lot, like most people do, but he is gross.
He just
Like-
I don't like looking at him. He's so like you get the snot. Like he's just a disgusting human being to look at.
disgusting.
That's my problem.
Like the anime kind of like makes me like him a little bit more because his voice is funny because he's like beta, and I'm just like, bro, that nasally ass voice is so fucking
actually,
funny
we're frauds. Did we talk about Frankie and Senior Pink, or did I miss that?
we did not.
Yeah,
we
we're
did
frauds.
not.
We
You
missed.
see how long this fucking arc is?
Yeah, there's so much shit going on, bro. I'm sorry, but
Senior Pink, the ultimate, a better simp.
Man.
Fucking Sanji, the man, the myth, the legend, the man who simps for his wife so fucking hard that he dresses like a goddamn baby.
Yo,
That
the
man has my
anime went
respect.
fucking crazy with that backstory. Oh my god.
That
I
shit
was not expecting that.
Nope. And I mean, Oda didn't need to do it, but
He didn't.
Best
did it?
best fight in the arc.
and it was amazing. It could have just been a gimmick, just like Virgo with meat on his face. Never really explained. Just all right, cool.
Like,
that's-
like for real, like just like a baby. Like, all right, it's One
He
Piece.
dresses like a baby. That's his thing. He gets bitches. That's his thing. But this fucker, Oda decided I'm gonna double, quadruple, and triple down on this motherfucker. I'm gonna make you guys absolutely love. And you know what I love also? You complain about Wano all you like, guys, but in Wano cover page, we get the cover request of Frank and Senior Pink actually having that goddamn drink.
Yes, sir.
That
So
was
I
dope.
mean,
That was
fuck it.
dope.
If nothing else, Wano gave us the drink we all wanted.
Was
to
that the
see.
chapter? What's the chapter I saw that made me be like, you know, I think if I'm remembering correctly, when I saw that, I'm like, you know, that made me want to see. It made me wanted to see Wiper and Cricket share a glass. I'll shock
Yeah.
his ass. I would love to see that in real time, like the descendants of Nolan and Kalgara meeting and sharing a cup of sake. I would love that.
Actually having it. Yeah, exactly. And see, Oda knows how to sell that shit, man, because Frankie respected the hell out of Senior Pink and all that shit. Ooh, that shit was so good. I actually like that. That's probably my favorite fight. As my favorite fight in Dressrosa, yes, Dofi and stuff was more epic, but I think that's my favorite fight because
It just meant
had,
more. And the
right.
emotional beat just hit for me better, I guess.
Yeah, the emotion behind that. Because I won't lie, kind of rooting for Senior Pink. Like, this poor fucking man.
I feel that, but I have to rock with Frankie though. But I feel
No,
that.
I
I'm not
rock
mad
with
at
Frankie.
that.
Like I'm just
that.
saying. Like,
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, I know. I get you.
It's one of those things where it's sort of like if you're watching, like, if you have two boxers that you really like and like they've been following their career and all of a sudden they're in a match together, do you really know like who you're really voting for? Who's your favorite? You know what I mean? One of those things. Like that's how I was feeling.
Okay. So we could not have gone past that without talking, but yeah, that was really good. Hard boiled. That's what's up. Yeah. I guess I'll bring this up because it's a talking point that always bring. I'm sure we're not gonna care to that degree. Maybe you might grieve, or I don't know. But were you one of those people who are like going crazy about the gamma knife? It's like, yo, the gamma knife is it's like the greatest move ever. And Doflamingo stitched himself up, and yo, he's the fucking baddest. Like I'm like cause
The gamma knife broken and him repairing his fucking organs with strings makes no goddamn sense. That's all I gotta say.
Once he made a string clone that was colored the same way he was, I just stopped overthinking it. But stop thinking it. But
it was some goofy. Listen, Dofi's like sugar. The whole Don Quixote family has these goofy ass double meaning fucking devil fruits. I swear to fuck, because this man, right, he's flying with string. If I try to jump up in the air holding a ball of yarn, I'm gonna crash land in 2.5 seconds. So, first off, flying with that shit makes no goddamn sense. Second off,
I'm okay with the flying.
This man decides, okay, like I could believe if he was Law. If he was Law and he had the string food, he could, okay, I can like stitch my organs back together, blah blah blah. But he's not a fucking doctor. How the fuck does he know?
Didn't he just say it was patchwork though? Like he knew, like I don't remember. Maybe I hear.
He said
my point wasn't really.
The fact that he could do it at all is ridiculous to me. Listen, if you were to open up my chest cavity right now, I know that I've got, kidneys and lungs and fucking a rib cage and a heart somewhere. I don't know where the fuck anything goes. Like, I'm not a doctor.
Never for an operation, dog?
Yeah, exactly. I know there's intestines.
Never played on trauma center under the knife. Somewhere. Dr. Styles. Doctor.
I'm just saying, I didn't buy. I thought that either like the gamma knife's broken, but I thought the idea that he patched himself up with his string powers was sort of like, yeah, no, I'm not buying that. I didn't buy it. It sort of took me out of the moment a little bit, but the fight was still raw. So
okay, fair enough. Because my actual the point I was trying to get to was like I remember it being a huge a talking point. I remember what stream I was in. It might have been a Brago stream or something, where they were like, yo. The argument was that Doflamingo was essentially fighting with less HP than Luffy, and I disagreed.
When Luffy and Doflamingo started fighting each other,
1v1, yes, 1v1, like the 1v1.
They were both at the same HP because Luffy had been fighting all fucking day.
Thank you. Yeah. From the Coliseum all the way up towards that with Bellamy and blah blah blah. And my biggest point was simply that. I get it because internal downs, blah, blah, blah. But the way that Oda was portraying it is that they were equally as fatigued coming into this final round.
Right.
So that's how I took it. Yes.
But nobody was 50-30 or any of this.
Yeah, bullshit. Like both of them were starting with their HP at 65%, so to speak.
That's right.
Okay. I just wanted
honestly,
I agree with that 100%.
It's funny that they say that because you could make the argument that Law had lower HP than Doflamingo when he fought him when they were fighting each other on the rooftop when Luffy was fighting Bellamy below the villa.
Oh, fair. And yeah.
Because he was shot with those fucking lead bullets.
So
and
yeah.
it sapped him of his stamina. Plus, he had fought fucking Fujitora. He was running from that nigga earlier in the day. Everything in Dressrosa has him in 1 day. What the fuck?
Imagine your whole kingdom being crumbled down like that in a single day, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, honestly, the fight doesn't excite me like that. Again, I think it had its moments. I thought it started off pretty solid. I like how it starts off with Luffy and Dolphy and stuff, and he's like, "You got speed, but you lack heaviness." Luffy's like, "All right, careful, bitch ass Nick." And he punched him
Yep.
because he
No,
complete.
hold on. He said when you in gear second, when you steaming,
Yeah,
you're really fast, but you can't hurt me with them baby ass punches.
but when you
Then
use
when you get all big,
you're too slow.
you can't hit me with those slow ass punches.
Yeah.
So what you gonna do?
So in a lot of ways, Gear 4 combines the best parts of both of them into one, with an increase in speed, with air mobility, and then all that stuff. But like, the thing that truly impressed me about the ability was Luffy using the elasticity to fly, and the way he combined the rubberness but the armament. So he's like, wait, it's hard, but Gomu? It's like, bro, what's going on? Then like Luffy's like, what is happening, son? Like, but I have to give him credit for being smart enough to awaken and play and basically play defense until Luffy ran out of steam. But let me ask you guys something. When Dolphy used Awakening, how did you guys take that? Like, do you think it was cool? Did you not like it? I actually remember it being a little polarizing. I think most people liked it, but I remember it being a little polarizing. People had some critiques.
I liked it.
I didn't think anything of it really.
Okay.
Like we got the second stage of Devil Fruits. We're in the new world. Like Devil Fruit. If you would argue the pinnacle, the peak, the Super Saiyan Devil Fruits. They all got it. You gotta unlock it. You know.
My biggest takeaway of it was I was just ready to. Once he told us about how Paramecia Devil Fruits worked, I was just ready to see how Luffy would apply it. So, but
Okay.
then we got to Wano.
And Rubber World was dead.
It's okay. We got Toon World though. It's alright.
We got Toon World instead. That's right. I'm Maximilian Pegasus, Luffy boy.
Joy boy. Hit him with the joy
Joy
boy.
boy.
Yeah, the fight was cool. I don't really got anything crazy to say with the fight. It worked and did what I had to do. It's really not one of my favorite. It's really not one of my favorite fights in One Piece. It's not one. It's probably it's my least favorite Luffy like real fight might be, honestly.
It's not my
think
least.
about it.
I didn't like the Wapple fight, so.
I like
I'm on that boat.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I'm looking at one a little differently, but I'm not mad at
No,
that.
but that's because I don't like Wapple though. I really can't stand that nigga.
Yeah, that's true too. But I don't really care for Dolphy, and I liked watching him get his ass kicked. So it's not my favorite fight, but it's definitely
True.
But I like the beginning. I like the setup to the fight when they finally got to the top of the villa. God damn! I thought they were never gonna get there.
You got zombie toy soldiers and all kind of shit in the cage trying to string. I'm like, bro.
Dressrosa was
We're gonna
dragging
fight
it.
Doflamingo for you, Luffy.
And Luffy over here
Fight
like, nah,
Doflamingo to pay you back.
I'm gonna be the one to fight Mingo. All y'all niggas back up. He kept telling them.
Yep.
That just reminded me the fact that this nigga Luffy never said Doflamingo not one time the entire arc.
He
It was
don't
just
call
Mingo.
nobody by their name. He just
Was
give
it
them a nickname and
Mingo?
stick with it.
Your name is earlobes. You're a steering wheel. You're like he just calls them whatever. Like it's mad funny to me. Doesn't he like not know Bartholomew's name too? He calls him like Chicken Head.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever called him by his name.
And also I remember I think who was it that reminded him who Marco was? He's shaped like a pineapple.
It was
Like,
Robin. He said the one whose head is like a pineapple.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, that guy. Yeah, Luffy's funny. He be doing that.
Fox and Split Head.
Yeah.
I like the setup to the fight when they're getting up to the rooftop. The panel of Law and Luffy staring off with Doflamingo while he's sitting down with Treble in the back. That panel goes hard as shit. And then he was like, "Why'd you guys come here?" And Luffy's like, "To whoop your ass." I just like that shit.
Luffy always saying the best things.
Yeah, I like when they were in the middle of fighting and Luffy's like, Law, I've had enough. I'm going at this nigga right now. And Law like, bro, you gonna ruin the plan. He was like, I don't care. I'm going. And then he charged at Law. I'm like, wait, hold on. And then Law's like, Rue, Jambles. And he hit Doflamingo with the Red Hawk. Oh, god damn. Nah, the anime went crazy with that one. Ooh, that shit was
That was the first
cold.
of Law's many great assists.
Yes, sir.
Law is literally the ultimate. I know people make fun of it for it, but realistically, from a tactical standpoint, he is the greatest assist man in One
Ever.
Piece. And
Ever.
fucking,
Absolutely.
and that should not be discounted as being fodder or weak or whatever people are saying.
Because he could still take charge, but again, yeah, he's
he's a way better assist man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he was that the reveal of the Black Blade though? Wasn't that in Wano? I thought Mihawk just told him to quote it in hockey always because if it chips, it's like a. I don't know, maybe I
It was
don't know.
We got the reveal of Black
and he
Blade.
cut off.
Really confirmed it.
Huh?
It was hinting towards a black blade, but he didn't really say it. He was just saying like code it and it should emit.
We got the confirmation that you can turn a blade into, like, permanently into a black blade, and that's how the Matos are formed. We got that information in. But what Mihawk said was any blade can become a black blade by infusing armament hockey. But he didn't explain how Yoru is a constant black blade.
Yes.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is correct.
That's what I was thinking. Like when he cuts him off from the sake, I guess I don't know. I didn't
Right?
really
Yeah,
take it
yeah.
that way, but
He
yeah.
basically said,
No more wine for you.
You can infuse your sword with armament hockey and make it temporarily a black blade. It's not going to turn it into Yoru. So, yeah, that shit was explained later on in the beginning of Wano.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, I gotta work in 5 hours,
Oh,
so
shoot,
I
right.
gotta go.
All right, thank you
But,
thank you for coming through, man. Give me your score though before you dip.
Oh, I'll give you a score. I'll give it a solid. Fuck. I'm indecisive between a 7 or an 8. I think overall I would have to give it. Don't love the arc.
So why don't you go 7.5 then?
Yeah, it's 7. Yeah, we'll go 7.5. 7.5. And before I leave, I just want to say, fuck the bird cage. That shit sucks.
That's actually what I want. I want to end up on the bird cage, low key.
Yeah, but that's all right because I really gotta go. But that's my take. I think long and short of it, fuck the bird cage. All right, we'll see you guys later.
All right, bet.
Have a
Take
good
care,
one.
brother. So the greatest move in One Piece.
Oh wait, is that gonna be the last thing we talk about?
Yeah, you're right. We probably talk about Sabo and the post Dolphy stuff, or something else you're thinking about. Fuji
Wow,
having all the gravity, all the gravity stuff. Thank you for the follow. And people were like trying
Usopp?
to. Oh yeah,
Yes,
Usopp.
there go Usopp.
Hockey. You're right. I totally forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, talk about Usopp. God Usopp.
Man.
I hate that the anime dragged out such an incredible moment over the course of an entire episode. Whoever it was that storyboarded that episode at Toei Animation should be fired, because that was such a great emotional moment in the manga where I'm reading this shit. I'm like, yo, Usopp just unlocked observation hockey?
Holy shit.
Man, couldn't nobody tell me shit when that chapter dropped. I'm like, bro, he's goated.
He's different now. Yo, you saved the day, man. Twice. Took out sugar twice. Shout out to Usopp, man. God Usopp.
Literally. I just love the fact
Usolando.
that Doflamingo fucking came out there and dropped bounties for niggas that he wanted out of there. And he was like, and wait, hold on. I'm not done yet. This the nigga that pissed me off the most today. It was Usopp. And he gave him 5 stars. Bro.
Go. Not even Law, not even Luffy. He said Usopp because he fucked up the
Bro,
whole game. The whole operation is cooked now. Everyone remembers everyone. We got elephants and apes just turning back into toys turning back into elephants and apes going crazy. It's over.
bro, he was like 5-star bounty for God Usopp. I said, nigga, what? The next closest had 3 stars, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that boy a 2-star tax.
But nah, man, Usopp was doing his thing at Dressrosa. The way he took charge of the Tontatas, unlocking observation hockey, stopping Sugar twice. Like, man. And then he left Dressrosa with a $200 million bounty? Dog. Remember how hyped we were when Luffy got 100 million? And Usopp shoots straight up to 200 million.
Yep.
Like, man,
I went
respect
crazy.
him.
I said, bro,
That's my sniper.
we adding zeros? Yeah, he's the one. The one, yeah. Usopp. I like. You know me. I'm a Usopp. I think we all like Usopp here. Who's left at least? We all like Usopp. So I don't think we're gonna get any pushback. It was a great moment for him. I loved it. I do gotta point out that one thing I really did appreciate about Dressrosa and stuff was that learning that hockey wasn't infinite. It was finite. And I really, actually, I'll segue into that with this, unless you have something else to say after, and you ruined my segue. But what I also really liked too was when Luffy was going crazy and everybody was shocked. Law was just like, bro, he's using so much hockey, like he could just tell, like, what the fuck, like he's gonna burn out. Then I remember when like Dofi seemingly goes down that first time. And everyone's like, yeah, we did it, we're good. And both Law and Luffy are like, nah, the cage didn't go away. It's not over. One more attack. I was like, okay, bet. And then I think that's a probably a good segue into the birdcage, having to defeat I guess from what we know, defeating him or knocking him out is the only way to stop the birdcage. We've seen it used in 2 situations, I believe. In a flashback where Roshinante, I think, passes away, when we see DS Drake and stuff and his dad or whatever it was. I think that's one time we see it, but I don't remember how they get out of that or escape it. I don't remember. But in Dressrosa, good.
I was gonna say he enacted the birdcage because the Ope no Mi went missing, and then after that, there was a chance of the deal getting leaked because the Marines were on the island. So he got the birdcage to trap them niggas in there. And then he had to find Corazon. So then after he found him and killed him, that's when he fucking undid it.
Oh wait, sorry. You asked me, does it bother me that you had to use hockey since then? I thought that's it before then. I don't know if he had an opportunity. I don't actually. You know what? Maybe. I'm not. I haven't thought about it until now. It's pretty strange, but I'm trying to think if he really had an opportunity. I guess maybe with ulti or something. I don't know, but I think he'll get his opportunity to snipe with observation. But yeah, strongest move. Like it's easily one of those things where, like, I've always known, like, I'm like, why can nobody stop this thing? Meteors. Everyone's pushing him back. It's not working. Got an Admiral here. Like, you have to knock out Doflamingo. And like, I like low key want to say Isha was kind of like playing tickle butt a bit because he had a point to prove, but I'm like, I think there would have came a point where I'm like, bro, like, it's closing in, like, the island is gone, like, bro, can you stop this or not? Like, I don't know. It's easily the weirdest thing to think about. Like, that move, like, is kind of busted. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know.
I was saying the same thing because I was also wondering, like, bro, there's like Fujitora, bro. You should be able to get out of this, right? Like, logically speaking,
He
like,
summoned a meteor, it didn't work, and I'm like, maybe that's all he had. I don't know.
But
I feel like Morel could escape through the ground, the clay.
yeah,
and
that's
shit.
what I'm about to say. You gotta go under it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the only
Man,
way
he
out.
called him Morel again.
Morley.
But no, it's just so strange to me.
Who the
like,
fuck
I
is
don't
Morel?
understand.
Oh, that's Deep Purple from fucking Hunter.
Hunter.
My bad. That's my favorite character though. So from that show, so he be smoking that good.
I don't understand why the attack is so strong and like what purpose it serves, because we've never seen it finish. So like, when he fucking encloses you in it, does it crush you to death? Does
I think
it
it
touch
slices you. I
Like,
think it slices you.
is he gonna be in it too? Like, does he like open a door for himself and just walk out while he watches you get crushed? Like,
Does he?
I just don't get it.
Does he turn?
It
Does he?
doesn't make
Does he
sense.
turn 2D like Mario Paper Mario Thousand to your door and just go through the crack? Like, what does he do? Like, for real though, could he make a personal one for me? Like, does it have to be that big? Does it have to be eye level? Can he make a personal bird cages for like one person? Like, just like trap you in like a smaller one and it just creeps in and kills you? Like
does
so
it
many
always have to
questions.
be that big or like what? I don't understand. It's such a weird writing decision, honestly, to have all those strong fighters in Dressrosa, and then
They
they
can only
all
push you back
combine
for
their resources to push it back, and they only stopped it for 1 second. Huh?
That's crazy.
Like, I don't get it. We have admirals on the island, nigga. What do you
And then hold
mean?
on, and then also like adding in some context from like in Wano with Kaido saying about hockey being superior to devil fruits. It's like, so how come nobody can use hockey to make this to get through this then? Like what was what was going on here?
Can he?
Ah, that reminds
Can
me.
he hockey up the bird cage?
That
Because
too. That too.
because if it's not it's only Sabo surviving, you Logia, he's Gucci. you just phase through it. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Is the bird? Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that because I was just thinking about Kinemon and Kanjuro hockeying up. I vividly remember this. They both hockeyed up. I saw them armament up to stop the birdcage,
Didn't Zoro
and I
do it
just
too?
remembered. Yeah, Zoro did as well. I remember now. Kanjuro was one of the objectives of Dressrosa. They came to Dressrosa to pick up Kanjuro, and in hindsight, it should have been fucking obvious that this nigga was the traitor, because he was just in Dressrosa chilling.
Yeah, it's one of
Like,
those
there
things.
was
Yeah,
nothing wrong
hindsight.
with him.
Yeah, hindsight 50-50. Yeah, it is one of those things. Like when it came out, I'm like, yeah, maybe that was kind of off because I never thought it was Raizo personally, but I thought the only reason why I held off the Raizo because I'm like, that makes that Raizo with safe scene crazier. They did all of that to protect the
Yes.
trader. That's
If-
why.
if-
That's
if he
kind of
was the
why I
traitor,
was
yes.
like, there's a part of me that wanted it to be Raizo, but I'm like, one of those conjuring, like, yeah, that's probably what made the most sense. So.
Cause they was looking for him up and down Dressrosa, and then they went into like a basement or whatever the fuck, and he's just over there having a jolly good time, not a care in the world. I'm just like, wait, something's not right here. Like, why is he just over here by himself, chilling, having a good time?
With his fake mid drawings.
That's crazy.
Nigga Picasso with the god. Nigga Bowser Jr. with the paintbrush. So.
And
is
the
the
no, go ahead, Alan. No, go ahead.
Is the bird cage made out of the same, like, is all Adopi's string made of the same material? So like
That
when he
too.
shoots out like his strings for, like when he's like shooting it through people or whatever, or like making his clones, is that made out of the same material as the bird cage? Like
I'm pretty sure it's all string. It's all his ability.
but like is the bird cage made out of like a stronger string?
I don't know because
Like,
like
it's
you
stronger
because you
than-
want to argue that his was it 16 holy threads off white stuff and Luffy punched through
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Like
All his strengths are different substances.
like is that weaker or stronger than the birdcage? I don't know.
We know he has his string bullets with mosquito, and then he has overheat when he's sending
Yeah.
out the string so fast that it's on fire, and then he has the
He light the
fucking
birdcage
holy
on fire?
threads.
No, you're
Yeah.
saying. I mean, why not? Like, why couldn't he make a fire birdcage? Shit, like I don't know.
If it came out fast enough, he probably could.
Shit.
Like I want to know, like, does he have different versions of this shit?
It moves too slow. Oh man, yeah. But shout out to the birdcage, the greatest move ever in One Piece, I guess.
The last thing that I want to discuss before we wrap it up.
Okay.
Luffy versus Danchin Chao is an underrated fight.
Oh, I think it's actually like I was actually gonna say when I was thinking about like when I said the senior pink thing, I was gonna chime in and say I actually would maybe give it to Don Jinja versus Luffy. from at least from a, like, I guess a spectacle standpoint, I enjoyed it a bit more, but I didn't want to make this movie.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it because Miles is convinced that Don Chinchao sucks for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But that fight actually goes hard, like in the anime and the manga.
I also was gonna throw in. I like it in the episode of Sabo.
Yes, it like no matter how many times I see it, I'm always impressed because first of all, he's like Garp's grandson. You must pay for the sins to your grandfather. I'm like, nigga, what? Like Luffy does not have shit to do with that. What are you on?
I'm like, bro,
But
you have to fuck with me because he mixed you, bro. Take it up with him.
but when I was watching the fight, I remember like the first time I saw it animated, that Conqueror's Hockey Clash. I'm like, yo, why is it going extra hard right now? What's going on? And then the fact that Luffy used Gomu Gomu no Thor, and he has never used it before or since.
I remember.
I don't understand that move.
I remember because I always said that to me, the like impact, like electricity discharge looked different, and in the anime I remember it being yellow, but don't quote me on that. So I'm like,
yes, it is yellow in the anime. I've
like,
seen it a bunch of times.
Because I remember at that point I was starting to think, for whatever reason, I was obviously fucking wrong as hell, but I'm like, if you have conquerors, can you like hockey up with elements? So like that's why I thought maybe you could use Red Hawk. I thought the Thor was like electricity discharge. I'm like, oh shit. Then I remember thinking like, okay, Dofi used it, and I don't remember. I can't remember. I know Katakuri did later, but I was like, one thing that's consistent about some of these attacks, Sanji, of course, being a little different, was that they were all conqueror users. So I was like convinced that maybe hockey had an elemental component to it, but I was wrong. But yeah, I remember that. I remember always looking at like at Gomu Gomu no Thor like this move is different. So.
It's very different because he's never used it since.
There's some,
like I was just like, bro.
There's some moves he pretty much uses at once. Eh? Has he ever used UFO or Hanabi ever since?
I know he's used Hanabi twice at the very least, but I don't think he's used UFO since Punk Hazard.
Mm-hmm. And well, Gomu Gomu no Bo and Taco Hanabi were specifically made to try to deal with Eneru on the fly, so that's different. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You thought it was static electricity? Oh, okay. So I'm like, okay. I guess I can.
Okay, but how though? Like, how would he generate the static charge from what?
And can Luffy do that? Because like, I don't know science enough. Stop. Before I sound dumb. But yeah, but that fight's good though. I like it. I do. Anime, manga, and in the episode of Sabo flashback special. That was good.
He caved his head back out, my nigga. Like, bro.
Shit's so funny to me.
Guts was like, eh.
Like his coney ass head just broke the thing in half super easily. So, all right, give me your scores.
All right, so I know Dressrosa is very long, and it has a lot of lows, but the highs, oh my god, the highs, they're still some of the best in One Piece to this day. I cannot in good faith give it anything lower than a 9.
Oh shit.
The highs are just crazy. Like, it's insane.
You guys in chat can give me a score too. What's your score, Alan? Mine's a 7.
I was actually gonna also give it a 9, but because I had a different experience with Dressrosa. I wasn't week to week yet, so I was binging the anime.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it wasn't as long or badly paced as it was for everybody else.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm also give it a 9.
Only 2 things I don't like about Dressrosa is the pacing and the fact that my niggas was split up, because this was the start of me not seeing Sanji for 3 whole years in real time. That shit kind of hurt.
Kinemon looking like Doflamingo makes it a 8. 7.5. Give Pat a 5 out of 10. Why you gotta get 5 out of 10, man?
What did I do?
Well, all right.
You guys know I'm here for positivity.
I appreciate you guys coming through. Miles and Griever as well. Thank you guys for sticking with me for how long have we been going? Like, has it been 4 hours yet?
4 hours, yeah.
4 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, we've been going for a while. So I appreciate it. I am going to get me some much needed R&R. You guys be safe. And definitely do me a favor when this drops tomorrow on YouTube. Go ahead and give it a like and a comment. And if you can give me the watch time, give me the watch time. Power me up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.